Oh, okay.
All right, I think we're unmuted. Why did I break the other little technical bits of this? Let me figure out what I did wrong. But I think we're unmuted, and I think people should be able to hear us.
Hopefully, hopefully people can hear us.
People might be able to hear us. It is definitely a possibility that people would be able to hear us.
Luigi thought the stream was retired. Well, maybe a few weeks early, but
I think, well, I've certainly backed off a bit competitively, but that's going to make this an entertaining stream. Because normally when we do these streams, I've seen the cards ahead of time. This time, less so, should we say? So,
yeah, yeah, I mean, there wasn't much need to look at any of the tournament edition cards. You know,
oh, I had to. Oh, right. We should put the game up, shouldn't we?
you really, you pretty much have found equal use for most of them as everyone else.
Yes. Anyway, right. I think we got this working. Um, oh, I see. The mothership has a stream going as well at the moment. So clearly, what that means is, well, actually, we can figure out exactly when we're going to get an audience. Because when people watch a stream for drops, basically they're there for 90 minutes, right?
Or if you're AFK, you're there for longer. But yeah,
Right. So I think we can figure out the point at which the audience will pick up. Just, you know, I have a prediction. uh, on the other hand, this might be the only time we've ever had a majority of people in the chat that prefer marbles to OTP. So we're gonna have to be careful here.
could be dangerous. Yeah.
Um, anyway, yeah. So Gabagu, as you were suggesting, I'm still running some teams, but I've kind of backed off from really trying to be competitive with this. I just can sort of see the direction the game's going, and it's just not a good fit for me.
Yeah.
Um, hopefully, it's a good enough fit for enough people that the game survives, but it's not a great fit for kind of what I'm looking for.
Seems doubtful at the moment, but you never know.
Well, if there's a PT-26, I would definitely give it a go and see what changes.
Sure, I would too, but you know, uh, there has to be one first.
Well, there does, and also a lot of the trust with the community, I think, is being eroded as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Like,
uh,
it's a real problem, I think, when we're directly told things by people in charge that actually just turn out to be wrong. So for example, one of the things we were kind of being told last week was that they simply could not cut tournaments in PT 25. And they seem to have developed that capability quite quickly.
it yeah, it does appear that way. I mean, there were some tournaments which, like they had fewer teams than they had originally when they fired.
Yes, they did. Now,
Uh,
is it a sign of trouble that we're cutting stuff in June? I would have said so. But apparently, if you're prominent enough about saying it isn't trouble, you get to be a new affiliate streamer.
well, I mean, we obviously like the casual Friday cap today was a pretty good indicator of something. I mean, you can draw your own conclusions, I guess, but this is a tournament which is offering well
Literally
the
the
first
first, literally the first historical,
yeah
perfect choice pack, basically,
the
right?
first place prize is probably worth I don't know 500,000 at least. I would imagine. Um, and we still sort of, well, it was only 2 hours instead of 2 days late, but
Well, and it's also literally the first weekly to have this offered.
yeah, no, I mean, it's, you can't really claim an issue with the prizes because the prizes are as valuable as they're ever going to get for that tournament. Um,
Well, it's truth in
you know,
advertising. It's a casual cap,
yeah, yeah.
you know.
Um, so,
Yeah, so I guess it is what it is, right? But hold on one second. Sorry about that. Back. Anyway, we've got wow, that's a lot of cards this week. That should
110
probably.
cards, fun times. Surely this won't take 8 hours.
All right. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. I mean, we can be quick at this, right?
Definitely, yeah. Always quick.
Um, my bronze cap team. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. That doesn't entirely shock me, given that I may have been playing the game somewhat more casually this week, and I've discovered that boosting combinators seems to break some things. But I should
Lots
definitely
of
fix
things.
it.
Many
Yeah, but I should
usually
definitely
is
fix
broken.
it. So why don't
Many
I
things.
fix a bronze cap team? That's a good point. Let me see what's wrong with my bronze cap team, other than possibly just not being very good.
Yes. Well, you haven't spent
Um,
150,000 on two new starters yet, so
well, now that's
that's it.
weird. It claims to be a full build.
I do see a number of cards in them. Unfortunately, you have what is that, like 7 or 8 that aren't combinators and not all level 5, so this team is terrible.
Oh, I didn't say it was a
Unfortunately.
good team, but I said it at least seems to be a. But you're saying I didn't actually end up with a 26 player roster in the bronze cap. That's weird. All right, let's take a look. I'm curious now. What do I want? Tournaments in progress. Well, I'm out of the bronze cap, so that's always a bad sign, right?
It's not what you want to have happen, certainly.
Um,
Yes, you do seem to be missing players.
that is
Well, that's interesting.
not the same team we just looked at.
Well, it's I think all those cards on your roster were on the other roster, but 6 of them seem to have disappeared.
No, but what's weird is it looks like they put the six on the reserve.
It does appear that way.
Okay, are these cards somehow ineligible?
No,
Let me
it
see
would
the.
they
Let
would
me
be
see if
red.
I missed something in the rules.
They would be red if they were ineligible, I think.
No, it just looks like it's open bronze with a cap. So these cards. Well, I guess I can't put them on the roster now. These cards all should be eligible.
Yes.
Why didn't they run then?
I do not know.
Yeah, the cap really is 1375. Um, huh. Okay, well, yeah, thanks Hawk Moon for pointing it out. Kind of curious now as to what actually happened.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
Yeah. I wonder. All right. Let me enter. Oh, I don't have a slot. As soon as I have a slot, I'm gonna try entering the bronze cap just to kind of see.
Well, if your roster is correct in the roster builder, I assume it will function.
Yeah, but it should have. But then it should have loaded into the bronze cap today, right?
I would have thought that. I really would have thought that.
Okay, I wonder if the other rosters are also messed up.
I don't know.
On the plus side, I get to see how I'm doing in these tournaments now. Okay, that's a full roster, right? Yeah, that's a full roster.
Appears to be.
I mean, full roster's about to get knocked out, but you know, can't have everything.
Yeah.
All right, well, try to figure out what could have happened then, because if it's the right roster in the roster builder, why would it break on loading?
Um.
Like that almost looks
Not
like what
me.
happened was it thought there was something ineligible and it tried to AI set the roster and then the AI like could only count to 20 players or something.
Yeah. That's.
Okay,
I
no, this is
don't know.
20. Everything's normal here. Like, all right, I'm confused. All right, you know what, Hawkmoon? I don't have a good answer. Why don't we check it out later in the stream when I get a slot? I'll just see what happens if I enter another bronze cap. Weird. But yeah, thanks for pointing it out. I'm really confused now.
Indeed, very peculiar.
Okay, actually, anyway, yeah, we have a lot of cards to get to. What other news is there this week?
Well, I guess a lot of news, right?
Sure, yeah, let's go through. What do you want to?
Well, we have some pop-up tournaments.
Yes, we do.
Uh,
Do you understand some of the decisions there?
no.
So, okay. Again, there's this idea that we're like trying to build trust with the community and the game designers, right?
Supposedly, that's something which is desirable.
So you
I've been.
remember like right at the beginning, we sort of asked like, why are you making the pop-up tournaments entry fee? That's just it's just unfriendly to, kind of the newer players. And we were told, oh, well, we kind of had to use the entry fee setup, and so we're making these pop-up tournaments like a minimum 1K. So why are these pop-up tournaments 2K?
It's a good question. I also am curious why the first place prize for a 256 team tournament is worth less than one historical perfect one of the perfect choice packs. Like a lot less.
But it's a
That's a bit
perfect pack. There
mysterious.
could be anything in that perfect pack.
Well, I mean, it's the difference. The first place prize for like the weekly prize structure is so just. I mean, it shows such a just a complete lack of understanding of how anything to do with the market works. Like, on the one hand, we have these choice pack tournaments where the historic, the perfect choice packs are worth 500K or something. I mean, they'll go down a little bit over time, but somewhere in that range. And then first place prize for the non-choice pack tournaments are one historical rainbow, which is like 90K.
Right.
There just seems to be a complete lack of understanding of what different packs are worth, which is very mysterious because it's actually incredibly easy to figure out.
And
Um,
if you can't figure it out, a bunch of members of the community have code to do it very quickly.
yes, yes, they do.
But then we've kind of seen this weird choice because I guess there's no spotlight pack now, right? There's instead this weird live. What was it?
Yeah, which
I
are
forget if it was a silver or gold.
absolutely horrible. I mean, they're horrendous value, just fine, but it's
But they brought them back. Okay, no, they got rid of the live silvers and turned it into a live gold.
yes, which is actually I think worse than the other one, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they're both
Like,
terrible.
what are the odds of getting a positive value out of a live
Zero.
gold pack at
Well,
3,000?
you basically have to pull multiple golds or the ones that are in those silly missions that people are doing because I don't know
Because there are
why,
only like two
honestly.
or three of those. You have to either pull one of those or you pull a diamond plus, I guess is the other way to do it.
Yeah, on multiple golds. Yeah.
No, but even two golds isn't enough unless one of them is valuable. Because most golds,
Yeah.
like if I go into the card shop and just look at live cards,
I mean, I guess you could do them as a live spec kind of a thing if you think there are a lot of golds going up.
but it's never
But
going
you
to
have
be
to
the case that like a
think
majority
there
of
are
golds
really a
go
lot.
up. And if literally half the golds go up from 1K to 4K, that means your gold is worth 2,500 points, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's just kind of nuts. Oh, hey, Josh wants us
No,
to
it's
look at a build. All right, I'll finish this point and then we'll.
very much nuts.
But here, let me just sort this by value. Last 10. Okay, here you go. So there are. I don't want 100. I
Oh, it's
want all of them. There are
no, turn off the
141. Sorry, that's sell
you.
orders only. There are
Yeah. Yeah.
144 live goals.
Okay.
Okay. Of those 144 live goals,
That's
five.
funny. Three of them. That's you can go down bottom again.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, three of them haven't even had 10 sales as golds, so
Yeah.
the last 10 is less than quick sell.
Yeah. That's amazing. Okay.
Uh, so of the 144, 10 of them are worth more than 3K. Or 10 of them have a last 10 more than 3K. Because I guess it's not completely clear. So for example, all right. I love this. The low sell order on Hobie Billner is 2601. The high buy order is 2600.
Card shop is working excellently.
That's that's really a decision there. Like you can't even split the difference, right?
Yeah. Yeah. There's no sub penny trading on this one.
Actually, there's a 1 in 10 chance. Hold on. The tax doesn't round up, right? I mean, it doesn't round, right? It truncates.
Yes.
So that means that 2601 and 2600 actually both yield exactly the same amount to the seller.
Um. No. There'll be one more because it'll take off 260.
No, I thought it'll take off 260 and a fraction, and then it'll truncate that.
Yeah, it truncated to 260. It truncates the reduction, not the
Okay, it
number.
truncates the reduction.
Yeah.
Okay, so it is worth a point to do. I'm just curious. All right, I'm gonna check. Do you think the next highest? Do you think the next lowest sell order is 2602?
I hope not. But it's not impossible.
Okay, all right. It's at least not that bad.
Now, why anyone is paying 4,000 points for this card is beyond me. Um, like there are all these missions that released this week. You get to lock 3 silvers with 1,000 points each for one standard pack. Like, what kind of a mission is that? and then you risk also locking your combinators because there's no way to distinguish when your combinators and your non-combinators when you're doing missions.
By the way, some of the UI here starts to be a mess when you have a bunch of combinators.
Yeah, you can't tell the difference between this. Yeah, so
Yeah.
this is yeah. No, but I mean, like, if you go to some mission, right, you like you can act. It's very easy to accidentally lock your combinators that are actually worth things because you can't like the combinators non-combinators show up the same in the mission screen.
Thing is, don't you want to lock the combinators?
Depends which combinators.
I think I want to lock any combinator at this point.
Well, I mean, if it's one you think you're going to sell at some point, then you don't.
But that's the problem. So the combinators I'm not going to sell are combinators that I'm boosting. The combinators that I want to sell are worth 0 because you can't quick sell them. So I might as well lock the combinator version and be able to sell the
Well,
non-combinator version.
on the irons when it's worth, irons and bronzes when it's the ones you can't sell, it like it feels like you almost always it's worth spending the 25 points to lock the non-combinator version because it really doesn't cost you anything and you can feed it anyway usually. And all you do is give up the ability to sell your combinator if by some miracle a tournament comes forward or they get to be quick sellable or something. So it feels like just like you should always just spend the 25 points.
I don't think that miracle's likely. Like if you go into the combinator card shop, I mean, how many of these
Well,
irons are just never.
the more likely thing is that somehow, at some point in the future they become quick sellable and then you do actually want to have them. Um, but
Yeah, look at it. I mean, this like here you go. 10 sales. Some of them are probably for 5,001 instead of 2,001.
Bob Sykes is not very popular.
I mean, nor should he be, right?
No.
On the other hand, Trevor May is going for a lot.
Well, at least Trevor May's a good card.
And
Babe
then
Ruth going
why
for that
is
much
Babe Ruth?
is
Ugh,
confusing. Yeah, I don't understand that one.
that's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that one at
That's a little
all.
weird. Anyway, before we get to other news, I think Josh would want us to take a look at a build. So
Sure.
why don't we do that, and then we'll. Here we go. We're in 802. Quick.
Oh, I'm also an 802. It's very exciting.
Oh, you're in 802?
My roster? Oh, it's old and outdated. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, but what does your chemistry look like?
Not very high. I don't have enough commoners for gold, but it's still better than playing a other format.
It's probably true. All right. What do we got here? All right. So Josh, which actually I don't know which team Josh is. I guess we can. Oh, and the Blue Jays are in here.
uh,
They've got a
it appears,
bit of a build.
based on the username, that it is the Charlottesville Starfish.
All right, who we cannot meet until the finals. So, there we go. So, all right, let's take a look and kind of sort of see what we would do with this. So, it's a very combinator heavy build, so that's already a sign that you're probably investing a fair bit in
There are
gold.
22 combinators. So at 22, you should just get to the 26. You should find some reasonable cards and get. Oh, 23. I'm sorry. You should find some reasonable cards and get
I
to
think that's
26.
right. There's one exception I see in here that's kind of interesting. So this Mariano Rivera turns out to just naturally have a lot of chemistry with many of the gold meta cards.
Yeah, but he's just worse than like a combinator for random silver,
Well, he's
probably.
worse than the Combinator Rivera, but no, you see how his Rivera, even though it's not a Combinator,
No, no,
actually has 245 points of chemistry.
yeah, but I mean, you're going to be better off playing a random combo silver, right? Because it's better than Rivera and it has the same chemistry.
So I have Rivera pretty good to the point that I wouldn't put a random combo silver ahead of him, but I would put one of the good combo silvers ahead of him.
Yeah, but also, I mean, a decent combo gold will be kind of pushing it.
I
But
guess
yeah,
my
like a
point is that a decent gold combinator is actually not giving you that much more than the 245. So it just turns out that Rivera is really nicely set up where, let me pull him. He just has a lot of combinator, like he has a lot of chemistry with some of the,
yeah with Hughes and whatnot. Yeah.
yeah, so Hughes and then, Soho and Matsui, that's not the direction I've gone, but they're kind of close enough that if you've got combinator versions, you're going to play them. And you're
No,
just getting a lot of chemistry.
I mean, there's most of these combinators are off meta. I mean, there's like maybe three or four that are kind of meta combinators, but most of them are off meta.
I think that's
Um,
right. Yeah. So okay. So if we kind of go through and kind of see what will we do with this. So looking at the rotation, Fister will probably look at the card. Well, I guess that's on our list today, right?
I mean, it's a nice card. It's just not a combinator. So that's a pretty substantial issue.
Yeah, I'm guessing. All right, let me run a model because I haven't looked much at. I think I mentioned I hadn't looked a lot at the new cards yet. But okay, yeah. So Fister, I think, is a fair candidate for the best non-combinator starter, not named Logan Webb right now.
Sure, but you still shouldn't put it on your team.
So you are
Uh,
losing a lot of chemistry,
yeah,
but
that Fister should be sold. Um,
let's see. Hughes looks really strong. My guess is that Hughes is probably your best starter at level 5.
Definitely, yeah, not close.
So it's an
Especially because
interesting
he's
decision
getting
how you want to do
chemistry.
this in a do or die. So on the one hand, there's a little bit of an advantage to saying if you're going to lose, you want to lose game 1. The big disadvantage is your number 1 starter is the only player that has a shot to start twice if you're running a 5-man rotation.
Yes,
And I think you probably want Hughes starting twice instead of Fister.
yeah, I would agree with that.
So Lowe's and Strasburg, I just think you're not getting as much by running these because they're off meta as you would with even closer to a base version of some of the real meta options.
I mean, yeah, at this point, if you've already spent the money to boost them, you kind of have no choice but to keep playing them.
So I guess that's a good question
But
maybe is what's the trigger for deciding to kind of upgrade? If you decide that you're going to upgrade every time like you're going to eke out a quarter of a win, it gets really
no, I mean,
is pricey the right word?
yeah, I think like boost the decision to boost Lowe's in Strasbourg, I think was probably not great. But once you've done it, you probably just have to keep playing them until they get really clobbered.
Yeah, so I guess that's really the question is what would be your trigger for deciding to replace a card like this? I'm going to have a similar decision. I invested in sort of a meta team initially, but they're not going to be a meta team the whole cycle.
No, I mean, it depends a lot. Okay, well, certainly you're going to keep playing the card until there's a base card that's better than it, which um, that much is pretty clear. Um, I guess probably it probably depends what your goal is, and to some degree, like um, you know, if you're like if all you want to do is to just sort of let's say like okay, I want to have the best goal team possible. I don't care about actually making it profitable or doing anything else. Then yeah, you just upgrade them all the time. You don't care. In terms of like, well, the problem is that it really isn't a good fiscal decision, if you will, to do this.
Right. So I think in general, it's tough to
Um,
boost combinators and really be getting enough value that it was a positive decision unless you kind of get to a point that you're dominating a level. But even 2 or 3 full builds at the same level is probably enough that there's a little bit just
yeah,
too much competition to dominate enough that you get it back. Uh,
yeah, no, yeah,
the other problem where you get a little bit stuck with a card like Billy Lowe's, I assume it's Lowe's. I guess it could be Lois, right? But I'm
I see
assuming
low.
it's Lowe's.
Yeah,
Billy. Um, the other problem with boosting, whether it's this card or anything, because I'm going to run into the same problem as cards cycle out. You don't get most of the value back. So I don't know what you paid for Billy. My
Probably
guess is that you
minimum.
probably got him for maybe not exactly the minimum because there's always a bit of competition for these, but probably relatively low. But then the problem is you're still going to be paying a fair bit to boost the card. So Mantra Dynasty, you heard lows. Okay, because I don't think I actually had ever heard someone talk about the player like as a player. So well, let's go with lows then.
Yeah, Lowe's L10 is 28K. So yeah, pretty close to
Okay, so
minimum.
you pay 25 to 30, and that very much can happen. But now the problem you're going to run into is what you invested basically to bring him up to level 5. And without kind of knowing, actually, I guess I can look up and see roughly how hard it is, but I can demonstrate this because I've got some combinators I'm looking to boost anyway, so we can look at some examples. So it looks like Lowe's actually has a lot of options. Uh, so he played 6 seasons with Campanella, where you got a mission card, 6 seasons
Sure.
with Duke Snyder, Gil Hodges, 7 with Dick Williams, 6 with Pee Wee Reese. So he's probably relatively cheap to boost. But even if he's relatively cheap to boost, I'll just pull out a quick.
No,
Yeah,
you're
so
still
you probably
spending
still paid
50K or
between
something.
50 and 70K to boost him, depending
Yeah.
on how patient you were in the card shop. Uh,
And luck on the 1 to 2 business.
yeah. And so even when you cycle him out, because you can't sell him as a level 5, you're selling him as a base combinator, you're going to get maybe the 20K or a little bit over that you paid for him back if someone else buys him, but you're not going to get that 50 to 70K. That's just gone. So you probably end up not selling him. You're probably better off keeping him around because occasionally there will be some very restricted format. Maybe there will be a PTCS or PTMS format where suddenly it's restrictive enough that some cards that miss the meta jump back in and he happens to hit one of them. So probably you don't even try to recoup the 20K would be my guess.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah.
But it does mean you get a little bit stuck there. So I guess that's a question. So for example, looking at this team, if you're thinking about where you upgrade it, Lowe's and Strasbourg are probably behind the best versions now of base combinators for the meta. Pfister and Webb are actually ahead of the base versions of a bunch of these combinators, but they're not giving you the combinator chemistry. So I guess one question is, what would you be doing to try to upgrade this, and kind of who are you cycling out first?
Um. Well, okay. Webb is better than Fister, so it's not Webb. I guess Lowe's. I haven't looked, but Lowe's is probably better than Strasbourg, so it's not Lowe's. So it's either Fister or Strasbourg. Um.
Or put one of them in the bullpen and take one of these kind of gold relief options that are also a little bit out of the meta and push one of them out is also
Yeah, I mean, I
possible.
think like given that Fister is worth what probably 25 or 30K right now, and in a week he'll be worth 5 to 10. I mean, you should sell him right now. Like Strasbourg's price is not changing, Lowe's price is not changing, Webb costs nothing, but Fister price is like 3 times what it will be in a week, so you should just sell him.
But it is worth noting that if you're going to replace with a combinator, you do have to find one. And
Well, but I mean, just replace it with some random other card, and it'll be better. I mean,
hey, there's a Sabathia up for
like, no, I
500K.
mean, even if you don't replace it with another combinator, like you're going to be getting, you'll make your team very slightly worse by replacing it with, Pedro Estasi or something that costs nothing, right? I mean, it's a worse card, but it's not that much worse of a card that you like tank your win rate hugely.
See, I think I
Uh,
would actually. I think the difference between Fister and Estasio, especially if that's the card that you're running twice a tournament, I
no, not
think that
twice, no,
I
but
think that is enough that in a week you'll probably make 10 packs back
but,
or something by
but
having Fister there instead.
you're not running them twice. You'll just change your rotation around. So Hughes is twice, and he's in some like I don't know. I mean, Estacio is just a random card. It's probably a better option at this point. I just sort of
Well,
picked
yeah,
one out.
so we could see. So who are the starting pitchers that you would, prefer? Just, let's say of cards that you could get, basically.
Well, new McCullers, but he's expensive.
Well, I'm just showing you sort of what's actually in the shop right now.
Oh, for combinators.
Yeah, here, I'll show you just like, let's say you decided you wanted to upgrade. Because
Well, but
one
I
of the
mean, the thing
problems
is
with
that
combinators, so for example, I spent probably 2 or 3 weeks maintaining the high bid on Rivera before one got pulled.
yeah, no, I mean the thing is that boosting these all is a mistake. Um, so I mean,
Yeah, but I guess that's why I'm asking, looking at here, actually maybe I should sort by, well, I could sort by last 10, I guess. Maybe that's a good way of just getting a sense of did other people get interested in a card. But sort of looking at some cards that you can actually get, who are some of the cards that you'd actually be targeting and think this is a better investment than kind of running with what I've got?
I don't see any of these. I just replaced it with some random other card, some other cheap starter, or put one of the relievers that one of your combo relievers in and pick some reliever up. You know, like
Yeah, I mean, I see a couple options. So one that I've seen a lot of people go for that I don't think is a great choice is this Brendan McKay. I just don't
no, it's
think you get
impossible.
enough in either direction, even as a combinator, for it to be worth it.
No, he's also, I mean, he's absurdly expensive to boost because he doesn't have any teammates or anything.
The card that I would have targeted and did target and found was sort of almost unboostable is Kuroda. This card, I know he's a silver. This card, if you can get him to level 5, I actually would be very happy to be starting this in a gold rotation right now.
No, I mean, I think what I'd do is I'd sell the Fister. I'd put one of the I don't know Needlinger or whoever was in the bullpen, and I mean it's probably slightly worse, but like okay, not a big deal. Uh, and then buy your Fister back in a week and save yourself 20K. I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, I might do that either way, but just sort of thinking about like if we're trying to upgrade the team, who are the cards we're really going for? Because it's
I
all well
mean
and good to say we should upgrade with
Dollander.
combinators.
I like Dollander, but he's not possible. I mean, I don't like him that much, but he's not possible to boost, so he's
You're
probably a
going to be
bad
spending a
choice.
bunch to boost him at
Yeah,
least. So Dontrell Willis is interesting. He's so splitty. He is actually expensive to boost. I'm slowly boosting mine. I think I've got it to level 4, but even at level 4, I don't think I'm running him in gold quicks at the moment. I'm trying to remember whether I am. Maybe I'm running him as a specialist. But like I see someone actually just bought the one that was at 40K. The thing I really like about this card is, especially in quicks, if you can successfully run an opener and get this card against a left-handed lineup, this is just excellent. Even if you don't fully boost him to level 5. But
sure.
if you have somebody that's going to run righties against him, at level 5 he's kind of survivable, but behind some of the better meta options. But you really need to boost him to make this tolerable against righties. Trying to see who
Yeah, it
else.
seems pretty bad.
So this Warren Hacker is also close for me, and the reason he's close is that leveling up combinators flattens the card a bit.
I still have this thing getting
So he
absolutely.
doesn't quite get enough home run suppression to really work, but I don't hate the idea of taking a card like this if you're trying to play earlier era tournaments with him and then just throwing him on a gold quick team as an extra combinator
I
who's
mean,
more survivable.
and I think at least in my model, anything except like relatively early dead ball, this is going to get homered to death. Okay.
The base version for sure.
No, even the L5. I mean, the 60p home run is just pathetic. I mean, you're just going
Yeah,
to get
but
homered.
72 versus righties, so it's a similar thing where you really want to run an opener, and this is a splittier card than it
I
might
mean, if
seem.
we're going to play it in an early era, we can't run an opener.
Sorry, no, I meant for the gold quick.
Oh, you're not. I'm never playing this in gold quick. I mean, isn't this just going to get some people are going to have two lefties in their lineup and they're going to hit home runs four times a game. I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah, I'm just trying to sort of see, in practice, if you were just looking to replace, are there any cards I'd be targeting, and to be
No, I
fair,
mean,
there generally aren't. So, what
no,
I've got a nice long combinator watch list.
yeah, and you just sit there refreshing it all day. That's the way to do it.
And if there's a card I like, I just buy it immediately. With one exception, there was one on my watch list today that I did not buy. That maybe I should have, but it was sort of the same discussion where I think if I boost him to level 5, he's now only half a win upgrade over what I'm currently running. And that just didn't seem like a good use of 100K.
Yeah. No, I mean, the correct way to play the game right now is to sit and watch your commented watch list and click refresh list repeatedly until someone who doesn't understand the cards are worth lists you're the card you want for way too little, and then you buy it. It's really fun. It's great. Like,
Yeah. Well, we can demonstrate. We can boost some combinators a little bit later, but let's go back and look at what else we would do kind of to think about improving a team like this. So the good news is, even though these cards are a little bit behind the meta, the combination of boosting them and the chemistry is going to make this a very playable build. It's just going to be a bit behind sort of the top builds where they're both fully combinator and also closer to the meta. And my guess is that's what you're seeing. So you'd have a better idea than I would. But my guess is that this is a build which is probably winning, 55 to 60% of its games or something, but probably also ending up losing a lot of best of threes at the end to kind of fully stacked teams, if I had to guess.
yeah, I would guess that this team is kind of tiny bit better than like a no combinator full meta, but not like substantially so.
But also, you don't get those necessarily in a quick either, right? A lot of quicks are teams that are not fully meta to begin with, and then this team is significantly better than they are.
Yes, certainly.
So if you look at, in fact, that's where you see, so he is in the semis, and if you look at who he's played, so here's a build which there are a couple combinators. I like the Blankenship combinator, but this is a build that's sort of a mixture of some meta cards and maybe some that are a little bit behind.
Well, so some of them are quite a lot behind. I mean, Lefty Holmes and Eddie Murray and Jimmy Brown, like those are all cards that are not really remotely close.
That's probably fair. Although in a do or die, so for example, you're unlucky that you're facing Phil Hughes instead of, say, Dutch Leonard.
Yeah. I mean, Leonard's better than Holmes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
All right. Chick Hafey, he's pretty bad too, right?
Anyway, that's sort of a solid, slightly sub-meta build. Here's the other one. Again, I think this is a pretty good non-combinator build, I think.
Yeah. This looks reasonable.
There are one or two cards here that I'm not familiar with, which I'm probably about to become familiar with in our discussion later on. But based on the other cards that I know about, I'm going to guess that they're solid cards.
Yeah, this looks very reasonable to me. I'm probably make a couple of tweaks, but this looks fine.
I mean, it's funny because that's just not what I'm sort of expecting to see. Maybe they're getting on. Let me see who I played. Okay, yeah, so this is a team that's probably a little bit more behind the meta.
Yeah, this team is a bit further behind, for sure.
Here you're playing next round. Okay, well, next round, actually, you're getting a team that should be a bit further behind.
Unless there are a lot of combinators on this, this does not look great.
No, it's actually combinator free.
Oh, that's okay. I don't understand this team then. Why are we playing Posey and Raritan? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Because people only play left-handed starters.
Okay, yeah, yes. Frank Shugart. That's an interesting choice for gold. This looks like it got messed up to me, in all honesty. somehow. Like, there's just a lot of cards in this roster that don't make any amount of sense.
Anyway, that's my guess. So maybe, but if the player pool is a little tougher, then maybe the win rate's a little lower than what I just suggested. Okay, and as for the hitting, so here we've got, first off, we've got 14 combinators. So you're always getting the max chemistry.
No, there's no Adele. But Adele's so
Sorry,
strong.
Adele. That's right. Okay.
If you're gonna play one non-combinator, that's a pretty good one to play.
Yeah, I think that's right, because Adele is pretty far ahead of some of the base versions. So I would still run a level 5 combinator over Adele, even before the chemistry boost. But
Right.
Adele is one of the last cards that I would take out. Like Adele and Logan Webb are sort of close to the last cards that I take out of the build, I think, if I'm building a gold team.
Yeah, some of the new TEs I think are similarly strong, but again, it's the same issue with their price has been as tanking, and Adele should be cost basically nothing all the time. So, yeah, Adele's 3K and he's not moving, so there's no reason not
Yeah.
to keep that one.
And then otherwise, I think some of these are cards that I really like, especially at high level. So Pinch Thomas, you know, have even run in League, I guess, at level 5. He was a little
Yeah,
bit
Pinch Thomas.
expensive to boost, but you found a way to do it. Blankenship, I think, is maybe the card you get the most value for boosting to level 5 because the flexibility also means you're not locking yourself in the way you are with some of the other combinator decisions.
Yeah, Blanket seems good.
Bip
Um,
Roberts, I think, is a bit behind the meta, but this is also the shape of card where getting him to level 5, he really benefits a lot from the things combinators are giving you.
well, again,
So
there's
I,
a lot of positions, which is good. I much prefer to boost a card that has many positions, unless it's like super strong.
yeah, because it means that the card just survives more. Because especially in a lot of these constructed formats, really your last few players on the roster, if you're getting chemistry out of them and just being able to cover positions, you're happy. And if you can do this with a card that's also not that far behind the meta, like Bip Roberts, I think was probably a meta card day of release.
He's a little behind then, I think, but yeah, he was closer.
At least close
Um,
enough. Yeah.
but yeah, like Soho, I think is a good example of a card not to boost.
Yeah, I think
Like
Soho
this
is
one,
one where you're starting off a bit far
great.
behind the meta, and then it's also a shape where the things that you're really getting out of boosting him don't help you as much as some of the other places.
Yeah, even level 5, this card is still behind a lot of base stuff. I'm sure.
But there's actually something that's worth thinking about. So for the pitchers, so okay, in general, what combinators do is that they boost everything, but they also flatten the shape. So, for example, you see here, okay, avoid Ks and BABIP are a bad way to describe it because they work a little bit differently. But roughly the idea is you started, in the base version here, you were at 137 avoid K, 52 BABIP. And what happened was you're adding now 14 to the avoid K and 9 to the BABIP. So you're sort of flattening the card a little bit. And especially for some of these iron cards, what's happening is, it's funny because I know Spore has been talking about like the PT25 shape, and as we kind of keep explaining, there's not really a PT25 shape. There are different shapes at different levels because of the way the power curve changes.
Mhm.
But one of the things that's happening is players really are being strongly punished for being very, very bad at something, and especially the pitchers. And then on the hitting end, they start to be really rewarded for being very, very good at
Some
least certain
things.
somethings. So
Yeah.
power and eye are two of those. So what that means is a card like Soho, what you're really doing is you're making him even better at avoiding Ks. But that's not the really valuable thing to boost here, in terms of like getting something to run away. If this were a pitcher, where the pitcher had a few of these flaws, kind of flattening the shape like this would have been quite a bit better.
Yeah, I mean there is some of that for pitchers too, but it's on the really high end, um, and only
The
for certain. Yeah.
The other thing
Well,
is the defense doesn't quite get the same combinator boost as the other ratings on the card.
it does not.
So that also means that a glove first player is probably not going to get as much extra value out of the combinator boost as a bat first player, with a key exception. If you have a glove first player where the bat's just a little bit too weak to really make him viable, the fact that you're upgrading his bat may really make it work. So I'm thinking about, for example, all of the higher end Aussies that we've had, and I know, Isidafo, you've played in some earlier versions where there were really good high end Aussies, right?
Yeah, and low end Aussies. I mean, the way that he hit fit how 20 and 21 worked really, really well. So he was amazing at every level, basically.
Yeah, if the game survives long enough, I've been hearing so much about sort of an old time shoeless Joe Jackson. I'm assuming that's going to be the big throwback topper.
It's funny because that wasn't actually the best card in PT21. It gets remembered really, really well, but it was not the best card in PT21.
So I didn't play PT21, so I'm just going, sort of going by the lore.
Yeah.
But if you've got something to,
No, it's funny. The best card I think that's ever been released. Um, well, okay, besides PTMS stuff because that's kind of different. But like the best regular cards ever released, I think, is PT19 Dallas Keuchel. Just probably not a card that many people remember. But it was an 86 that was, I think, like the third best pitcher in the game.
I see.
Um, yeah, it was the most absurd card. But it was pretty much because the engine was non-functional,
So
I'd say.
the one that I remember as best from the times I've been playing would be the Mathos last year.
Yeah, Mathis was really good. I mean, there's some other ones that'd be fun to like. What was it? PT22 live Tyler Wells. That would be a fun one to get back. It's probably the best live they've ever printed. Maybe this year's Web is a contender. Uh,
That's right.
Christmas
The
Ricky.
Christmas Ricky was that was a funny card because it took a while for people to realize the value.
Yes. Well, it's the best card in the game for a long time, and yeah. Um, what else is there be fun to get back? Uh, oh well, I mean, the PT20 Team of the Decade series would be sort of fun ones, but again, like I don't know how many people were around for that. It was also kind of a fiasco because they screwed the odds up at some point.
Anyway, right.
Yeah.
Going back, so what else would we do? Maybe as I should ask, what else we would do differently, sort of with a build like this? So yeah, I think you're a little bit locked in, and even Adele is sort of one of the last cards to rotate out. So that's an interesting question, given how good Adele is, but the fact that you're not getting the combinator boost. I mean, the chemistry boost. Would you first replace Adele, or would you first replace some of the combinators that have cycled out of the meta? Like, I'm thinking actually I'd probably replace a card like Dib Williams, where you already haven't invested as much in the boost, so it's a little bit easier to replace,
Yeah.
or
I
Casey
mean,
Blake.
even
I'd probably do those before I replace Adele.
Williams or Blake. I mean, Soho is so awful. Um, like he's really, really just terrible. Uh, that one feels like it needs to go to me.
I will say shortstop's really hard. So, for example, what I'm doing, which is almost certainly a mistake, is running J Bell, and I'm even running him versus righties where I really shouldn't be running him.
Yeah, I mean,
Just because
okay,
I don't have a better combinator. There are a few of the future legends where if I found the combinator, they're really expensive to boost, but I'd still probably do it.
I mean, in a week once the price comes down, I think I would just play the TE Gene Segura.
By
Uh,
the way, I think I won my bet. So you notice we're how long since we're 3 minutes since I hit my silver pack from Mothership. And we've had 25 people join the stream in those 3 minutes.
Welcome, everyone.
So I think I win my bet.
Oh, I think also stream ended, so that may have helped.
Yeah, our Arius I think would be 250k level. What are some of the other options here? Okay, there is actually a Joey
Connie
Ortiz
Day.
on the market at least. I would love this card. I would happily pay the 70k if I thought he were at all boostable.
I mean, isn't the answer Connie Day?
He's also not boostable, but yeah, I
Better
would
than the
definitely go
future.
for. But the problem is Connie Day. So what's Connie Day going to cost you as a base though?
Boatload, like 200k probably at least.
Yeah, so the question is, would you rather pay, let's say, 200k plus? You're still going to pay another 100k plus to boost him, right?
I mean, you get to play him in 4 or 5 tiers. Then
You get to play him in 4 or 5 tiers, but he's probably not that far from being surpassed in the higher end, just as power creep comes in.
sure. I mean, it depends because, like, you know, one of the things which is definitely true about the combinators have incentivized people to play a single tier, which I think is, well, for me at least, very boring.
Less fun,
But
yeah.
some people enjoy it, so fine. But if you're going to try to play a lot of tiers, a card like Connie Day is really what you want to be doing, where you get to play him all over the place. You don't have to reinvest in every tier constantly.
Yeah, and I think there are a few of these actually that are worth doing. So, for example, I'm running. You see, I'm actually running 7 cards below gold in this build.
Yeah.
And, you know, and some of them actually I think are even the top option when you boost them enough. But some of them are just close enough that the fact that I can run them on multiple levels means it's not really worth upgrading.
Like
So
Steve
for
O'Neill is not a card you would run if you had your pick of the litter, but
no, but Steve O'Neill at level 5 I have is better than the level 2 Walkenfuss I have by a little bit, and Walkenfuss is just too expensive for me to boost, and Steve
sure.
O'Neill's perfectly fine.
No, I mean you probably want Posey. Like that's the ideal card for that spot.
Maybe, but the problem is I still want to run Pinch as the number 1, and then Posey's kind of expensive to boost, and even when boosted, he's still not quite good enough versus righties.
I guess once the new Silver Bumgarner comes down in price, then he'll be easy.
I guess that's right. Yeah. So I do think it's a bit of a tough problem, kind of figuring out like which direction you want to go with this. But I think probably I would upgrade the pitching first. The other thing to think about is sometimes the pitching is actually the best equalizer. So often we're talking about ways to improve the roster where we think we're trying to be the better team. But one of the kind of things to keep in mind is pitching really gives you two things that hitting doesn't uh, in terms of competition. So the first is in a one-off format, pitching is a situation. It's kind of like a great goalie in hockey, right? You can be the much weaker team overall, and your goalie, stands on his head for a night, and you still win the game.
Sure.
So pitching is something where, in principle, you can beat a combinator team in a one-off game if your pitcher has a good enough day. It's much less likely if you're starting off with weaker pitchers. It's much less likely if their hitters are really, really good. Like all of these things are true. But if you told me, for example, your job is to beat a full combinator team in a one-off game, and I'm going to let you pick one card and make it a combinator, it's always going to be
Logan
my
Webb.
starting pitcher.
Logan Webb.
Well, or whichever your starting pitcher is,
Yeah.
right? No,
Yeah.
but
No, I
for
mean that's
example, even with
definitely
how
true.
good Logan Webb is, I don't think the answer is run Logan Webb and pick a different level 5 combinator. I think the
No,
answer
for
is
sure.
still take your best level 5 starting pitcher.
I will say though that in general, because obviously starting pitchers don't pitch every game. I do find that for most cards, you get more war out of a level of boosting a hitter than a level of boosting a pitcher in general. I mean, it's not true in every case because obviously each card boosts a little bit differently, but
Well, and also it stacks because the nice thing about hitters is
yeah,
as the hitters get better, they help each other out because it means in a long series, your whole lineup is deep. It means all of your hitters are seeing more plate appearances, which means you're seeing more pitches, which means there's this cumulative effect wearing out the bullpen of your opponent. So hitters stack with each other better than pitchers stack with each other for sure.
definitely.
But if you're just starting out and asking, what can I do to compete? Like your first two or three combinators, you'll probably get the most value out of high end starting pitchers rather than adding one big bat.
Yes, almost certainly true. So I guess in general, probably you're supposed to start by buying a bunch of combinators and not boosting them, or like boosting to level 2 only,
Maybe.
instead of doing like level 5, the next one level 5, the next one level 5.
Definitely, if you have a fixed budget, that's going to be more efficient because you're
Yeah.
getting the chemistry boost immediately. I think that's at least one good decision that was made is that the chemistry boost doesn't go up with higher level.
Oh, that would have been a complete disaster. I mean, it already is a complete disaster, but
Okay, you know what would have been an interesting decision? I'm trying to think how you would respond to this. How would you have gone about building a team if the card type included the combinator level? That is to say, level twos have
oh,
chemistry with other level twos, but they don't have chemistry with something that's not at level two.
well, you're still supposed to get everyone to level 5, I
You're
guess.
supposed to get them to level five, but what would be the path you take?
Um, probably the Probably, yeah. You're supposed to get everyone to level 2, and then acquire all the cards to make everyone level 3 at once, and make them all level 3 at once, and then repeat that.
Maybe, but the problem is by making them level three, you're losing chemistry, but you're making the card better. So then you have
No,
to
no, you make them
decide
all
which is
level.
the
No, you acquire the cards, but don't do all the boost, and then you just do all the 26 boosts in one
right. But
go.
what I mean is it takes a while to acquire the cards, and so in the meantime, you could be playing better versions of the same card essentially.
Yeah, but I mean, so my general estimate is kind of that, like, I mean, it's very much a back of the envelope kind of thing, but that the full chemistry bonus is worth about 2 levels. So,
Probably somewhere around there. Yeah.
um, yeah, probably, unless you're able to get quite a lot of them up to level 5, and also like you're losing it for everyone too, right? You're losing 2 levels for all your players if you just sort of make it random.
Oh, here we go. Now we can test this. So it was the bronze cap that I think Hawkmoon was saying broke, right?
Yes. Well, I
So,
guess the other thing
so
is
if
that,
I
like,
go to bronze cap, the question is, will this roster be broken or not?
yeah,
I think it won't be, but of course it
that
was
shouldn't be.
broken when we test apparently live, so I don't know.
Um,
Okay, kidneys, first off, you're welcome to join us. But to be fair, we did have a channel point redemption that slowed things down a bit.
yeah.
Okay, no, it's
So
not broken.
anyway,
All right, I have no idea what broke the roster earlier then.
hopefully that was a some decent discussion, Josh, about that general situation.
Yeah, hopefully
Um,
we tried to do something useful.
I don't know if there's anything which specifically you wanted us to look at. We didn't, but
Yeah, but I didn't sort of want to just sort of say like, oh, no combinator bad or something. Like I think it's actually worth thinking about in a practical sense.
yes, no, I agree.
What is it that you actually improve, first and stuff like that.
Yep, yep. All right, well, in honor of Kidney, should we do some cards, or is
We could do some cards. Um, yeah, we have
Many, many
110.
cards. 110 cards.
Oh, that'll
Oh
that'll
boy.
be that'll be quick, right? And
Yep.
this one's not broken, right? That one's not broken. So I have no idea then.
So that's I think we gotta start going quickly from the beginning here, because otherwise it is gonna take ages.
Yeah. Well, Kidneys, you want to join us? You're welcome to.
Well, to be fair, Tactile Next, all the tournament edition cards we're gonna give Fs are like the base versions are pretty good, so they won't be F minus. They'll just be regular F.
But I thought we were going to illustrate the peak gameplay because I have some combinators to boost.
Well, it's the only gameplay, so it's sort of by default the best way to play. Like, what other gameplay is there this year? You buy combinators, you boost them, and then you're done. That's it. That's the end of
Yeah.
the game.
I told you, I have my nice big combinator watch list. I've got all my players on it. If any of them gets listed, I look at it and I decide, do I want Bingo Moss for 100K? Well, actually, I no longer want Bingo Moss for 100K. So maybe I should take him off the watch list. But you get the idea. So, but all right, we can start by rating a few cards. Why not? Um, I've heard rating cards is a thing that happens. And there's going to be even better because for a lot of these, I haven't looked at the card yet.
Ooh, fun.
Oh, okay. You said we wanted to start with the T4 because they were released first.
Oh,
Should we do that? Because these I've looked
kidneys.
at a few of these cards.
Yeah, let's look at T4. Kidneys. We also have a limit on how many times per stream, so we're not going to get bombarded with them.
Unless I misclicked something, in which
Unless
case
it
we're going
was
to get
screwed up.
bombarded with them. It didn't take us a half hour to see it.
No, we saw it quickly. We did the rating very slowly, but we saw it fast.
Um, that's fair. All right. Let's look at a few of the treasure trove cards. So I guess coming in for expectations, these are all cards that are supposed to fill some role that Spore thought was maybe missing in the meta. Is that about right?
If by fill a role you mean run over existing cards, then yes.
There was something that seemed to be missing from the meta, and the idea is that these cards are kind of filling that void, I guess is what I mean.
That's generally the idea of T4, as I understand it.
All right, well, then why don't we get started with
The worst player in Major League history.
well, so why is his peak of 41? And he is not the worst player in Major League history. We still have a Tony Suck out there.
No. Bill Bergen
No,
has the lowest
I
total
know
career WAR.
he's one of the actual candidates for the worst player in
Yes.
Major League history. But the reason I don't think he's quite as far up there, he's a real candidate for the worst batter that managed to survive a while in Major League history. But the reason he survived so long was that there was a real glove there, right?
Yes. No, on a rate basis, he's not the worst, but on he does have by Fangraphs the lowest total career WAR of any player.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. But you're also then kind of trying to figure out how to properly do defensive ratings in an era where it's really tough.
Yeah, I mean his career WRC plus according to Fangraphs is 22.
Oh, the bat's absolutely nowhere. I guess what I'm saying is this seems like the kind of thing where he's sticking around so long despite that bat just because of how bad the glove was.
Right. So yeah, the implication, he kind of must have had something at least going on that kept him on rosters.
Right.
It certainly wasn't the hitting.
It's not the bat. So, how about looking at the player in an OTP context instead. So 41 overall. The bat is obviously bad for good reason. Is the
Yep.
glove good enough that you're interested in this card?
I don't think so. Um, I prefer Kemmler at 40, and I think that's kind of it. I also like a couple of the lives at 41 a
I
bit better
actually
too.
like the live Austin Barnes at 41 better than this by a fair bit as well.
Yeah, I love Ethan Barnes is my best 41 or below, but I think even Kemmler at 40 is better.
I
Um,
have Kemmler better. Hold on. Why is it? Oh, because I've gotten all non-live cards. Here we go.
Happy to do it.
So here's the Austin Barnes. So I've got Kemmler better versus righties, Hedges slightly better versus lefties, but
Yeah, I think either way, we're not really getting to a place where
sorry, I don't
we're
mean Hedges. I
interested.
mean Barnes. Sorry. Um,
Yeah, I don't think we're really ever getting to a place where we're interested in Bergen.
would you have been interested in this card as a 40?
I think I still prefer Kemmler. I don't know what the boosting is like. I'm guessing Bergen is easier than Kemmler. So probably if he's a 40
Just because you
and
played
he's easier
longer.
to yeah, and he's easier to boost than Kemmler, then I guess even if he's slightly worse, you probably prefer him by a little bit.
I think he's quite a
Um,
bit worse though, so I think I'd still just go for Kemmler.
well, yeah, I mean, I don't know what either one has. Like, there probably is something. There were actually some decent players on those kind of early 1900s Brooklyn teams. So there's probably something decent
Well, so Mr.
to
Black, I
him.
think the bat is trash, but that's what the player's bat was in real life.
No,
But
he's
I think you
worse
could
than
have
a
printed
pitcher.
him as a 40.
Yeah, I think give him a fine 40. But like, yeah, Tim Jordan should be pretty good, I imagine. Um,
Okay,
for
so this is
boosting
probably an
him,
F
the
then.
early Yangling is decent. Yeah, it's an F. It's an F.
It's at least kind of a unique shape, so
No, it's not an F
I don't think
minus.
I don't think there's a situation I'm going to run it, but it's at least the best card of its type. It's just that the type kind of doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right, how about Jimmy O'Connell? So you're actually getting sort of a bit of a true outcome type player in center and right. He's actually already in a mission, so you get some value there. I'm just stalling a bit because as I said, I haven't looked at any of these
Yeah,
cards.
this one I kind of actually like a bit. Um,
I'm looking. Well, you know why I'm not going to like him is because hey, Goat Anderson's eligible in center.
so I mean I have this. So Justin Maxwell's kind of been my usual 41 that I've been running all over the place. Um, and I do have this a little bit worse um, than Maxwell. Um, but Maxwell is impossible to boost. I mean, completely impossible. And this one this one is better. I don't know if this one's better or not. I haven't really looked. If it's better,
Let me see how
then
long Jimmy O'Connell played.
it's probably interesting.
Jimmy O'Connell, no more than 2 seasons with anybody,
Okay, then it's enough.
so probably going to be pretty difficult. He did have 2 seasons with Frankie Frisch, so if that low diamond ever gets cheap, I guess there's an option.
Okay, so
Two
maybe
seasons with Rosie Ryan. That's about it.
it's probably not really any use on Maxwell then. Yeah, it's about the same, I guess.
I think so, and I think Maxwell's actually quite a bit better. Partly the third position is really worth something if you're adding to the bench,
That's
but
true.
even though Maxwell's splitty, he's not that far behind versus right, and he's much, much better versus lefties.
Yeah. I was just saying, like,
Yeah.
if this, I didn't know how long, if McConnell played for a number of seasons, and he was, like, Maxwell is impossible at level 5, basically. I mean, he
So
is
I'm also a
nothing.
little bit surprised at that, and it may not stay, because the thing about Maxwell is he's just in an era where there's a bit of a bias toward printing players from that era, right? We see that every year that just, you're trying to print players that people enjoy, and the audience that you're printing cards for has much more vivid memories of 2012 than they do of 1912.
It seems like one of the issues with Maxwell is that he played. I mean, he played 7 seasons, but he played for 4 different teams in 7 seasons. So there's just like no one with whom he had a long enough overlap.
That makes sense. Yeah, so Mr. Black Daniels is also a card I like a lot. Daniels, also kind of splitty. So I don't think I'm ever running O'Connell over those. I think he's close, but I just don't really see a good reason to jump to O'Connell.
Yeah, he's probably not going to play. I mean, it's more interesting, I guess. At least, well, yeah, probably just not playing it. Yeah.
The other
So
thing is there are a bunch of good options sort of both above and below him in center. So if you go down to 40, Roger Maris is still getting you like a little bit of value. And also, actually, I
John
don't think he's
Coleman.
worth investing in boosting, but he would actually be a pretty easy boost.
John Coleman is the card which I'd want to. I mean, he's going to be really hard to get to level
Coleman's
5, but that's the
really
card
hard to
I want.
boost, but is going to give you more value as a 40. And then if you move up in center field, there are now two lives that I think give you a fair bit of value. There's the Brett Phillips we had since the beginning, but the Michael Ciani
Yeah, Theon
also
is really good. Also.
at 44, I actually even have a slightly more valuable probably.
I think I still have Phillips ahead, but yeah, I still have Phillips ahead by a little.
I have Phillips very, very slightly ahead, but Ciani's 2 points
Yeah,
cheaper now.
yeah, 2 points. 2 points. Yeah, and there's some other some other random commenter like Roger with pause is probably a decent 44. Um,
All right, so it's probably an F, but it's an interesting F.
yeah, it's a
Um,
reasonable card list.
it is much harder when I haven't seen the cards before. It is fun though. Danny Riddleberger. There are a couple I've seen because I went out and combinated them because, of course. But so I've seen some of the
Fun time.
T4s. Danny Riddleberger. Do I actually need to run a model on this? Because by eye, this just looks like it's going to be nowhere close.
No, this card is awful. I mean, I
Uh,
like stuff more than most people it seems in this cycle, and I'm
I
not
kind of
even
like
close to
stuff in
enjoying
iron
it.
also, but he's just so far behind in all the other ratings, it
No,
doesn't
no, he's
matter.
terrible. He's really, really awful.
I'm not playing this at 40. Is this the rare low iron F minus?
Yeah, probably. This
Or does he
card is
have just
really bad.
enough? Yeah, he probably does. All right. All right.
Good
We get
name though.
to bump the counter. All right. Patsy Flaherty. I also got to be careful not to add anything for music lessons, right? Since I haven't seen these cards before, I'm kind of seeing this all. All right. Patsy Flaherty. So this is on the high control and stamina end. Normally, I worry a bit with these high stamina cards that since stamina contributes enough to overall, they're just going to get killed in terms of ratings. But this, I suspect, is at least closer. So I'd better run it.
Yeah, I have it kind of fringy low iron. Not amazing, but like playable-ish.
No, I still don't want to even run in low iron now that I look at it. I think it's behind even just a bunch of lefties. So because it's behind like Ryerson and Packard.
Definitely.
Uh, Ochinko even it's a little bit behind. It's close, but there's this limited edition Art Shallock that I really wish was not in LE because I want to use his combinator food.
Yeah, it's a decent card too. It's just can't be a combinator. It's
Yep.
difficult. Um,
All right, so I think this one doesn't quite play, but it's
it's
closer at
probably a
least.
it's yeah, maybe it's a D or something. I mean, I guess this one will gain more from combinator than like some other cards. Like the giant P Rabbit guys are not going to gain as much, I guess, but
Probably.
I'm
Okay,
still
so
not
if I
getting it.
run him
Yeah,
as a level 5 combinator, let me see where he ends up. So then he doesn't improve as much as a card like Oka. I have him as fringy before combinator and fringy after combinator, but to
yep,
different cards.
same here.
And I also want to run Ichiro ahead of him.
Yeah, Ichiro's amazing, but he's not a starter, which is that Ichiro's like one of the best pitchers in the Iron.
Be impressed if we managed to bungle Jor Gordon's name, huh? Did we do it?
Yeah, that seems like the right pronunciation. Yeah,
Maybe it's Joey
it could
Gordon.
be Joey,
Yo
Yo,
Gordon, Yo Gordon.
Yo
Yeah.
Gordon. Okay, so I don't know what Flaherty's probably like a D or something. We're saying he's kind of fringy.
Yeah, I think so. And would I invest in a combinator for a fringy card? Probably not, especially because at 6 points, you're probably not going to want to run him in caps.
No, I wouldn't think so. I'd much rather like Ryerson's very tough to boost, but Ryerson is definitely
If you could boost
much.
Ryerson, you want to run him in caps. Constanti is still going to be cheaper, and I'd rather run Constanti, I think.
I just save a point for a very similar card. Yeah.
I'd pay one extra point to run Daryl May instead, I think.
But even I mean, like there's like Welsh, probably another
Sure,
one that's
yeah. Save some points and
over
run Welsh.
New York. Yeah, one of those kinds of guys. Yeah. So yeah, it's probably just low iron only and fringy there. So I think it's a
So
D,
maybe it's like more like a D minus then.
D minus.
All
Yeah.
right. Scott Oberg. How did you get Ryerson to level 4?
That's
That
impressive.
is impressive.
or very spendy.
Okay. Oberg. Well, so this is a shape that I think is really going to hit your model.
Yeah. So remember why I said Ichiro was one of the best pitchers in low iron?
Because you love this guy.
Yeah, I've got this. I mean, I have this playing in full iron. Um, that card just seems amazing to me.
Right. And I kind of want to punish the really low PBAB a bit more than you do. So I'm not nearly as interested in the card. But I guess the interesting thing is if you make a combinator version of this card, a lot of the PBABIP flaws, you know, they don't entirely go away, but they're mitigated quite a bit. So I like the
No,
combinator version of this card quite a lot.
yeah, I mean, this card seems. I mean, I don't have it as like the best reliever in full iron. Like, I still prefer my beloved Bill Campbell. Um, but
Well, the other problem is that, at least for the cards that are being listed as relievers, basically all of the top relievers in low iron are live.
uh, yeah, I mean, there's Ichiro, I guess.
That was Ichiro,
Um,
yeah. So just the fact that it's a combinatable low iron is also a real edge if you're trying to build that kind of team.
well, yeah, I guess there's Welsh. Welsh is probably a reliever. They're supposed to be a reliever with the borderline. Though we still haven't heard back if the Welsh combinator gets out of borderline or not. Um,
Right.
which is, of course, if he does, then you're definitely starting him. Um, yeah, I mean, I think York is probably the other non-live I would play. But yeah, there's a fair number of lives. Like,
Yeah, there are a couple, like, I think Trinkle, I wouldn't play the base version, but as a combinator, he's going to jump ahead of the lives.
he is very difficult. I mean, I have one, but I have not been
Well, it
able to
makes
get it to
sense,
any.
right? A card where it's a low iron reliever, it's very unlikely that a card like that is going to happen to have had a career where they spent a bunch of years with the same team.
Yeah, I mean, like I could do it. It's not impossible. Like there's 200 point gold and 100 point silver, so it's not impossible, but um, you know, not great certainly.
It can be hard to get them to 5 with just a 200 and a 100, let alone the
Yeah,
expense.
there's 1,000 point diamond also, but it's yeah, it's expensive.
All right, so where are
Uh,
you thinking on this one?
Stratico, I have Campbell absolutely clobbering everyone in iron. Um, Yeah.
I'm
Uh,
not quite as high on Campbell as you are.
Oberg, I mean, it's a reliever. I do have it playing up a half a tier. I guess that's probably an A.
And I definitely have him lower. So, but I guess I still do have PBAP as being worth a fair bit more than you do.
Yes.
If I take
Yeah,
PBAP
exactly.
out entirely, it obviously really strengthens the card.
Yeah, no, tackling that certainly as the cycle goes on, PBAB will get more and more important. Um, Definitely will be the case. And as you move up tiers, also.
So the main thing is, I guess actually that's a better way to say it. I have very low values of PBABIP as still being a big problem for a card. I have very high values of PBABIP as not being very helpful.
I see. I have it all similar, but it's hard to tell because it's too noisy.
It is really noisy.
Yeah.
So my model has it behave similarly to something like control, where
No, I
really low
yes.
control is a big problem, but the difference between like 150 and 180 control isn't that big.
Sure. I have it more like the high control range all throughout the range.
Okay, and that makes sense for why you really like these cards like Campbell and I don't.
Yes. Yeah, I mean obviously if you ignore PBAB entirely, Campbell is I mean
Is
everyone
incredible,
would
yeah.
yeah. Um
Campbell's the best PT-23 card, for the level by far.
yeah, yeah, by far. Yeah. Um
So, okay, so maybe split the difference and call it like a B or C.
yeah.
B minus.
Sure.
All right, all right. Brandon Harris. And see, I may not own a ton of these yet. Let's see what we got here. Kind of funny splits. Well, I guess okay. I'll
I
run the
mean
model by eye. I think
go
this
ahead.
is not a big enough bat to kind of play as a bat, and the glove doesn't let him play middle infield. But I guess the question is, can he play third? Maybe he can play third.
I
I
had
think
him
the bat's just not going to be big enough. All right, I'll run the model.
I had him like kind of interesting before yesterday. And then Dale Barra got released, and now I am uninterested any longer. Like I didn't have him as an awful card, but like Castro is great, and Dale Barra is even better. So that just I don't have a spot for him any longer.
All right, well, let me see where I've got him. Yep, I haven't looked at the card yet, but I see Del Barra's popping to the top of my model. So,
Yeah, Dale Barra is very good.
okay, yeah, so I'm not close to playing this card as a middle infielder. I do like the bat for a third baseman. The problem is, I think at third base, I'd rather be platooning. And then if
Well, I
I'm
don't
going
even.
to platoon, then it's tough for me to kind of find a way to use this bat.
I mean, I don't even have him as the best baseman. Like I'd prefer, if we're now going to play Barra at short and Castro at second, which I think is what people will do mostly. Like I'd rather play Woody Held at third. I'd rather play Josh Fields or various other platoons. Juan Francisco platoon or something.
I still
Um,
like the idea of taking a card like Hal Luby and just boosting him because the shape gets pretty good there. Or if I can ever find a Steve Hunts.
Yeah, Hunt's is obviously tremendous. They're black. He's asking if he plays in a high iron floors utility infielder. I mean, that's an incredibly narrow usage. I don't think you're going to care about the card if that's the only thing on use it for.
But would you
Um,
maybe play like a Grady Hatton instead, even?
I think you're. I mean, maybe if you have 2 points because you have your combinators.
Or
Like
you
the
just
thing with
play you
Capno,
play a Rango for free?
yeah, Rango. The thing with Capno is that a lot of the times you end up with extra points because it all just depends where your combinators happen to line up relative to the cap. Like you're not actually building to the cap; you're building to what your combinators are.
Absolutely, yeah.
And sometimes your combinators end you up with 5 extra points that you have no good way to spend.
I will say though that this Brendan Harris, the card he absolutely clobbers is the PTCS Mike Moustakas.
Well, that card was already clobbered, but it is now extra
I
clobbered.
know, but it's clobbered by this one too.
um,
All right.
yeah. So,
I
so
think we can just
Caps
so
is,
it just
yeah,
becomes an F at
I think
this
it is an
point
F.
then.
Yeah, it's just an
All
F.
right. Nate Robertson. I wish some of the points were moved to different locations.
Tiger alert! Tiger alert!
Yeah, there's a lot more hitting on this card than I would have expected, but I mean, not enough to make a difference. Just
No, no.
more.
I think though in all seriousness, there was some story to do with the Tigers that I think this is more of a kind of a good story card than a
Okay, yeah,
competitive.
I think I told you I sort of have been tuning out of a lot of this. I can still do the stream because it comes off the models, but
Yeah. So yeah, I think this
let
one
me
was
see.
not
I
intended
have
to
him
play.
about 20th among iron starters, so just
Yeah.
not really close enough.
No, I think it was not intended to play, and it is successfully accomplished that. But
Okay. Travis Lee. Now this is actually one of the cards I went out and got. Because you know how I feel about big bats.
when first base defense,
And
that's
this one
not much.
actually is a big bat that comes with a glove.
Well, big bat in one direction. I mean, VL it's a bit bad.
Yeah, but there's a reason he's an iron.
Yeah. I mean, I think this
VL,
is
that's what your level 5 Albert Pujols is for.
sure.
Okay, I have
Um,
this card as just by far the best VR bat at first.
I do too. I mean, this is I think the
Like,
first
nowhere
card
close.
which is really kind of competing with Curry Foley for hitting an iron. I mean, the one way Foley is much better VL than Lee is certainly.
For the important question, you know we got to ask it. Is Travis Lee boostable?
I looked at it and I thought the answer would probably be no, but I don't own one, so maybe I'm wrong.
Let's find out. Um, okay, not so easy on the high end. So he's going to be a little bit expensive to boost to high levels. Can we
Certainly,
boost him to low levels? Well, I think this is a question we'd better answer experimentally, right?
certainly.
Let's take a
It's,
shot at it. To the
Toby Hall
card
time.
combinator. By the way, this UI gets really tough when you start to have a lot of boostable combinators.
This UI is just tough to begin with.
So these
Um,
Marlon Andersons, I think, are going to give me a shot to get him to 3. I think beyond 3, I think 3 is where he stops, basically.
yeah. So Vector, it's funny. I found some like I have a Sean Rodriguez, and he was actually not bad. Because of Longoria. Like if they overlap long enough with Longoria, it's not horrible. Or David Price. But if they don't, it's pretty tough.
All
Two-way
right.
first base and iron, London Enjoyer. Um, yeah, I think Dahlgren is reasonable.
Two
I mean, you
way,
can just
I
play
just think it's a
Foley.
really good position to platoon.
Yeah, but it is probably
But
pretty.
my best two-way in iron is still Travis Lee because he's just
Oh,
so good versus righties that he averages out to the best.
mine I think is Foley because I'm willing to swallow the defense. Um, and like the bats
Uh,
VL.
as far as one that really doesn't have huge splits, maybe the live Carlos Santana is worth a look as well.
Um, yeah, I think the Dahlgren is reasonable. So there's an interesting one. I mean, the defense is awful, but Frank Howard is actually eligible at first base.
Fair.
Uh, I mean, he's like 15 or something, but his VL bat is really, really good.
But just
Um,
run Travis Lee.
yeah,
All right, all
I
right.
think
So what do we think?
certainly VL would be a big
46,
one.
46% chance. Is this going to work?
Well, 46% of the time it works every time.
All right, let's find out. Here we go. 46% chance. Do we have streamer luck? No. But that was the most exciting thing we've done on stream so far.
Well, it's really the only thing we've done on the team so far. None of the other stuff matters. This is all that matters.
That's true.
This is the game.
Well, fortunately, we can solve the problem by buying more Combinator food.
Woohoo! Oh, isn't this fun? Now we get to watch people push buttons repeatedly.
Look at all this clicking. This is, I mean, uh-oh, that might be a misclick. I'm not doing a good job of speed running my Combinator food.
Oh, yeah, this
All
is
right,
this is
who
very
is it
slow.
that's buying the food just ahead of me? Just
Yes, that's true, Bechdog. Yeah, because of all the memory leaks, every time you buy a card, the game slows down a little bit, and once you do it enough, the game basically becomes unusable, and you have to restart it or open the settings and close them again because that seems to fix it for some reason.
yeah, there is a little bit of that in there somehow, isn't there?
um,
All right, one more
yeah,
try. Let's try this one more time. Travis Lee.
or it just crashes. Yeah, crashing is also a good one. Does that too.
I was hoping to get up to 500. We're not actually that close to 500, are we?
Doesn't really matter though. It's all really the same below.
No, but it looks better on stream.
And now you have to be careful because you might accidentally feed the wrong food to this. You gotta
Yeah,
watch
that's
out.
why that's why I didn't feed the Bernie Williams. See, I've seen that trick before.
Yes, you have to be very careful because it's very easy to forget which food is for which combinator if you're boosting multiple at the same time.
All right, all right. Should we
It's great.
try a 26% chance? This isn't going to
Why
work, right? Let's try it. For the streamer lock, 26% chance. No. All right. Now I better back out of the thing and reload it because otherwise, stuff breaks.
Yes.
Oh, do we have a draft? I just want to make sure there's no draft that I have remembered. We have an hour plus. We could do at least another 5 cards by then, right?
Oh boy. At least the silver and gold teas will be quick.
Yeah. No, still in the gold cap. That's a good sign. All right. Um, anyway, so Travis Lee has at least moderate combinator food, which is pretty good for an iron as well.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
this should be almost over, right? We should be, yeah.
we'll say an interesting one I think is John Jaha, who isn't great, but he's pretty like he doesn't have big splits, and he for an iron he's really really easy to boost. There's like 2 silvers worth 400 points or something, or 300. I forget what exactly.
Yeah, but I have Lee just sort of so far ahead here. Well, Jaha is better versus lefties.
Yes, well, he's pretty even. I mean, it is a bit weird splits, but they're
The thing
at
is,
least
Jaha runs into a problem that it really only works in iron because for one more point, Sheffield just clobbers everything.
yes, that is true.
And is
Sheffield.
also very easy to boost.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think I'd rather like. Well, we'll get to him in a bit, but this joiner seems really, really good to me. That's. I would just do the joiner because I
You can do
assume he
both. You
will.
can play Joiner one way. I mean,
Well,
Sheffield has to be platoon.
I assume joiner will be. I haven't actually looked, but I assume he'd be pretty easy to do because he played for a while, right? And he had a number of long-term teammates.
Makes sense.
Um,
So, anyway, so Travis Lee, I just have him like completely clearing the field here. So, is it an S? I mean, it's tricky because we are going to have to talk about a couple of the cards that jump in bronze, and they're just some really big VR bats in bronze you can stick at first.
No, you're not playing him up in bronze. I mean, you're like even level 5. I don't. He's probably ahead of Joyner at level 5,
No,
but
I think
it's
well, I think level 5 he's probably good enough that you can maybe choose to. So if you're trying to play at every level, which I sort of would like to try,
yeah. Well,
that's why I went for Lee because I can't really run a full meta team at every level. So I have to find some cards that I'm just willing to let play up. In the same way you saw I was, okay, was I still loaded in the gold cap? I'm not. But like on the gold roster we had looked at before that I was running, I'm running some silvers that, I'm kind of playing up and they wouldn't play up if I really had a full gold build, but they're close enough to playing up that, some
right. It's not
cards
worth.
have to play up if you're not going to just invest in everything at every level. And I think Lee is a card that I'm willing to play up.
Um, I mean, I don't know. This Joiner is so ridiculous. Like, I have that card. It's just.
Yeah, so maybe the answer is Joiner's the card that you're supposed to boost and play up instead of Lee.
I mean, I like.
Cavacom,
I
the answer is no.
yeah. No, no. Um, yeah.
So yeah, I think Lee. I still think Lee sort of ends up being an S. It's weird because Lee might be an S and Joyner might be an S, and maybe that means Lee can't be.
I mean, certainly if I had to pick one of the two to boost, I would pick Joiner, and I also think he'll be a lot easier. Um, but I agree Lee is good.
Lee is just really far ahead of the field in Iron.
Yeah, I mean the only competitive bat VR is Foley. No, so Cavacom, it's a giant advantage, of course. It's also, I think, well, I shouldn't say I think, it is my least favorite mechanic. The boosting aspect of it alone, like not the idea of having to buy repeated bronzes and irons and silvers over and over and over again and constantly monitor the watch list and card shop for people listing cards at too low prices is, I think, by far the least enjoyable thing that Perfect Team has ever had. And I would say
Yes.
at this point, it's probably sapped like 95% of my enjoyment of the game because the things which I like to do, which were build rosters and try to find, interesting stuff to do, has been completely
Yeah, it's the combination of both that you're also
superseded
not
by,
really making
yeah.
roster build decisions because you've sort of already made those decisions when you decided which combinators to invest in.
Well, it's like, so, like, for PTCS, usually, when the format gets released, I spend some time, trying to look at the year and the format and trying to predict, okay, what kind of hand people are going to play, what's the park going to do, what's all that kind of stuff. And this time, well, I just skipped it completely. I estimated what the format would look like, and then I spent all my time boosting combinators. I sat in the card shop and I clicked buy now and reposted buy orders on various bronzes.
I just wasn't interested enough in the rewards to actually even boost the combinators. I just sort of like I'd actually invested in a full gold team. I think if I had bought 5 more combinators, I would have had a pretty, you know, strong shot there. But
Yeah, I
I
mean, your
didn't
team was
think
so.
that it was kind of really worth doing that because the prizes weren't good enough.
No, the only prizes which was, I mean, somehow people paid 400K for Musina, which was, I mean, just insane.
Yeah.
Like there were 5 starters better than Musina that would cost less than that. So I really, I don't understand. Um, that said, if there's anyone who does own a Musina and a Jason Giambi and is willing to do the chemistry experiment for me, I would appreciate it because I think you can actually get.
Are
I,
we
I
are
think I
we
mentioned,
really allowed to talk about Jason Giambi and chemistry like in the same sentence?
yeah. So I tried. I have a roster, which is based around like the mid 2000s Yankee, the 2005 Yankees basically, um, which I have actually now gotten over 20,000 total chemistry points. But I'm still not 100%. I'm at 99.96%.
Okay, so
Uh,
probably really just asymptotes to 100.
yes, but unfortunately, in order to get it any higher, I need um, well, I need Musina and Shambi. Uh, so um, yeah, the Tigers are also pretty good, like the '60s Tigers. Um, if
There do seem to be a lot of tigers in the game.
if we get like well, actually I don't have the Norm Cash. The Norm Cash would help, but if we get like a free hand or something, that would really be very good for that team. Or like an Alan Trammell would help a lot actually too, because they kind of span eras enough.
Makes
Um,
sense.
or
Um,
Whitaker, right? Yeah.
all right, so for Travis Lee, what do you think? Is it like an A plus or is it an S? I would have leaned toward S, but Joyner does make it like the rare S that just clobbers its level, but maybe still doesn't play up.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Let me see. Actually, I'm gonna uh, try to compare level 5 joiner or
Actually, yeah,
level
that's
5.
true. I can see what a level five Travis Lee would do. I assume a level five Travis Lee still beats a base joiner by a fair bit, but of course a
I
level
would
five
assume,
joiner
but
is gonna, you know,
joiner is really good though.
yeah, and a level five joiner will certainly be ahead of Lee.
Also, joiner is much less splitty. Like his
Yeah, and I think Lee is splitty enough that even as a high level combinator, the splits are still too big not to platoon him.
yeah, I think it's so. I guess yeah, probably Lee is more like an A plus or an S minus instead of full S. I guess because of joiner and the splittiness.
Yeah, I have a level five Lee is like half a win better than a base joiner.
Yeah, I do too. But VL, I have the base joiner better than L5 Lee.
Yes. All right. So how about an S minus?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right. Charles Johnson. Hold on. Did I remember to? Did okay. Charles Johnson. I think this is the first really low end Charles Johnson that I can recall us having. Is that right?
Yeah, which I guess is good because we've gotten in the past. Well, we had the gold last year that was okay, but often we've gotten Charles Johnsons which have just zero bat, and even though defense is great, they don't play. So probably trying to print him at lower level was a Giambi and Musina get 75. I assume with each other. No, Doc. I mean, if with the whole roster, they won't get much together, but the whole roster has like Jeter and Posada and Rivera, and then they get like 700 apiece or something.
Yeah.
Um, but it's not to be a competitive roster. It's just purely as an experiment to see how high
Yeah,
you
I
have
think
to
it was
get.
just a chemistry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pure experiment.
All right, so Charles
Um,
Johnson. This card just looks like it's missing points, isn't it? Because I would have expected maybe you get the high end defense, but it's not that high end defense.
yeah, I think it's just not great. I mean, I'd rather run the bats, the Mike Diaz and whatnot. Um,
Yeah, I think it's just not close. All right, should we
yeah,
look at Doc?
sure.
It's close to an F minus, but it's probably at least the best card of its type. So I don't quite want to give it a minus.
Yeah, it is the best defensive catcher I have reason close. I mean, Johnny Edwards, I have a similar defense, well, a little bit worse defensively, but um, I'd much rather Johnny Edwards because the split is better. Like you're facing so many righties and iron.
Doc Medich. This actually, by eye, looks really solid.
Yeah,
You
I have
running
this one
it?
as quite good actually.
Yeah. Okay. No combinator. It has been a combinator sale. Um,
Yeah, that was to me.
that was to you. You paid the 24,999.
Yes, I did. No, I have this one as a not the number one base, but the problem with my number one base is Tony Brizolara, who is impossible,
So is this
like
card boostable?
completely impossible. It's okay. I was expecting it would be better. Um, there's like a couple 50-point bronzes, so level 2 is not bad.
Yeah,
The
as a
high end,
combinator, this kind of looks like that Silver Ranger Suarez from Release, except you're getting it as an iron.
um, yeah, the high end is a bit rough. There's like a 2,000-point diamond and two 400-point gold, so it's not amazing, but it's doable.
Yeah, I guess those early 70s Yankees are a little bit of a gap in terms of the food right
Well,
now.
actually, the ones the 2,000-point diamond is Fergie Jenkins, which I wasn't expecting, because
Hmm.
it's after he went to the Rangers and Jenkins was on the Rangers.
Okay,
The
so this is
Yankees are
probably
much worse.
then what, like a solid A? It's not playing up, but it is kind of pushing the tier a bit, you think?
Yeah, I mean, um, I don't think it's like head of, hugely ahead of anything, but it is, you know, a lot of the good iron starters I found were very hard to boost. Cards like Brizolar and Kuntz were quite difficult.
And this is probably
Um,
more
and this
boostable.
is much more reasonable.
All right, yeah, I think that probably bumps them up.
Yeah, so I think yeah, an A is probably about right.
All right, Juan Castro. Well, we got some defense. We got 99 range, and I would imagine that's enough to carry the card. I'll see what my model says, but by eye, this is a card I want, I think.
Yeah, I mean for 4 days, whatever it was, I wanted to play him at shortstop, but now Del Vera has been released and Del Vera is better, so this is now the best second baseman at the best shortstop. But yeah, still I think quite a good card.
Yeah, I guess it is a shape where I'm not sure you're going to get the same benefit from the combinator that you would for some other shapes.
No, but the fact that he can play both positions is very useful.
Right.
Um, and I haven't looked actually how easy he is to do. My guess is he is not super difficult, but still. Oh, he played for longer than I realized. Okay, he hung on for a long time
Now hold
with a
on.
bunch of.
I have hide scores turned on, and it still made next simulation go to finished.
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
All right. Well, on the other hand, I guess it means we can open a choice pack on stream. Yay.
Hooray! I guess we can do that once we get to the TE cards. Yeah, Castro actually is should be pretty easy. I agree. I didn't realize he played for quite so long. He played for 16 seasons, which I would not have figured out. Remembered for a variety of teams, but he played long enough with Cincinnati that there should be stuff. Um, so yeah, he should be pretty doable.
Yeah, seems reasonable. All right.
Oh, Mr. Audit has been corrupted. Oh man.
What happened? What, Mr. Audit?
You see, he's boosted a Bobby Dorr combinator. I mean, it's a decent
Which Bobby
card.
door?
I
The
assume
the
the diamond.
diamond?
The gold is really bad, so I assume the diamond. Buying. Oh, see, there you go. That's now you're getting the real experience. Buying a dozen Johnny Peskies. There you go. Now you're playing out of the park
A dozen
25.
Johnny
Buying.
Peskies. No, the real experience is discovering that there's a reason they put in the 500 card limit to be able to boost a combinator.
Oh my god! I just assumed that was unhittable.
No, it's not. You really have not tried to boost Gary Ryerson to a high level, have you?
No, I have no time. I'm gonna boost to level 2, and I'm gonna stop.
I can show you a couple cards that see my first attempt at like building a bullpen was basically to say, oh, why don't I just get, some relievers that, look good. And then I ended up with, what did I, okay.
Oh yeah, this
Then
is a fun bug. This is a fun bug. You have to go try to find. Oh, you got it. Okay.
Then I ended up with the following pair of silver relievers, who, if they're ever boostable, John Verhoeven, who I think I've tried to get to level 2 about 15 times, and it's not easy because you can see, so he at least has just expensive options, but here are the cheaper options here.
No, it's awful.
So you eventually get there. Ooh, hold on. I got to put another buy order up for Paul Hartzell. No, you know what? I'm going to splurge. I'm
Wow.
putting up 4 buy orders for Paul Hartzell. Is this not
See,
peak gameplay?
I usually don't even bother doing that because if someone outbids you by one, you have to update all 4. It's so annoying.
Yeah, so don't do that. But he is the easy one to boost. The one who, if I get him to high level, would be incredible would be this Joe Ostrowski. Here are your options. And you notice that the most valuable option is a freaking LE.
Yep. Yeah, that's fun.
How do you boost this card?
You don't. You sell it.
So, this card, trying to get this card to level 5 is the reason I think they put in the stupid 500 limit.
I mean, it's amazing that you want to do something like which is so like the game is incentivized you to do something which is so mind-numbingly boring, and then it prevents you from doing that.
Yes.
Like you finally say, okay, I will relent to doing this horrible procedure, and then the game tells you, in fact, that no, we're not even going to allow you to do the horrible procedure.
Yes. It's true. See, I'll show you. I'll show you. Watch. If I go to select all, it'll actually say too many cards.
Vector, I don't know. This is a very good question. Why is any of this stuff like this? No one knows. The only explanation I can come up with is that whoever's idea it was has never played the game before. I can't see how anyone who played the game for more than 10 minutes would come up with this system. It's really sort of strange.
But I've heard only positive things about it.
I mean, to be honest, this combinator food business is one of the relatively rare things in this game that no one seems to like.
Hold on. What about our newest affiliate streamers?
Oh, I don't know. That's true. That's a tough bar to overcome.
Let's
I
see.
don't know.
All right,
I
here
mean,
we go. Look at this. It only took us 47 cards to get up to 500 points. We're doing well. 70% chance. What do you think? Think we can do it?
no.
Let's find out.
I mean, you're never getting to level 3 if you get to level 2.
No.
Like, there's zero chance this card ever reaches level 3.
There's zero chance this card ever reaches level 2. All right. But Verhoeven actually, we've sort of been building up. I think we can get to 500 on Verhoeven. Because we do want to demonstrate peak gameplay on stream. So,
This is the only gameplay. This is the gameplay right here. This is it. Rob Deer in the Headlights is an excellent idea. Yes, I think we should do that.
We should do what?
Yes, this seems very much in line with P25, that we feed new affiliates to old affiliates so that we boost them up a bit. I like that idea.
That's a plan.
It's very much in keeping with.
Oh wait, we've not been betting channel point. That's a good point. We should be betting channel points on combinator boosts. We can totally make this entertaining.
You would think that people would manage to get the things to get the right ratio, but I suspect not.
No, I think. All right, hold on. So to get to Verhoeven, we got to get him to 50. So what do we need? All right, I'm gonna splurge. I'm gonna pay.
Well, welcome, Gam. My only suggestion is to run away while you still can. Um, we're currently in the process of clicking a lot.
No,
It's really,
Gam, this is out of the park baseball, and we're a stream that goes through some of the weekly content releases and kind of gives people an idea of how playable they are. At the moment, we're
but
showing what seems to be peak gameplay this year. Uh, Come on, say something positive about it. We got someone new here.
well, you wouldn't be able to tell it's a baseball game if you don't like baseball. That's good. I mean, if you just saw this list of things and didn't look carefully at it, you'd have no way to know. So that's
That's
great.
true.
I mean, if we're expanding the audience of out of the park baseball to people who don't like baseball.
Well, I mean, isn't that the game designers?
No, that's I don't think that's entirely fair. uh,
Right. Take one more
some of
shot.
the
You
art
said
is
you
very
said you wanted to do a channel point thing. All right, let's do a channel point thing when we see what odds we'll get to, and then we'll go back and rate cards in a moment. But since we get to
okay.
show off what passes for the pinnacle of gameplay here.
How do you
Okay, now
even do this?
should I get this to 500 points? What do you think? Is there a
I don't even. How do I? Well, you should certainly before people start betting, you should.
You know what? I'm gonna live dangerously. We're going to 501. 16.11%. That's what we're going for.
Okay, should I make a prediction?
Yep.
Okay. How long? Let's give 2 minutes.
Just 1 minute at it because we got to sit here on the screen while we do it.
Let's do it. That's the idea. You can't leave the screen, otherwise you have to redo it.
Yep.
Okay, there we go. Have fun, everyone.
16% chance.
So we should get
Um,
the points distributed well, but since everyone knows what the odds are,
we'll show you some more. Oh, okay.
oh
Am I
no,
gonna have to re-click everything if
no, press. I think if you press cancel,
I
it's
think
okay.
if I cancel, it's okay. All right, we're good. We're good.
The weird
So we
thing to
know
me,
the answer to this should be 16%.
yeah. So Beckdog, on the subject of live, not live, of Justin Maxwell, live OZL 2 is actually relatively good because Maxwell is so awful. But yeah, I agree. The 1/5 multiplier for lives,
Wait,
if
why
you
are
remove that, it would look a little bit.
73% of the predictions saying we're gonna successfully boost this?
Um, streamer luck.
Streamer luck?
Streamer luck.
All right. 59% think we're gonna do this because it's on stream. Here we go. Come on, Verhoeven. No.
Okay. Will they boost successfully? Choose outcome. No. No. Don't. Yes. That was the correct answer. Congratulations to people who voted no, which was probably a very good choice.
All right. Anyway, right. We were gonna. Where are we rating Juan Castro? Sorry, because we should go back and show some cards. What were we rating Juan
Um,
Castro?
Probably like an A. Maybe a maybe because of Dale
I think he's
Berry's not an
now
A,
probably
maybe a
become a
B.
B just because the other release, right?
Yeah, Dale Berry is just too good. Yeah, okay, that's fair.
All right. Gary Pettis. So this to me is the card I was most excited about from
Yeah,
this
this
tier.
card seems excellent.
Um, this card right here. Uh, You found a card with no power that I'll still play. You're getting 90 outfield range, which is on the high end for Iron. You're still getting a ton of eye, but with all of this BABIP, he's going to hit, and he's going to hit even more in early era.
Oh,
'Cause-
there was this Pat Kelly card that was kind of already reasonably close to the meta, and this is just Pat Kelly with 50 extra BABIP in exchange for nothing. So
The lower void K, I guess, and he does have some splits. I guess that's the one thing. So he's much better versus lefties. This avoid K does make a difference in the modern era, but even versus righties, I'm just happy to run him.
no, I mean this is a tremendous card. I mean the only center field is probably the solitary flaw with this card.
Yeah, so maybe he doesn't last quite as long in the meta as he would otherwise.
but that's really the only thing I can find. Otherwise, the card is just tremendous.
The other thing
Uh,
about this card, by the way,
yeah, it's
is
pretty.
he does actually have some combinator food. It's not cheap. Like Gritch
Oh, I
and
thought it,
Sierra aren't super cheap. But
I thought it'd be better than.
in fact, let's do it on stream. Why not?
Oh, that new baboon will be helpful eventually, but it'll take a while.
So what do we need? We need 3,800 points. 650. We can totally count. I don't want to go over because I'm wasting points. You know, you always got to maximize everything for like peak gameplay, right?
Yes, indeed. Aren't we evaluating with 49 new live irons?
Aren't we
You
what?
don't think the stream is long enough for up deer in the headlights with 110 actual cards?
All right. You know what? All right. I'm going to waste 3 points. This is bad. But here we go. Up to level 3.
He goes. Up we go. We finally got a successful boost on stream. Or we don't. Okay. So this error I thought was only affecting Go at this point, but I guess not.
Nope.
I guess not.
So I'll ask the stream, how exactly does one go about contacting OOTP support?
I don't know. I think my favorite one is being told that if you find a team that's tanking, the thing you should do is report them. And then, you, of course, have to point out that you, in fact, can't report the team because you're not in the same league as them. So it's impossible.
They were quite responsive with your refund request.
Yeah, I'm sure they would be.
I like Chichi Sundown's answer. I think there's a 1-900 number.
Oh, I can't report myself. That's interesting. I can only report other teams. Ah, why can't I report myself? I want to report myself.
So if anybody happens to be in touch with OOTP support, feel free to tell them we've run into this on stream, and if they want to troubleshoot it for us on stream, we can show people how to troubleshoot it. They just got to tell us what to do.
I know that. So we had this error come up on Go, and I thought we had sort of had a good idea what was happening on Go. Was that like it somehow the Go had held on to some of the values from the beta when the teammate thing wasn't working properly? So that was what was
Okay,
causing
so
it. But I don't.
one thing we can try. So there
And
is this troubleshooting. We can reset cache. Let's try that, right? That normally just works for the graphics, but
am I tanking if I refuse to play combinators? Yes.
well, it turns out that resetting the cache actually crashed.
Well, there you go. That's one thing that can happen.
Well, if we haven't scared the new person away yet, uh, all right. And now it's just frozen.
Stuck. I think you think you did something wrong.
Was it the part where I closed OOTP or the part where I opened OOTP?
Definitely opened. I mean, prior to this cycle, I would have said it was a toss up, but
All right, all
yeah.
right. No, hold on. Prediction. You start a prediction. Okay. Will Pettis boost successfully? All right. All right, here we go. Will Pettis boost successfully on 100%? We'll give you a minute to decide. We'll give you 3 options. So there's yes, there's no, and there's the game will crash before we find out. Which way are you betting
All
here?
all seem possible. Um, oh, I don't think. Well, if we both bet, then no one can redeem the thing. So one of us
All
shouldn't
right.
bet.
If you were betting, which way would you bet?
No.
You think it's going to be the same bug?
Generally, once a thing happens, it seems like it happens repeatedly. That's what people have found. It's something to do with the specific
Okay, here's what I'm
cards.
going to do. I'm going to boost with a different combination of players.
Okay.
So we've hit 38.69 exactly. I think people are now seeming to think this is going to succeed. So we tried resetting the cache. All right, here we go. Thinks it's going to boost them. It is 100%. No.
Okay. Well, so much for that.
Oh, hold on. It doesn't say contact OOTP support. It says contact the OOTP support. So OOTP
Ah,
support is now confirmed to be singular.
correct. Kennedy says 3 points. Yeah, pretty much. generally betting, generally betting on something to go wrong is a good choice. All right. Should we give Pettis a grade? Um,
Is it an S
no,
or
no,
an
no.
S
Kidneys.
plus? I
Kidneys.
sort of think it's probably a plus, right?
Kidneys. 3 was that the game crashed entirely because it already did that once.
uh, um, oops. So Pettis, that's a question. If Pettis is unboostable past level 2, how much does that weaken the value of the card?
Oh my god. Uh, okay, should we just refund that one if it was unclear to people? If people were voting
All right, that's fair.
on that one, how do you do that? I don't know how to do that.
I just need to buy a new one that's boostable.
How do you?
All
How do
right.
you? Does anyone
So
know
I
how to
will say, I
refund it?
know there are some people in chat that actually are capable of contacting OOTP support. If you could reach out and do that, we would love to be able to try to fix this on stream because actually it would be a way of, like, if they can give us some instructions, we can actually show people how to fix it on stream.
Okay, kidneys. I didn't vote. If you just tell me how to do it, I can do it. Uh, I don't know how to do it. Is it like slash refund or something? No. See details. It just says no. I'll give you. Yeah, give it. Everyone gets a diamond pack exactly, and that's probably more conversations everybody can have. Okay, if someone tells me how to
You know
refund, I
what,
will
though? If I
happily
had the
refund.
choice between a diamond pack and successfully boosting him to level 3, I'd rather
Oh,
boost him.
definitely, definitely, yeah. Maybe I should just Google instead of
All right. Anyway, if
someone else.
someone is reaching out to support, we'd appreciate it, and we'll see how that goes on stream.
What am I supposed to do?
In the meantime, just give him an S plus.
Oh, I don't know how to do it.
Do we give him an S
Wait,
plus, or do we save the plus for lack of
do
boostability?
slash prediction. Slash prediction. Uh, I just see start prediction, some statistics. I don't see a way to refund.
So I will say, normally he does have food, is the point. So he is actually, other than the fact that this particular version of Pettis appears not to be boostable, Pettis is boostable.
Maybe. I think you might have to try to do it. Apparently, maybe I can't do it.
I can try to. All right, I'll try to do it. What do you want to give him then?
Well, I mean, I think it's probably Ness still.
I also don't see how to refund it. I think. I mean, I would normally have given him an S plus if we. You know what? Is there a way to just add points to people? That's another option.
I don't know how to do anything. I'm clueless on all this stuff.
Your outcome. Like
It
there's a
tells me
delete
various things like,
prediction.
oh, that sounds good. Do that.
No, I don't. No. That kidney sense thing saying I should delete prediction, but I don't have that option on my thing.
Oh, yeah, I did slash prediction, but I just get.
I think at this point we should just figure out how to hand channel points to people instead.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that either.
So
What?
London Enjoyer, have you been able to boost Pettus to more than?
Oh, well, this is exciting. I can make announcements in different colored text. I can make a blue announcement, a green announcement, an orange announcement, a purple announcement. Well, that's just
There
thrilling.
you go.
What else can I do? I can turn on or off ASCII only mode. That's exciting.
Hmm.
I don't see how to award points.
All right. Anyway, let's yeah. All right, let's move on.
All right, well,
I think I'd give him an S plus even, assuming he's boostable.
the reason I think is just because the single position, it is possible to get clobbered,
It's
and
possible, but
then
this is also a shape where even if he gets clobbered, he probably beats the other card in early eras.
yeah, probably.
Try
Um,
emote only for card grading.
the points were given as correctly as Wars Bane OT. Yeah, that's what we're striving for always. If only we
Hold
can
on, the
be as
points were
correct as
given
Wars
out
Bane War.
correctly. The answer was that no, it didn't boost.
Yes. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess the thing.
All right. Actually, you know what? That's the new prediction should be: will OTP support get back to us before the end of the stream?
Is L5 Pettis better than base Jones? I assume so, but it's worth
VR
checking.
almost definitely. VL, I think so. Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think so.
Um,
But Jones also can play these other positions.
I don't know. That's certainly what you do, but I'm just.
Yeah, at level 5, I do have him a little better. And VR, quite a bit better.
Yeah, VR certainly. Yeah, I guess I'm somewhere in between. I'm a little scared of the single position.
Of course, you know, I don't want to run Andrew Jones in center VL. I want to run Roger Bresnahan and all that bat. But, you know,
So you want to lose.
a little bit.
That's
All
the goal of
right.
the game, though, right?
I
Yeah,
think we can give him an S plus.
it's close enough.
All right. We got one. Hugh Nickel. If I had a nickel for every time, you know, something something. Um, so they took a card that was really good last year and they got rid of all of the good features of it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that was kind of ahistorical that it had all that stealing, because it really wasn't. It was like, you know, non-steals credited as steals,
That's true.
basically. So
But there
this
was
is
also a
probably
lot
more
of I that
accurate.
you got rid of.
Yeah, the eye is really unfortunate. It's also went up, but 16 points, so it's just yeah, it's a bad card now. Um, so I don't. He didn't have second base last year, right? He was right field and center field.
I think
So
that's right,
maybe it's a
yeah.
different. Maybe it's a different year or something.
But I don't think the center's that helpful here.
Um, Mark, we did not read the TV cards yet, but I can give you a preview All the silvers and golds are bad because they're not combinator eligible. I know that's going to be a shock to everyone.
Starlin Castro. Well, we got 93 range. That's actually similar to some of the irons we were just looking at.
Yeah, I mean, this is
And say something positive.
no. I mean, I actually do have something good thing to say about this card. Sort of. Um, the major problem with him, I think, is Dale Berra again. Like I have this card. I mean, okay, it's worse than Connie Day. But
And Del
everything's worse
Vera
than
and
Connie Day.
Juan Castro.
No, I have it better than Castro and like Jake Stevens and Paul DeYoung. But I think the problem basically like it's similar to I have very similar to Berra, except Berra's an iron. So you're gonna boost him and you're not gonna boost Castro. So I don't see why we're playing Castro then, I guess.
Yeah, I think Castro is behind them. I do have him a little behind Stevens, but we're also going to kind of have to talk about Ray Boone in a moment.
Yeah, Ray Boone is an interesting card.
So my
It
mom
starts.
kind of likes that as well.
I like Boone a lot, but the Boone I think Boone starts to get tough with Mauer. Is the biggest issue. So anyway, we'll get to him eventually.
All right. So I hear C.J. Wilson. Why is C.J. Aha, they're none for sale. C.J. Wilson. You want to say something nice about C.J. Wilson?
I like the card. I mean, we got sort of three new bronze starters this week. We got Wilson, Brian Bannister, and Steve Trout. I have Bannister the best of the three, and Wilson and Trout relatively similar and kind of fringy, along with cards like Wilson and Max Manning.
Yeah, I have all three just outside the starting rotation and really similar to each other, even though the shapes are a bit different.
Yeah, I like Bannister the best. I have Bannister.
Actually, the shapes are not that different. Hold on. C.J. Wilson
they're all,
and Brian Bannister are basically identical, except Wilson has more stamina.
And Bannister's right-handed.
And Bannister's right-handed.
I assume that Wilson is easier to boost since he played for a bit longer, I guess.
I think so. Although you have to be a little careful because with the players that are too close to the current era, like Rizzo has this problem, that when it's too close, it seems like there aren't as many historicals because there are live versions of many of the same players.
There's a high diamond Josh Hamilton, I think, right? That'll be really good for C.J. Wilson because they both played in the Rangers and they both went to the Angels.
Let me see who C.J.'s top teammates are.
I assume Hamilton has lots of seasons, and I think he's a 98 or something. That's not super expensive.
Michael, or as the game likes to call him, Mike Young, 7 seasons.
That was really weird. I don't know how that happened still.
Mike 6 seasons thing. With Kinsler, 6 with Nelson Cruz. Yeah, 6 with Hamilton. Cruz. He's probably boostable, yeah.
Probably not bad. Yeah, Bannister is going to be tough, I think, though. Because he didn't play very long, right? And he was...
Right.
Yeah. So I guess they're probably all like bees or something, since there's 3 of them, and they're all pretty similar.
Yeah, I think so. I think of them, I mean, Wilson and Bannister are really similar, but you just get the extra stamina for free with Wilson. Like I'd put them up against each other if I owned the. Hold on, I do apparently own Wilson. Do I?
I guess
I ripped and packed, so I own a couple of these. Do I own Bannister?
Wilson.
No.
I guess also Wilson and Trout are 64 and 65, and Bannister 68.
But Wilson's even got the extra stamina, so I think Wilson's like slightly the best of the 3 then.
Well, I think actually then Trout is better then because I think Trout will also be easier to boost probably.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think Trout's shape will probably benefit the most from boosting as well.
Yes, I agree. So
all
probably
right, so
Trout
Wilson
is the best
then probably is like a B-. And when we get there, or we can go.
Maybe we
They're
give them
both in
like
the B
B.
ref set, right? So we'll give
Yeah.
Bannister like a B and Trout
Well, maybe like B plus for
like a B
Trout,
plus.
B for
Yeah,
Wilson, B minus for Bannister or something like that. I don't know.
that's fair.
That seems to be the order that we think they're in, right?
Yeah, okay. All right. Bartolo Colon. All right. So this is just no.
No, I mean, maybe you could think about it prior to these other three guys, but even then, probably not. And well, it's a lot worse than those three. So it's
No, no, that's not the problem with this card. Um, this card has 53 power.
you think it's too little.
This card has
I the,
53 power.
the split's funny too because the one home runs off a righty, so his VR power is really high, and his VR power is like VL power is like 2 or something.
Yeah.
Um, okay, but it's an
He
F
and,
either way.
no,
Yeah.
no, he also has 60 I. He
Now,
walked one time in 65 plate appearances, and he has 60 I.
I don't get the power at least. Okay, it's a funny like reference. Whatever. It's not doesn't really impact the card that is 50 power instead of 30 power. It doesn't matter. Um, I don't
Well,
understand the I. That's a bit weird.
yeah, the BABIP I'll give you because he did strike out 40 times in 60 at bats. So, the fact that he managed.
Well,
Which, how does that
unfortunately,
give
we
you
can't.
only a 17 avoid K then?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's the same Lindor. We cannot his hidden helmet flying off and carrying the bases and carrying the bat with him to first base ratings. We can't see, unfortunately. Um,
No, but like if you're gonna, touch up cards and release them, what is going on with these hitting ratings? I
I
mean,
don't
it
know.
doesn't matter because the card's
It doesn't
unplayable.
matter.
But
Yeah,
you know,
it just doesn't matter. I don't really care what the numbers are. Okay, you reference the home run. Sure, everyone knows the home run. Yeah, card's bad. Let's move on.
all right, Elmer Smith. Uh, so this Elmer Smith does not pitch.
Unfortunately, not. If it pitched, it would be a ridiculous card because it already, I think, is pretty good, right?
I mean,
Um,
it's a good sort of true outcomey card.
well, the thing that I like for this one is that a lot of um, the other good hitters in bronze were pretty splitty, like you know Camille or Choi or something. And if you want to like, okay, assuming we're playing Joyner at first now, yeah, like Joyner is just ridiculous. Um, and then I have Smith a little bit worse than some of the super splitty guys as a VR hitter, but like he plays two positions in the outfield okay,
Right.
and his VL
Well,
bat is
and
not
it's
zero.
important because I think if this card were at all splitty, he'd be unplayable.
I agree.
Because
I
Goose
think the
Goslin is just so good one way.
I mean he played long enough, right, that there may be some teammates for him. I don't know exactly who, but I think he had a reasonably long career. Yeah, he played for 15 seasons.
Yeah, so I think the only reason that this card could play against something like Goslin is because you can play in both ways and try to save a roster spot.
Yeah, and
And
we
that's
do now have
probably what makes him like considerable, but I still don't think he's ever coming close to a roster just because Goslin is so good and then there are just too many like big options versus lefties. If you're running an Andrew Jones, for example, he just always is a
right.
card you can pinch
You're
hit.
definitely running. You're definitely running
You're gonna
Jones.
start him somewhere else, but the point is, because you're running a bunch of cards that just sort of happen to play left and hit lefties, you don't sort of
I mean,
naturally need a card like this.
I don't have Goslin so far ahead of Smith. The card that I actually more think is the problem for Smith is Rusty Staub. Um, like I'm really not interested in Goslin at this point. I don't think. Um, there is, I mean, the Von Hayes is also one where the base version I think is quite good and would kind of kill the Smith, except it's not a
Yeah, I have
commoner
Von Hayes
eligible.
is ahead of Smith, but since you can't find a combinator Hayes, it kind of doesn't matter.
Yeah, yeah, Hayes is. I mean, it's funny because I think Hayes is a good indication of what because Hayes I have. I think if Hayes like if there were no commoners, I think Hayes would be a pretty strong like meta bronze. But because he's not commoner eligible, his L10 is 5K. I think people have
Right.
realized that like LEs just don't work.
Yep.
Um,
So the other thing about this card, which is kind of funny, is it's left and right but not center. And at a lot of points this would have been a problem. But at this point you're running at least a couple of outfielders that play all three positions, and so I think it's okay.
right. I mean, Jones is always in the roster, of course, and then you might have Renicky or Hernandez or
Or
you
Pettis.
know Pettis. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I
If
don't
I
think
you
it's
know
an issue.
if I can ever boost him, which
Apparently, you can't.
apparently I can't, but you know. All right. Who do I ask to contact OOTP support? That's a good question. How does one do that given constraints?
Good question. Don't know.
Let me see. Yep. Anyway, um, right. What do we got next here? So for Elmer Smith, I think he just ends up tough to figure out how to squeeze in, but
I definitely don't have him as
there
an F. I
probably are
think he's
builds where he fits.
yeah. I think he's like a C or something
Yeah, I
probably.
think that's fair.
I did look him up. He is actually pretty easy to boost. He has a gold who he had 8 seasons as a teammate with. Um, or he should be at least the Patsy Donovan that we looked at he has 6 seasons.
Okay, it might be
Um,
doable then.
so he should be doable. Um,
Okay, Gidry.
it's Patsy Flower and Patsy Donovan. Never mind. I ignore me. I'm silly. He does have 8 seasons with a gold though. Jake Beckley. Okay,
So
Gidry.
Gidry, I just don't see really how to make this shape work, I think.
No, Gidry seems terrible. Um,
All right. Rusty Staub.
yeah, I mean, I was saying this is the one that kind of does that thing you wanted to do with Goslin. I prefer this to Goslin. Have the VR bats
Except
the
he
same.
except he doesn't play left. So this is a right
Yeah,
fielder with a really weird shape.
really weird shape. Yeah, but like just as a bat, I prefer this VR bat. I mean, I have them basically the same as Goslin's VR bat, and then the VL bat's obviously a lot better than Goslin's. Um, so if you're
Yeah,
just
that's
like
probably
a
right. So
Turbo
Goslin
2DH,
is very, very boostable, and since I've already invested in boosting him, uh,
yeah, I assume Staub
he's
should be
not
not
going further. But
sure. I assume Staub should not be bad to boost. Like he played for long enough, I would think there's someone.
I would think
Um,
so. I
so yeah,
wonder
he's
if like a
probably like
Bill Lee is gonna have overlapped enough.
I can look. He's probably like another C or something, I guess. Right? Like I don't think he's amazing, but
Yeah, I think that's fair.
he's definitely in consideration. Let's see. He was teammate. So I played for a long time. There's
Uh,
the Gold Flood Raymond is probably the best one. It's 85, so that should be he's 7 seasons. So that should
oh,
be
that's pretty good. Yeah.
700 points or something.
So Addison Reed. So this one was kind of funny. By eye, I thought it was going to come out a lot higher in my model than it did. And instead, I have him as being kind of back end of the bullpen in bronze, but skippable.
You'll never guess who my top bronze reliever is.
Um, does it rhyme with Bill Campbell?
It might. No, I mean, yeah, I have Reed kind of. I mean, he's in the mix certainly, um,
Yeah, but just there's
but
somehow aren't quite enough points on this, and the splits are just a little bit too tough to make it work.
Yeah, I
So I
agree.
think he's fringy. You know, if you boost him, obviously he gets better. But I don't think this is the card I'd invest in from the set if you're going to go for a bronze reliever. I think I'd go for McCullers instead.
I don't like colors that much either, actually. Um, I would boost Bill Campbell.
Fair enough.
Did I mention that I like Bill Campbell?
I've heard this. I don't think he's an F because
No,
I
he's
do think he's
fringy.
kind of fringy in the meta. And, you know, if you find a cheap combinator version of this card, I guess, does he have teammates? Because he bounced around a little bit, right?
He should. I think there are a decent number of those like mid 2000s Mets. I guess DeGrom and
No, so it looks
Syndergaard are
like
still expensive.
Sale, 4 seasons, Alejandro de Asa, 4 seasons.
Bronze Deaza. Sale only has a live.
Yeah, so it actually is a pretty tough boost.
So it's not easy. Okay.
So probably he's at best a D then.
Yeah, probably a D.
All right. Wally Joyner.
Oh boy.
Well, there's actually not too much to say about this, right? It's just it
This
clobbers
card
every
is
righty,
absurd.
and you want to run him, and he plays up, and yeah,
Yeah, if
buy
you're
the
gonna
card.
this is the broken card. This card is ridiculous.
I think I should add this card to my card watch list. Sorry, no, I should add the combinator.
Not that one.
Did
You don't
I?
want that version.
Whatever.
And Joyner, I assume Joyner played for a long time, and I assume is very
He should be
easy.
very boostable as well. So
Yeah,
I think this is our second S plus first base option.
yeah. This is an
And,
easy
and it's
peasy.
actually not much of a discussion because I think it's just not close to being, you know.
No, I mean it's funny that I remember watching the the post PTCS stream, um and someone sort of mentioned that they might think about playing this thing in dead ball, but actually like dead ball is very much the like dead ball you're just going to play Jake Stahl, but in modern the avoid case actually are really useful,
So as much
because
as
you
it's completely the wrong shape for dead ball, there are actually so many points on the card that you might end up playing it in dead ball even though it's the wrong shape.
well the problem is that Stahl and dead ball is basically just better because the avoid Ks go away and Stahl is a little bit more BABIP and gap power.
Yeah, but you get two.
You do get two, so maybe you play it, yeah, but in
And
modern
in
is where
dead
it's really good.
ball, the glove actually means a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. But this is kind of the relatively. I mean, we're getting more of them now. Where this avoid Ks because of the giant BABIP and gap power actually are not useless.
Don't say that. Don't make me say that.
um, like there's real value in like when we'll get to that with Sisler too. Like Sisler's avoid Ks actually give him a lot of value.
Right. All right, Wiley. Oh, this is a flat card.
Yeah, it's just dead flat. Flat cards really have had a hard time to cycle. It feels like they seem to always
I
come up
think they
short.
can work, but it means you're really sensitive to exactly where you are in power creep because
Yeah.
there's nothing really that you can do to kind of make it better situationally. It's just a flat card.
Yeah, and especially with the boost, flat shapes are never going to boost really as well as the extreme ones. Just to the right
So,
extreme
and
ones.
this one just doesn't work. So I think it's an
That
F.
doesn't work. Right, that's enough.
All right. See, we're actually possibly going to get to finish all the T4 cards, and then we clearly are
Another
close to done at that
go.
point, right?
Exactly.
Scott Casimir. Let's do some silver cards. Well, he's exactly 70.
I mean, okay, so we're definitely not playing this in silver. I do have it as the best 70. I guess that's something.
Even though he has the best 70, Jim Merritt's a really good 71.
Yeah, and Granky's a 72. Sabathi's in 74 is probably going to be worth it most of the time.
So I think there's another thing that hurts this card, which you kind of alluded to earlier.
Oh, and I forgot. There's
What?
if you're not talking about combinators, there's Brissy and Monboquet. who are really
Yes.
good.
But it is better than Erlen.
Yeah, definitely better than Erlen.
So there's another kind of funny thing that I think hurts a card like this that you mentioned earlier, but I only just now kind of am realizing matters for a card like this. In the past, the way cap rosters worked was you generally were able to build up to the cap. But here, because you're sort of tied to your combinators, cap rosters, sort of like PTCS rosters, they just come down to you put the cards that you've invested in on the roster, and at some point you get close to the cap and you stop doing it. But one of the things that means is when you're looking for filler, you're not always looking for filler that's free. Like I often
Yeah,
find that I have 3 to 5 points left over just because that's the way the numbers worked out.
yeah. No, one of my PDCS rosters, and the last thing I ran with the 5 points left over because it was restrictive and I didn't have the right cards, so I just
Yeah,
put the
and that's the
combinators
same thing
in.
with the PTCS formats, that it much more comes down to did this format hit the combinators I've invested in than how do I build to the format.
Yep. Well,
Um,
everything, right? Everything in the game comes down to is do I have the right combinators for it? I mean,
well, it
that's the
does,
whole
but at
game.
least for other tournaments, everybody knows ahead of time what's coming, and so they can plan for those tournaments.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so Casimir, I think, is the best 70. I don't know that I would invest heavily in boosting him,
I
but
wouldn't.
it might not be awful to pick up sort of especially if you can get him for the minimum, because the minimum is now 10K, right?
Maybe he's a D or something. I mean, that's
So for,
probably
for
generous.
10K, I don't hate the idea of just picking up and not boosting a combinator and having it available if the numbers work out right. I'm never really
Yeah.
going to want to boost the card.
No, no, you're never. I mean, if you play him, you'll do the level 1 or something because it's free basically. But yeah, it's yeah. I think probably a D. Probably a D, right?
Maybe it's a D for that reason. It's not going to be more than that. Yeah.
No, definitely not.
How about red? So this is a flat card like Pyatt. He does have more points, but they're points that are just kind of making him splitty.
No, this card just seems
So I don't
really
think it
bad.
works. Yeah.
No.
All right, Ted Lilly?
We also do start getting the issue now of silver and gold levels. The thing with the tournament edition, the base levels are the base tournament edition cards are so strong that pretty much if you don't have combinators, none of this stuff
None of this.
ever
Yeah.
plays. Um,
Okay, so Lily is just the same card, except you've removed the extra righty stuff and you've taken points from the homer and put them in BABIP.
yeah, it's just worse.
So
It's
this might even
one more
be
card.
actually is this enough? It's
This is
probably
a
enough
minus.
minus then.
This is a minus.
Yeah.
I mean, as Forrest said, you're always gonna have this issue with Lily where he has no home run prevention because he didn't, you have a million home runs. So okay, you should just print him at lower overall. At
That's
72 is just
true,
too much.
but you don't have to call him a 72 overall.
Yeah, yeah, make him lower. And
If
it's
you're
fine.
if you're going to release the card because you think there's something missing in a meta, put him at a level where he, yeah.
Yep, agreed.
All right, Bert Blyleven. How can you be an unsung hero if you're like, you know,
Yeah, I don't know.
like isn't Bert Blyleven kind of much more the definition of like a sung hero?
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
He is a Hall of Famer.
yes,
Like,
indeed.
what's the criteria? What do you have to do to be unsung at that point? He's
I mean, maybe he was
oversung. Like,
unsung
he shouldn't be a
in
Hall
that
of Famer.
season. Yeah, but this card is not playing, right? I mean,
No, this card's.
like,
I don't think this card comes close to. I think this card like half a run behind C.J. Wilson.
yeah, I don't have this
That's
one. I mean,
probably
I have it
another F
better.
minus. Yeah, there's another F minus.
I don't.
All
No, I
right.
don't have half. I don't have run. I have it like playing or somewhat close in bronze. I'd have it as regular F, but
Exactly, Bernie. He's more rolling than the guy who followed through the one.
yeah. mean, the thing with this is that maybe it is an F minus because the problem is that unless you think about it as a combinator, right? As a base card, this gets absolutely crushed by Brissy and Monbouquet.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely
Um,
F minus, but yeah.
so yeah, probably it is then because you have to have a combinator. If you have a combinator, then it's like this is a super bad investment as a combinator. So yeah, then probably it is. So actually, that's funny. That's probably what happens. Probably now every single card that was previously an F is an F minus because of the termination cards, but all the termination cards are also F because of the combinators of the actually good cards.
Yes.
Yes.
It is a problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uh, Wait, does the Chanson de Roland actually not mention the other side of the battle? Is that possible?
This what?
The Song of Roland.
Oh, I don't know.
It must mention both sides of the battle, right?
No idea. No idea.
Okay, no, it does. No, it does. Okay. All right, it does, although apparently it creates a fictional character, so it only sort of does. So, yeah. Burt Blyleven was a real person. I'm pretty sure of that.
He was, as far as I understand it, a real person. I have it on good authority that he was real.
Well, there you go. Burt Blyleven, totally real person, no problem. Roland, less so, and etc.
Mostly, etc.
Anyway, Jerry Benjamin. Where do we got Jerry Benjamin? So this one is sort of tough for me because as much as I know I'm supposed to hate the cards without I, this card, singles also get you on base. And my model does really like this card. But there's a big problem, which is it's going to be impossible to boost, isn't it?
Well, it's going to be not as impossible as Sammy Hairston, who we'll get to in a bit.
Yeah.
But no, I mean the Negro League cards are difficult, but not impossible. Because at least this 25 points for the other Negro League cards gives you something to work with.
I still think I'd probably rather just find an Owen Wilson and play that game. But there are a lot of points in this card. And I
Yeah,
think if you can get him to level 5, it would work nicely.
yeah. I mean, I do have him somewhat similar to the Dick Sisler in left field, and I assume that's an easier card to boost.
Probably, yeah.
Although I haven't checked Sisler's teammates or anything. And behind like some TEs and other uncombinatorable
No, I
stuff,
think I think to get value, I've got to play him in center.
center. Oh, if you're playing him in center, then it's useless. And then it can't be good
Probably,
because
yeah.
yeah.
Well, center also there appears to be one tournament edition card that I'm not going to give an F to. No, no spoilers. Sorry. All right. So
I'm
then
still going to give
this
that
then
F.
this is probably it just ends up being an F because of what's out there somehow, even though it's like
But
a really good F.
really, you don't have Wilson and Jones ahead of it.
I do. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I get it.
No, of the TE.
I don't. Do you know how much I? Have you noticed the I and also the I?
Okay, I don't know.
Um, Anyway, so this probably just ends up being an F then. All right, Joe Gordon. Or no, what do we say? Was Yo Gordon?
Yogordon.
Yeah, we have to give music lessons. His okay, so this one I think the market's gone crazy on, but we'll see what
I
you
agree.
think.
I agree.
Because
Well, I don't know.
this
Do you know the whole story of this card? Were you on the stream?
no,
Okay, so this card was originally shown, if you put it up again, um, identical, except it was a 71 that had 109 range instead of 96 range.
that would be a better card than this.
And
Yes,
I think some of this value is coming from people wanting that card, which obviously is absurdly good.
I would like
Um,
that card too.
um, I think this card is still fine, but you need the combinator for it to be fine because of Guzman. Um,
Yeah, so the one thing I will mention is that power versus lefty starts to get into an interesting range at high
it
level.
does. It does. I think the problem is that, okay, if you don't have the combinator, you're going to play Guzman at short and Day at second, right?
Probably. I still want to find a way to run Kipnis, and then I'll give up and play Day.
Sure. Yeah, once you know come to your senses. So to get this to have value, you really need the combinator, and the combinator costs 200K for some reason. I mean, it's a decent
I
card. It's not a bad card.
I
You
think
know,
it actually I actually think it just is a bad card. Like
I have it second behind
I
Day,
no, I
but
don't have the base version even close.
um,
Like he's going to hit home runs but do sort of nothing else, and the glove is nice, but there are a bunch of other glove options. Like actually second is where I come closer to running Jerry Benjamin. I
I
think
just
I'd
have. I
rather
mean,
run Benjamin at second than this.
if I don't have combinators, I don't really have it particularly like Day second, Guzman short seems like the only reasonable choice.
Yeah,
Um,
probably.
if you have combinators, then I start to get interested about Gordon, like to platoon Gordon with something, you know, play Day at short, whatever.
I think you get more out of
Um,
Hairston, who also is sort of unplayable. You get more out of
well,
You get more out of Benjamin.
no, I have Gordon. I mean, I have Gordon only a little bit behind Day. I mean, and a better VL. So I don't think Gordon is like awful. I'd probably give it like this. I'd probably give this card like a C. But that's a C, assuming the combinator cost a reasonable number and not 230K. I would say 230K. This
I
card is.
actually have it nowhere close. I do think this is one of the cards that benefits the most from being a high level combinator. So as a high level
Cer-
combinator, I have it start to be fringy against other high level combinators.
Certainly, yeah, benefits a lot. Um,
But
but
base,
no,
I
I
have
mean,
it nowhere close, and high level, yeah, even if it's easy to boost, you're just paying way too much for a card that sort of shouldn't be rostered.
well, I would. I mean, it depends because you are getting lefty from bronze, but you're getting Swindells. You're getting, um, well, it depends if you how much how many terminations you're getting, but you're quite possibly getting a lot of Lou Brissies. Um, you're getting Sabathias. So, I think this is a card I would put on a silver roster, a non-commoner silver roster. My three infielders would be Guzman, Day, and Gordon. Um,
Yeah, on a non-combinator silver roster, I still don't have this card close. And I also probably am still finding room for Centron, which is going to be a problem for a card like this.
well, not at second though, right? You're going to play Centron at third for the
Probably
time. But also,
third, but just
I
that he
think,
can back up these other positions he solves.
I think Henry Davis has killed Centron basically. So I'm not really interested in him anymore. But no, I mean, silver, no combinator. I would play Day Guzman VR and probably Gordon Guzman VL.
T-Chuck, there is no such thing as a PT-25 shake.
I think
Uh,
that was yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, the card seems okay to me, but nothing special. So
I just
seems
have
like
it as an
a
F.
all right. So you want to? I mean, I'd give it a C. I think so.
All
All right,
right,
just
give it
call
a
it a D.
D and move on.
Sure.
right. Madison Bumgarner. This one I've got a little more interesting. He's quite splitty. So you have to decide kind of that you're willing to deal with the splits. But I think just on balance, given what the silver medal looks like, this just still ends up as the top silver starter.
Really, I don't. I think I already mentioned the way I want to use this card the most, which is to feed to Combinator Buster Posies. I don't have this thing playing at all.
So I
Um,
have it basically as the best VL option and in a lot more trouble VR.
sure, yeah, it's a good VL, definitely.
But the
But
silver meta just looks really left-handed to me right now.
okay, so I will say we'll go back to the TEs. If we ignore if we base versions only, I have Brissy and Monboquet like way ahead of everything, like not close. So I'm evaluating all of these silver starters basically as if they have to be good combinators because like
Right.
they really need to be level 5 for me to be ahead of Brissy and Monboquet.
But this is actually
Um,
one where, because he's kind of getting less splitty as a combinator, that's also helping him.
I can check his L5, but his L0 is L-1 is so far behind. I can't imagine that would happen. Um, yeah, L5. No, I still want Greinke, Tewksbury, Swindell, Sabathia, and then it's actually a pretty okay. He's like in the fringy number 5 area for me because the top 4 are so far ahead of everything.
Okay, yeah. So I
So
so I have him a fair bit higher, just because I think he is going to see the lefties that you need to make the card work. The stamina is also a problem. So there are enough problems with the card that I don't think it's kind of clear that this is what you want to do. Oh, I assume he's not borderline though. He has enough stuff and enough pitches to
no,
be
it's not.
okay.
You won't do it. Yeah, he'll be fine.
If he's borderline, then he's probably
Anything
just
easy, yeah.
unplayable.
No, I mean, I think I'd give it a D. Like it seems okay-ish, but again, you need the Combinator version. You need an L5, and I can't like this is my 5th starter then
Yeah,
maybe,
and I
and
just think he happens to hit the meta shockingly well.
I don't know.
But
I
all right, how about we give him like a C?
sure, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, all right. Germany Smith. Yeah, I mean to be clear, against like a random assortment of silver cards, I don't think he's that good. It's just I have him, like I said, just hitting the meta spot on. So Germany Smith, you're getting 101 range. Problem is we just printed all these other cards that are in the high 90s, and this isn't sort of league play where everything gets compressed.
Yeah, well, Day is much better. I mean, if you're not going to play combinators, I mean, I've mentioned Christian Guzman like 5 times now. Maybe we should just put him up. Um,
Yeah,
but
Guzman's.
I think if you're not going to play combinators, you're playing Guzman. Guzman is ridiculous.
Yeah, well, this has
Um,
actually got more range and more bat than. All right, so this is
yeah.
actually. So an F for an F minus.
Well, if the Combinator Germany Smith, actually, the Combinator Germany Smith might still be worse than Guzman.
It's still probably worse than Guzman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Guzman is really good.
F for F
Yeah, probably
minus.
probably an F minus then.
All
If
right.
we can't get the Combinator ahead of non-Combinator eligible stuff, it's got to be an F minus, right?
All right. Oh, speaking of like bad planning, apparently I have 3 minutes to do that draft I forgot about. So
Well, go quick.
I think I should do a draft real quick. What
Actually,
is this?
while you do that,
2018? What?
I think I may take the extraordinarily rare Warbot Baton break.
That sounds like a plan.
So I'll be
I
back.
bet I can zoom through a draft pretty quickly here. Actually, yeah, let's go holiday. I was supposed to check what format this was. All right. I don't think this will be too bad to click through. It's all kind of current era stuff. So you just pick like the one or two playable cards and hope that you got one or two instead of zero, right? In the meantime, if there's anything else that comes up from chat, we're happy to. Maybe that's even better. Yeah, new pictures. Anything else in chat that we should go through? Probably not supposed to take the picture there, but yeah, we sort of needed a picture, right? This is much tougher without isidafo around to like yell at me for the stupid decisions. No one's gonna tell him I said that, right? Anyway, anything else people want us to look at before we go on to the next? Did I forget to draft a first baseman? That's probably a mistake, right? I bet everybody plays first base.
Okay, I have returned.
Oh, you're back? All right, then I'll click through and finish this. Good timing.
Yes, we've learned that it takes me approximately as long to use the bathroom as a usual draft. That's good to know.
Yep. Oh, was this a speed draft? I forget.
They're all every draft is the same amount of time. They all take 3 or 4 minutes.
No, hold on. I was definitely under 3 or 4 minutes on that.
That's not bad, not bad.
I think I. All right, I'm checking the replay. One sec. I'm going back and checking. All right, I hit submit with 18 minutes on the clock. 18 flat. And I think we lost a few at the start. So it was sub 2. Now
Not bad, not bad.
we will also probably, not do very well in it. So there's that.
Yeah, that's always a
Oh, actually, you know
difficulty.
what? I'm realizing based on what I drafted, I almost certainly actually have to set the roster on this. I was gonna let the AI auto set it, but I just realized I put a couple players in there where that's probably a disaster.
Mhm.
Okay, this is actually not quite as disastrous as I thought it was going to be. I mean, it's bad.
I mean, I see a
No, but the
roster
question
which
is, are
involves
we? Wait a
playing.
sec. Wait. It's thought it was platooning Cliff Floyd, and then it put him back anyway.
I mean, Cliff Floyd in the field already seems pretty suspicious.
You're
Uh,
not going to put Cliff Floyd in the field versus lefties, huh?
Certainly not versus lefties. Even versus righties, I'm not so pleased about it.
Yeah, I think, but it is batting him seventh, which
Well,
you
because he has
know
too
what?
much power. That's the problem.
You know what? Whatever. This
I mean,
this, this is what the AI thinks we should run. This is
clearly
what we're running.
live Nicky Lopez is clearly one of the best hitters on your team.
No, this
Oh,
is
it's
at
not
least
live
it's at
anymore.
least the.
It's
Now
still
this is
not one of the
also
best hitters.
not one of the best hitters on the team.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? Cliff Floyd, you get to lead off. Why? Okay, no, they're even leading him off versus lefties.
Because
Why would you do that?
he doesn't have enough power. He must go first.
No. The power is for Nick Madrigal hitting third, because you know.
Oh, right. Yes.
You know what?
No, it's
Forget it.
the AI
Forget it.
somehow managed to get even worse
Hold on.
this
Is
time.
submit also broken now?
Oh yeah, submit does it works, but it doesn't give you the pop up when it's in the time between when the draft fires and when it actually, you
How did
know.
they break?
No, it still submits. It just doesn't give you the pop up.
Right, but that's never something that's been broken before.
No, that's a new one. It's a new one. They managed to create a brand new bug.
Speaking of which, has anyone managed to contact OOTP support so that we can figure out how to boost Pettis on
The
screen?
OOTP support.
What?
The OOTP support.
The OOTP
Please,
support,
please be
yes.
specific. Yes.
So if anyone's figured that out, all right, we got an hour and a half till the other one we have to do. I think we'll be okay.
No problem. We'll definitely get through like 10 cards by then.
Well, hey, we got through all of T4, so we're done, except, oh, right, there was this other set.
Okay, so we want to do TEs or BREF
I could do
next?
BREF. Why
Do
not?
BREF.
Good open choice packs? No, let's do, well, no, we'll open choice packs when we do, yeah. All right.
Oh, Mr. Wrestling, I did at some point at the beginning of the cycle attempt to log into the forums to make some bug reports, and I received a very, very good message that says you have been banned for the following reason. No reason was specified.
Well, that sounds very similar to the message that we got for the Discord, except they didn't give us that message.
Yes.
Actually, that's a good idea. All right, if anyone's on the main Discord and wants to ask how one contacts the OOTP support, you can even tell them, because this is totally true. We had a first-time OOTP person on stream that was watching at that moment and was curious how all this stuff worked. If anyone wants to take a shot, it would be highly appreciated. Ooh, we got a Miggy. You know what that means?
I have to buy another one.
It means I should put up a bid on Miggy. Peak
There you go.
gameplay.
There we are.
Anyway. All right. Should we look at some irons again?
Back down we go.
Mike Bell.
We have various bells. This
So I guess the comparison here, there are a couple of these 40 bats that, you know, you can run, right? There's kind of this Juan Francisco that's going to be better versus righties. I guess Bell's more the VL option. But I think there are a couple others still, like Coleman. Coleman, you'd probably rather run than this, I guess.
well, yeah. I mean, there's the Dean Palmer.
Yeah.
There's Valentine who plays a bunch of positions. You know, Butch
Okay, so this one just isn't
Hobson.
going to work.
Yeah, it don't work.
All right. How about Gus Bell? Completely different shape.
More bells.
More bells, but we got to avoid K, which is good.
Yeah, this one I'm not really seeing.
This is a little bit.
This one's just a bit.
What's a good synonym for atrocious?
Yeah, it's.
That's probably F minus actually in that with that shape, isn't it?
Um,
Are you
You're
ever running
playing
that
low
power? No, because you can't even run in
No,
an early era.
I'm not playing low iron. Maxwell's better. Phillips is better.
Yeah.
Hack
All
is
right.
better.
All right. All right. Dale Barra.
And now we go from one of the spectrum to
Hey,
the
we
other.
actually have a playable Barra.
Wait, is it bad if I say I think you can play the other one too?
You probably actually can play the other one too.
Yeah. So this card is not an F minus. This card is really
This
good.
card, you're still getting the 98 range in an iron, but you're also getting, especially versus righties, a very real bat, but even versus lefties, like the bat's enough with that glove.
Yeah, and I think this is playable in bronze. I mean, Day is better, but Day can only play one position.
Do you move Day or do you move Day to second?
I'm not sure which one's better. I mean, you probably end up with Berra on your roster anyway, because he's like pretty good. He backs up shortstop at least and plays third too.
Yeah, I don't really want to play him at third. I think even though the glove's fine, I don't think the bat's good enough for me to want to play him at
No,
third.
I agree, but it's like at least he plays the position. It's
He does,
it's
yeah.
something. Um, I don't know. I guess what are you doing at second? Um, the best second baseman who isn't Connie Day is probably Eric Young still, or maybe Stevens,
It's some combination.
or this the new
I mean,
Hairston is
for
pretty
me,
decent,
it's
right?
Eric Young because I went the combinator route, but if I
Sure.
hadn't, I think it's Day and Stevens because it just gives you more flexibility.
There's the Hairston's actually also decent for in bronze. The I think
Yeah.
it, the well, we should specify Jerry Hairston Jr. since there are a lot of Hairstons. Um, so yeah, I mean, I guess the only question with Barry is an S or an S plus.
Yeah, it's
Probably just an S because
probably
it's
just
not
an
like
S. Yeah. All right. It's probably just an S, but it's a really solid card.
really, yeah, really good card, and it should be pretty easy to boost. I imagine. Like
Yeah, I don't know.
I would think. I guess we can look it up.
I should
Maybe we should do
add.
that.
Did I add the right one to watch this time? All right.
Yeah,
Here's what I get for
he
not having
played.
looked at the cards yet. All right. Sandy Alomar, senior, I guess. Right?
Era played for 10 seasons and has a number of cards that look like he should overlap with pretty strongly. Dave Parker, John Candelaria, Kent DeColvey, Bill
Doesn't
Madlock,
sound bad.
a lot of stuff. Yeah, he should be pretty easy.
So Alomar, this is senior.
Yes.
So, I mean, this looks a lot like the Bara, except you're missing a bunch of the bad.
Yeah, I think he just kind of gets run over by Berra and Castro, right? Like,
I think so, yeah.
um, he's just the third
And
third
I
best
noticed
version
we
of this
went
card.
with Sandy Jr. and not Roberto.
That was probably a good choice.
Yeah, but Roberto was like the spitting image of. Wait, no.
No. don't know if we yeah.
Ron. We're moving on to bronze.
Yeah. Let's not say anything more about Roberto Alomar.
Jerry Hairston Jr. So I'm supposed to hate this card, but actually I think there's just enough bat versus righties to be a little bit interesting here.
Yeah, I agree. And I think probably if you're gonna do like your three infielders, if you want, can be Day, Hairston, and Berra, and you can just cut Stevens because I mean, Day can, you know,
Yeah, I think because of Berra, I think this card gets cut. But if he's more boostable than either Day or Berra, I guess it would have to be than Day. So if he's more boostable than Day, maybe you replace Day with Hairston.
yeah, I do have Hairston a tiny bit ahead of Stevens and Young, though obviously he's relatively splitty. I mean, Young is also splitty, just the other direction. Stevens is a bit more even. I imagine he should be relatively easy to boost because he played for a long time. Just
Yeah, and,
putting
and
this
then I
week in
guess
check.
also there is a bronze only daily. So for that you can't play Berra.
That's true. Um,
But then we're gonna have to talk about Boone in a moment.
yeah, Boone is weird. I don't know. I don't know what to do with Boone.
I think the big issue with this card is he just should never see a lefty.
Yeah,
And that's enough
I
that
do think.
probably he's the one that gets squeezed out. So I'm thinking it's like a C or a D, where if you push it toward the higher end, it's because you're thinking that it's easier to boost. But what do you
I mean,
think?
it should definitely be easier to boost than like Stevens. Um,
Do you think he's higher than a C?
no, I think a C is probably about right. I think a C is probably about right.
Okay.
I mean, maybe sometimes you find use like he's actually not a horrible outfielder. Maybe sometimes you find a use for the outfield.
I give him a C plus.
Um, yeah, it seems like a reasonable card.
All right. Ray Boone. Um, I
Both
actually kind of
splits.
like the bat.
Well, not VR.
No, but I kind of like the bat VL, and I think the glove is good enough with that bat that I just have this as the best VL shortstop.
I have him as the best VL shortstop and third baseman, actually. I think the question really is, well, there's two questions. The first is like, are you actually getting lefties? I think probably you are getting lefties, right? Splittorf is good for non-combinator. Trout and Wilson are fine for combinator. There isn't really another lefty, but that's probably already enough to play him. I think the bigger issue is Joe Mauer.
Yeah.
Um, because we were kind of talking last week that in order to do Joe Mauer, you really needed to dedicate some Connie Day playing time to catcher, probably. Um, and then you're going to be exposing yourself to some Boone VR starts, which is really pretty bad.
I'm actually willing to run him VR a little bit at shortstop, more than third base. Because at least the glove is not disastrous.
I mean, it's
I don't
bad.
want. I mean, I don't want to run him, but if that's kind of the cost of roster building, I'm probably willing to do it occasionally.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely something that you need to be aware of putting this on the roster. I mean, you have to be sure that you're getting probably two lefties per rotation, I would think, to make it good.
Yeah, and you're not going
Like,
to do that in every series.
yeah, one is probably not enough. Like if people are only playing Splittorf and Trout and Wilson don't get play, then probably this is not on the roster.
It's probably like a B or a C.
Yeah, probably it's like a B or C. But this is the kind of card that I like having in the game, right?
I
This is
agree.
the well
Maybe give it a
card.
B.
Yeah, I think a B is. I think a
A
B is
B
fair.
for you should boost this card.
B.
All right. Sandy Alomar Jr. Um, the bat's not as good as it looks.
No, I mean, at
Glove's
least it's not
also
low
not
diamonds
good.
anymore. It's better as a bronze than low diamond, but it's still not playing. I mean, Mauer and really good VR. Raritan's just good.
I
Honey
think
Days
it,
even
but I
for
think it's
catcher.
actually I don't. I still think this is an F minus bronze. It's just less of an F minus than a diamond.
I don't know that I'd give it. I think I would play as an iron, so I don't think I'd give it an F
I don't
minus.
think I would. I think I'd rather run a Johnny Edwards type if you're gonna get a bat. I mean,
No, I
I'll
can
run O'Neill anywhere.
check. I suspect I have this ahead of. Yeah, okay, I have this ahead of. I have this ahead of Edwards VR in iron. So I would just give this a regular F. I don't want to play it, but I would play it an iron.
All right, we'll upgrade him this year to a regular F.
I mean,
Um,
at least not a 93 anymore.
Buddy Bell, not the gold, but the bronze, which actually might have more bat than the gold.
Yeah, this card seems excellent. I don't. This card just seems great.
So I don't quite have it as the best third baseman just because I'm happy to play Connie Day absolutely
Yep.
everywhere. But
Yep. Agreed.
apart from Connie Day, I think I would platoon this with Ray Boone if I hadn't already invested some combinators,
Yeah.
that would beat it. Um, I don't think I'll invest in this one, but I think if you haven't yet invested in a combinator there, this is definitely a decent choice because you're starting out around the top of the meta.
Yep. Definitely agree. And the lack of
Although
splits
I
makes it
don't
even
think I'm
more
going to
valuable.
pay 63K for him.
No, that's a bit much
Like
probably.
I think you can probably do better than that.
But this is one of the things always with these combinators is that if any team has decided that like their sole objective is to be good at bronze, they will not care to spend 60 or 70 or 80 or 90 or 100K on this kind of a card because it is improving their team. And anyone who has a goal other than solely being good at bronze will not be willing to do that. And so it just creates this really bad situation um, where
Are you trying to say that there is an unhealthy situation created by the game design here?
I am attempting to say that yes, like one of the reasons I think that we've seen tournaments struggle to fill is that the player pool has been divided up more than previously. Like if you don't have the combinators for the format, you just won't enter it. You'll enter the format you do have the combinators for.
So would one of the effects of something like that be that it becomes more difficult for things to fill because you lose this cross-pollination?
That could be an effect. It could be an
So
effect.
that would
Another
be
effect,
something to watch out for if like tournaments are more difficult to fill, or especially like weeklies, because those are the
right?
sorts of thing that,
If there
you
was
need the cards at different levels.
if there was like a really accessible weekly that had, an extra 25K EV above every other tournament that's available, you would think that tournament would fill very fast.
Especially if it was like explicitly advertised as being for casual players in some way.
Right. Right.
And maybe like on a weekend.
Yeah, you would think such a tournament would fill very quickly without any trouble.
But actually it did fill quicker than most of the weeklies.
Yes, but it still did not fire on time. Amazingly.
No.
Like this is almost as good of a situation as you can get for a tournament that's accessible to everyone and has a good prize pool. It's really hard to find a better situation than that. It's a BO5, so your coin flipping is a little bit better.
Although I
Um,
do have to ask, so we now have our casual Friday cap, right? 1700 cap and all that. But
oh yes, extreme cap. Yeah, that's
we
funny.
also, on Saturday, we have the extreme.
Oh, you're missing a really critically important difference that just
Yeah?
is everything. Is that the casual Friday cap is in 2001, and this one's in modern,
Aha.
and that really just makes such a giant
Because
difference.
modern is extreme.
Right.
Well, the name that gets me the most, just, given my profession and all that, is that we still haven't changed the fact that every day we have amateur astronomy.
Well, they're not very good at it. Clearly, that's what they're amateurs.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, can you? Why is Chickasaw Bricktown Park in the game? What is its purpose?
Where is Chickasaw Bricktown Park?
Like
Sorry.
the park that's been randomly chosen for the amateur astronomy today.
Let
Like,
me
look at
let
the
me let
map
me let
of
me
that
pull the
park.
astronomy up again. Where was it? Where was it? Oh, because I'm not in perfect drafts. That's why I can't find it.
Astronomy is not a traditional thing to do.
Astronomy is different than staring at the stars, apparently.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, clearly.
Well, you see, Chickasaw Bricktown Ballpark is not quite the flattest park I've seen in the game, actually.
But like, why do these parks exist? What are they doing other than to muck up the pool so the random ones happen to hit it sometimes?
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no point. Just put the interesting parks in and take these
Well,
stupid ones out.
but also, I guess they don't have the images. 'Cause if they had the images
That's
of all
also
these,
true.
it would kind of be fun to, watch the games in them.
Yeah, but this is just gonna look like the default. I mean, it's just silly.
Nice, Lucic. Maybe the Astros should play in it.
Yeah, they could, but they'd have to use their tash cans.
That's two.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, is this the point that I get to make my Luka Doncic jokes, or am I supposed to wait on that?
At least wait for the game today. Then you can make them all. Turns out that just like standing around on defense is not helpful to your team.
Yep.
Who would have guessed?
Oh, what's funny is that there were a bunch of things you could find on YouTube where people were asking questions like, why is his impact so much less than his production? And nobody ever seems to have figured out the obvious answer.
Maybe they should implement like a designated defensive player to basketball, like a designated hitter. Then he'd be great if you could do that. Like every time you turn the ball over, you get to take a timeout and you put the replacement player in for him.
Yeah. UMass Amherst has a history of astronomy. Is that what you're saying?
Well, clearly, UMass Amherst should get in touch with the people who do this game. They might they might uh, they might get along well.
Yes. Uh, apparently on Amazon, there's also a book just titled Astronomy.
There you go. It's on Amazon. It must be correct.
Um, yeah. And Quora has a whole thing. What's the difference between astrology and astronomy?
Not much.
Yeah. See, yeah, exactly, Beck Dog. Now, here's the thing, right? You always talk about like, which players you'd like to get a beer with after the game, but like Luca's the one guy that actually would.
Yes, well, that's true. As long as it doesn't stop anyone else from getting a beer, then you'd be in trouble.
Yes.
So what are we giving Buddy Bell? Like probably like an A?
Yeah, that's probably fair. All right, Lance McCullers. So I'm guessing this is one we're going to come down on opposite sides on because this is the extreme high PBAB end.
Oh yeah, I don't have this thing anywhere.
So
Not
I still find that there are enough points that I'm pretty interested in what you're getting VR with this card.
I don't even have him like close to playing an iron.
All right, so we have a little difference of opinion on this one. Combinator, there's one person interested at 10K, so there is that.
Oh, I'm interested in the other McCullers. Can we do him? That one seems good.
Yep. All right, I do think this one's more interesting than you do. I would give him more like a C. You would just have him nowhere close.
Not even anywhere. Yeah, so give
Call
him
it
a
a
D, I
D.
guess. Yeah.
All right, Dick Sisler. So this is kind of a flat profile, but there are a fair number of points there.
Yeah, I think I mentioned him briefly when we were talking about Benjamin. I don't. This is definitely doesn't have the bat to play first, right? This is only a left fielder. But I don't know. I have it like pretty reasonable as a silver combinator eligible left fielder. I mean, there are a couple of non-combinator guys I have way ahead.
Yeah, I think part of this comes down to sort of how much you're going to value left field defense. Because that is some of the real value of this card. In the same way that I really like that Carl Crawford in goal, because I do think the left field defense is giving you something.
Yeah,
If you're not interested in the left field defense, I think the card would be unplayable.
certainly the bat's not very good. But the thing is that I have it behind actually five really different non-combinators. Well, there's the tournament edition guy who I guess we'll get to. And then Henry Davis, Wally Moon, Tommy Agee, and Lance Berkman, assuming there's some kind of
I
platoon
have him behind
somewhere.
Herzog as well, but same problem.
Yeah. Um, yeah, and Von Hayes, actually, I have reasonably close. So really, you have to have a combinator. If you don't have a combinator, this is useless. I don't think it's really good enough that it makes sense to invest in the combinator. So that probably just makes it an F.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd still rather have the Goose Combinator, who's pretty combinable, combina, you know.
Combinatable.
All right, so it probably doesn't quite work.
Yeah, it's an F.
All right, Jerry Hairston,
Another
the other
one.
one.
So it's
So this card I do really like one way.
yeah, it's a worse Berkman, but it's a combinator eligible worse Berkman.
Right, but that makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
And probably and also you do get a little bit more in the outfield defense. Almost enough to like contemplate sticking him in left if the alternative
kind
is
of.
Goose.
I mean, you lose the first base compared to Beltran, which is a little annoying. I have used Beltran's first base.
Berkman, you mean? Yeah.
For Berkman, yes, I'm sorry.
So I think this is the card I'd be more inclined to take a shot at in part. So this is the kind of card. So I don't think it's a 50K card for me,
No, definitely not.
but I'll actually throw him on the watch list because this is the kind of card where like I've gotten a lot out of taking the Iron Posada, but boosting him to level 5 because he's pretty boostable, and then he's just a bat you can throw on rosters quite a ways up. Is just a VR bat.
Right. Yeah, as long as you don't get the other side. Um, and this should be pretty easy. He has 9 seasons with Harold Baines. I think there's a gold Harold Baines that should pretty
Yeah, I
much
think so.
take you all the way. Um,
So this feels like the same kind of card where I'm not so interested in just running him in silver, but the fact that if I boost him means I can probably put him on some gold teams just as a VR bat, backup kind of thing.
yeah, I mean, I guess the thing is,
Especially the gold do or die because you have an extra bench
yeah,
slot that you can make in that format.
I think it is the kind of card though that you really need the whole team. Like this is not going to be one of the first cards you get the
No,
combinator and boost it. This has to be like you already have the whole team, and this is the sort of add-on,
agreed. Yeah.
which I probably knocks down a little. It's probably like I think it's probably like a C.
I'm also a little bit terrified that the AI manager is going to just stick him in center in extra innings.
It will do that. Well, that's funny. I've never seen that before. That look at that. The combinator center field, he gains 0 points at level 0.
he's just he's just hopeless. I mean, there's just you cannot make him a better center fielder.
That's sort of funny though.
All right, let's give him a C
Essentially,
for combinator.
actually, I should check him because it's a good test of whether my understanding of the defense boost is actually correct or not.
All right, this next card I'm not even looking at. It's Aaron Boone. He gets an F minus.
It's also bad, I think.
Sammy Hairston.
It's probably just a regular F enough minus, but
It's a
it's
Yankee. It's Aaron Boone.
sure. We can give him the F minus if you want.
I won't bump the counter because
Really, it's
not
just
a real
regular.
F minus, but
Yeah.
if Aaron Boone doesn't get an F minus, I mean, come on. Aaron Boone's middle name is basically F with some dashing, right?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. Sammy Hairston.
Okay.
Why is this card going for 20K?
So
Can you explain to
I
me
have
why this card is going for 20K?
I have this card number 2 as the base version. I have Tennis and Hairston.
I
I
also have him behind Raritan, I think.
Yeah, I Raritan and Duncan very close behind.
And then VR, I'm having behind a few other things.
Yeah. However, I think this card is an F, maybe even an F minus.
Because you can't boost him, and
You can't boost him, and he's worse than Tennis, who's also not a combinator.
I think that's probably, yeah.
Like
I don't believe you have to give him an F minus, but I think that's right, yeah.
the decision to make this not a Negro League card, like a Negro League player didn't get a Negro League card, has rendered the card useless, which is really unfortunate because it's actually a pretty interesting card otherwise.
How do you boost this card?
No, it's impossible. You have to do it with high diamond combinators. Is the only way.
So he also has no chemistry with anybody.
He's no chemistry with anybody other than other Baseball Reference 3 cards, I guess.
New missions. Oh, you mean there are new missions that just dropped?
Yeah, no, well, yesterday for these Baseball Reference 1 to 3, they're bad. Like, don't do them. But
that's what the.
Yeah, yeah. It's just you cannot print Negro League cards that don't have the Negro League card type. They will never, ever, ever play. It's impossible to get them to play.
True. It would be like printing tournament edition cards and replacing packs that have nice combinator food with tournament edition cards.
Pedro Bourbon.
Pedro Bourbon, yes. Well, you're going to tell me this is a wonderful shape.
No. I'm going to
My
tell you
response is going to be, I do think it's a wonderful shape, but I don't quite have enough points there.
I don't have enough points either.
All right. Gold. We're up to gold. Okay. Cecil Fielder.
Oh boy.
No, not Prince Fielder. Cecil Fielder. What the heck is this card?
So that's a VL bat.
Okay. This is the worst, like, lack of attention to detail card we've seen in the set yet, I think. Can you explain his stealing ratings?
Ethan. I will attempt to do so. Cecil Fielder. Which year is this? This is 1990. All right, let's see. 1990. He had 0 attempts. One attempt and 0 successes.
Yes. Which meant that for his entire career to that point, he was 0 for 3.
He was 0 for 3.
Yes.
You would think it would be lower than. I mean, it doesn't really matter in some sense because it's.
No, but how do you end up with ratings like that? There are people that have worse stealing ratings than this.
Yeah, you would think this would be worse.
If you literally have stolen 0 bases in your career, how do you get this stealing rating? He's a Tiger, so that makes him fast?
I mean, it makes no practical difference to the card, obviously. Like, 1 versus 13 is the same, but.
And by the way, when he finally stole a base, after, I believe, setting a record for how long it took him to successfully steal a base, you tell me, if you're the official scorer, you're giving a stolen base on this play to anybody other than, like, Cecil Fielder as a hometown scorer.
BREF says he got another one, so maybe the other one is more real.
No, but you look at this play and you tell me what you're doing. So it's a 3-2 count. So they put him in motion, swings through, they throw, and he's out by, what, a good 10 feet?
I mean, they usually don't give errors for the, like. I mean, the ball wasn't, like, cleanly.
The ball beat him by, like, 10 feet. Okay, it's a 3-2 pitch. He got to run on a breaking ball. And the reason, and you notice the reason that actually he ends up being safe is because the shortstop had time to catch the ball and wait for him, and it messed up his timing.
Like, if you look at the replay, the shortstop didn't have the ball all the way in his glove. That's why it came out. Like, it wasn't. The ball was at the very end of his glove.
But
So
still, like
yes, I mean, okay,
he hadn't even hit the dirt by the time the ball got there.
the count and the breaking ball are not really relevant to whether we're going to give it a steal or not. I think
No,
the
no, no.
only
But I'm just saying, with every advantage possible, he
question,
was still out by, like that's the problem, right? The problem is that the shortstop went to slap down the tag and realized he had to wait for the runner to get there.
yeah, I think the question
That,
is whether
that
we're going
that's
to
what
give an
happened.
error.
Is he was so slow, he disrupted the timing of the
It,
play.
it does seem borderline to me between a stolen base and an error on the shortstop. So, but probably should be an error on the shortstop. Probably should be an error on the shortstop. He's definitely not an error on the catcher. The catcher did fine.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you're the catcher that gives up like a stolen base to Cecil Fielder, you should just retire at that point,
It's
right?
not. It's definitely the catcher is certainly not at fault here. The catcher did his job. He got the ball to second base in plenty of time.
Got there too early.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure they were holding him there, by the way.
Probably not.
Right? Like it's just I don't know. Wait, was that opening day? April 2nd. Is
Easy
he
to
actually
find
steal
out.
a base on opening day?
This was in 1996. So
Because you
1996.
realize that would mean that he would have been like the league leader in
No,
stolen bases
no, it was
after
not
that
opening
game.
day. It was the second game of the season.
Okay. But
When did
yeah,
he steal the
I'm
other base?
sorry, but that's an error.
When did he steal the other base? Nine game logs from 1996. Other one.
I don't know. Does chat think I'm way off here? That you all would have given him a steal if it weren't Cecil Fielder, if it were like just normal player.
I mean, it probably is an error, but it doesn't seem like completely insane to me.
There's a one player on pace for 81 steals.
Yeah, I'm attempting to figure out what. Okay, he walked. He didn't steal. Okay, he again. Okay, the second time he stole second base was on first and third, so probably they just didn't bother attempting to throw him out.
So it's probably like the little league play of like let's just send Cecil in motion and hope
No,
they waste time.
it was two outs though, so then they probably would have tried for it. Maybe they just fell asleep. It was against the Brewers. Yeah, they may have just fallen asleep. I
Scorer
don't know
can't
how to
assume a
find
double
it.
play. Scorer can't assume that the shortstop's capable of slapping a tag down on a runner.
I mean, that maybe I don't actually know how that works, but it's a stupid rule anyway. This whole can't assume a double play business. Like once the guy turning has received the ball, why does it matter whether they've already gotten out or not? He's still screwed up another out.
That's true.
I never understood why that was the case to begin with.
Okay, so as for the card, it's kind of interesting. As a base card, I have it as a big bat VL, but not so big that it's a must play. It's just, kind of in a range of, a couple of options.
I do have it as the best VL first baseman, not by a ton, but I do have it as the best VL first baseman in gold.
I have it almost equal, like, close
Well,
enough that it could go one way or
the
the
problem
other.
is that the three cards, well, the two cards that are closer are both tournament editions, so they can't be boosted anyway.
True.
Um,
And then I have it behind my level 5 Sheffield.
yes, well, I'm assuming. I mean, level 5, this thing is going to be just silly.
Well, and that's the point I was going to make, is I think this is a card where this shape will benefit quite a bit from kind of what this looks
Yeah,
like
I mean,
as a
he's
high-end
going to have like
commentator.
180 power VL or something.
185.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot.
It is a lot. It's more than 184.
Yeah. I mean, to the point where this probably then I assume the L5 commentator of this becomes the best VL hitter in low diamond. I mean, he's going to hit a home run some ridiculous percentage
He's
of the
going to hit a
time.
lot of homers, yeah.
I mean, he's got a lot of homers.
Yep, so I think this is a pretty good card.
But I mean, the VR is terrible. Like even the L5 VR is terrible.
Yeah, it is. So it's a platoon bat. It's a really big platoon bat. So I still think the bat is just so good.
Yeah, it's probably still like an A.
It's at least an A.
Yes, T-Chuck, that is correct. 185 is more and more than 184. Than 184 is more than 183. That's true.
It is actually more and more than 184 than 184 is more than 183.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It
It
is
is.
actually
Yes,
a true
it is.
statement.
And for that reason, I think this is an S plus.
Oh, it might be.
I think
It's
this card's an
really
S
silly.
plus.
It's a lot more too. It's not like a little bit
Yeah, yeah,
more.
it's a lot more. Yes.
Can you run lefties in gold with this in the picture?
You
Like, is it?
can, but this is the card that's going to make me go all Mr. Black on them. I might
Like,
actually not have my intentional walk slider clicked at 0.
this is just so silly. I mean, it's really so silly.
Yeah, Mr. Wrestling, I think I mentioned that the Pujols is going to be big at high level. But this is a bigger bat than Pujols DL.
Well, the thing is also, like the eye is good too. The eye gets a lot of help. The bat gets a lot of help. I mean, it's not just the power.
Yep.
The whole bat is good. Maybe
Yep.
okay.
And not only that, but the avoid K doesn't even go up too much.
Okay, maybe this is going to be a bit cryptic. Well, it isn't a bit cryptic. Are we sure this is an S plus in the face of the thing I sent you yesterday?
You mean the thing with the guy?
The
Yeah.
thing with
Yeah,
the
the thing. I still think it has to be, but
but is that thing going to not stay where it is and go in other places? Or is it going to stay where it is? Probably it will go in other places, right?
I think so.
And that makes him a lot worse.
I'm not sure. I still think this is probably going to end up being an S plus.
The only okay, the Combinator is probably like a B. The non-Combinator, I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
non-Combinator is probably like a B.
Like if this card fell off a truck, I would probably grab one.
Yeah. I am a little worried about the thing,
Yes.
and that eventually there will be too many of
Things.
them.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sort of intentionally not giving context to your back, Doug. Sorry, this conversation's a bit silly. I don't know. Stuff might get weird.
And he can steal bases. I think just what the Combinator version gives you, I think this is an S plus. But yeah, given the thing and the guy and the thing
It's
and
scary, right? Like, the thing is scary.
yeah.
But I guess that the order is okay, right? The order of the things are okay. Like it won't hurt everything.
Some things.
But I guess it hurts. Yeah, it hurts some of the things. But it doesn't hurt all of the things.
Right. And he has a lot of things.
It's funny because we're actually having a real conversation. We both know like I understand everything that you're saying.
My best guess is this is an S plus.
Yeah, I'm just not sure because I haven't put that thing in the places it needs to go yet entirely.
Right. All right. Well, what do you want to give him?
Maybe like S plus question mark. I don't know.
I mean, it might be. The thing is, we might be underrating him.
Yeah, it's true. We could be underrating it because it's hard to say what exactly will happen there. Because it's
all right. Let's go with an S plus, and we'll check.
The thing is that it's also possible that thing is based more on other things than the thing itself.
Yes.
And then it's just amazing.
Especially because some things get pricey.
Yes. Yes. Though I'm.
All right. All right. S plus. Final answer. S plus. S plus.
Yeah. That thing did have no pricey things in it, by the way. In case that was
okay.
In doubt.
Lance McCullers Jr. Yes, Jr. I thought I was gonna really like this card, and then I don't like it that much.
I thought I was gonna really like it, and I do really like it.
Just the same difference with the P BABIP, I guess.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, base version. Okay, I still have Logan Webb. Logan Webb is really good, and then I have McCullers second.
The reverse split really helps this card, I guess.
Certainly.
Yeah, and actually, this is another one where some of the P BABIP issues really get improved a little bit by not as much as I hope because it's really improving movement and then resplitting it.
I'm actually not. We should talk about that afterwards.
Okay. No, hold on. This doesn't work either because then the movement shouldn't be +7.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's weird.
Wait.
But I'm close to having it. I'm within a point usually. It's like defense, but not all the way like defense. If that makes sense.
Huh.
I don't know if that was a good explanation.
No, I just what you're saying, but okay, so they must have. All right, maybe that's a good one off stream.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. I am gonna.
Anyway, I have the base version as a card I'm not really interested in, but the Combinator version is getting interesting pretty quickly at high levels. Like compared with other Combinators, I mean.
I want the base version. I definitely want the Combinator version.
What would you have given him? Because I would have given him like a city.
Well, the thing is, so this one is actually one of, I have this ahead of the tournament editions in the base version. The thing is that it's no longer playing at the low diamond because some of the low diamond T's are really good as the base, so you need the combinator to play low diamond. So then it's probably like an A.
All right. So let's see. Split the difference and give it a B, or do you actually feel sort of more strongly that it should be higher?
No, I think a B is reasonable. It does have lowish stamina. It's
I assume
definitely
though with that
important.
stuff, it's going to be a starter and not a borderline starter.
Definitely be a starter. Yeah, yeah.
But I guess actually a high stuff and low stamina combination like this maybe is also not going to be so efficient with pitches.
Probably not.
Bob Boone. So this is funny. This is another card that I'm looking at it and I'm saying I'm sure I'm going to really like it. And then I kind of look at my model and it's a lot less true than I thought.
What's funny is I want to run this card VR.
Yeah, I can
Um,
actually see that because like all the extra blue stuff is sort of in the stuff you don't really care as
well, and the
much
thing is,
about.
the Posey is just so good. So I think okay, I have it third at gold catcher among base versions behind Tennis and Rick Dempsey, but again, not combinator.
Right.
So and Boone should be really, really easy to boost, right? He played forever. He should be
Yes.
um so yeah, I think my kind of ideal catcher setup in gold would be Boone VR Posey VL, which is a little weird, but that's what it's saying, and I understand why it's saying that. I mean, it seems sensible.
Yeah, I think I'm not super interested in the base version for the reasons you said,
Yeah.
but the combinator, is going to jump ahead of all of those cards. So,
So it's probably like a B or C.
yeah, it sounds reasonable. Maybe closer to a B.
Yeah, it's Bob Boone. We might as well give it a B.
Like, it's a card I probably should put on my watch list just because I'm running gold, but I don't think it's going to be a priority for me to grab him.
You'll definitely pay 20K for one. Like I said, if there's a minimum one goes up, you'll definitely pay that.
I'd pay 20K, but like it wouldn't be a card I'd boost quickly.
No,
And I don't think I'm ever running him in caps or something.
no. So, I mean, certainly you'd rather own a Posey than a Boone. Like,
Well, Posey sort of one way, but I just still think Pinch Thomas gives you a lot.
yeah. Well, I mean, your ideal card would be a CC Rick Dempsey, but no dice.
Sure, yeah, CC Rick Dempsey would solve the problem. Muddy also solves a lot of problems though. So like right now, I think I'm still running Muddy as my gold DH, but then that's your other catcher.
Yeah, and I mean, like boosted Mauer Duncan would also kind of do the job, I guess. That's sort of Boone's job.
Floyd Bannister. Uh, so the splits are a little bigger than I would have thought at first. And I think that's going to make it tougher here.
Yeah, I mean, among combinator eligible, I have him sixth, but there's like four combinator eligible, non-combinator eligible ahead of him. So I think that probably makes it an
I
F.
think so, yeah. Well, but I also have him like I have him comparable to Swindell. Different shapes, but kind of
Sure.
similar overall level. And I think you can definitely run like a high level Swindell in gold, but it's not going to be your high end
No, it's
gold
basically
combinator. It's going to be kind of the bottom of your rotation.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like an L5 Bannister will be better than Webb, but not by a lot.
So it's probably like a C or D, maybe closer to a D. What do you think?
Maybe a D. Yeah, maybe a
D.
D.
All right. All right, we made
Let's
it to Diamond. Hold on, let me just double check.
Yeah,
I
the ones I
don't
have
have a
ahead of it
draft.
come near eligible all righties. So that the fact it's a lefty does give them so probably
Double checking. I don't have a draft. Half hour on the draft.
yeah, we can
We can do that later, right?
Later. We can chug through the rest of the BRs by then, and then do that, and then the TEs, which are just field of
That
sadness.
sounds good. I can race through that draft, see if we can do it in 2 minutes like the other one.
Sure.
We'll do the TWIP draft for real though.
I guess that's true. That the big problem with Bannister, maybe it makes him an F even, is that his home run isn't high enough, and Cecil Fielder is going to absolutely tee off on him.
Oh, that is true.
Like I don't know if we can play left without giant amounts of home run in the face of Fielder.
I think just walk Fielder and worked with Bonds, right?
Yeah,
We allowed to say that?
we can mention him. I think his name is allowed to be uttered.
Griffey. Wait, why? Okay, so I put Griff. Oh, because I was gonna say there should be another Griffey in there, right? All
Yes.
right. Well, let's start with this Griffey. Um, I like the Babbitt, but I wish he had a little more eye or glove, huh?
Yeah, it's just like worse than Toriente and Max Clark and various other cards as well, but those two in particular.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I was hoping, but I,
The
I
other
like the
Griffey's
I
really
like the
good.
photo.
Yeah, the art is nice. It's always cool to get those.
Prince.
Is there a diamond four from it? Not at the moment, Deck Dog. But even if there is, I think you're gonna play Cedon Rafaela also instead of him. Just if you're looking for a backup, like he plays every position and he's like much more helpful to your
So isn't
roster.
this just less bat than Fielder by like a lot, except it's 94 and
Um, I mean, I think the thing is that the cards I have ahead of this are all not combinator, and this one is. But you probably it's too much to hope to find one. The thing is, in all honesty,
yeah,
aren't you
diamond that
playing?
becomes a little less of an issue, I think.
Aren't you playing level 5 joiner for this?
I've got the base joiner point 0.7 war behind this. So
So yeah,
absolutely. I'm playing the
so
level 2 joiner ahead of this.
joiner is just such a ridiculous card.
All right. Would you rather have this Prince or Carlos Correa? Oh, never mind.
I'm
Someone
not
will
sure I
get
get
it. Someone will get it. All right. Brett Boone. Brett Boone. So the good news is I think this might be the first card we've printed that actually is a little bit better than Utley one way.
Yeah, we did it.
Uh, the bad news is it's only one way, and I'd much rather have Utley overall.
And Utley is also cheaper. I mean, okay, if you can
Well,
get a
but
combinator
also
version
because
here,
they both only play second
yeah,
base,
that's a big problem.
it's really hard to put both of them on a roster, and so you're still playing Utley.
If you can get the combinator version of this, it's amazing. Obviously,
You can get one for. Oh wait, no, you can't.
no. But yeah, assuming you can't find the combinator version of this, I think you are always going to choose Utley, unless a
So it's
ton
probably
of
still
lefties.
just an F, but
Well,
it's
no, I think it's not
close.
enough because like let's say next week like 3 diamond lefties get printed. Now it's probably now it's probably better than Utley.
I don't think so. 'Cause I think Utley's pretty far ahead VR.
I'm gonna have Boone reasonably far ahead VL. Like it's
F plus. I mean, you think? I think you're
I think
just
it,
still always playing Utley.
I think D.
All
I
right,
think
we'll
D
give him a
because
D.
he needs a bunch of stuff to get printed for him.
All right, George Sisler. So this is kind of this funny card where the avoid K is way too high, but he still has high BABIP.
So
And I really like this card except for one tiny tiger-sized problem.
So is this the time to say I have this as the best hitter in league by a like reasonably decent amount?
I have it close, but there is this other diamond we're going to talk about a little later that, you know.
Oh no, I have him a lot better than that Tiger in league, like a win better.
Oh, because the Void K is going to play up there, isn't it?
Yeah, and the Babbitt actually,
So
and
that
against
actually
lefty.
is funny. That I think this might be a card that I'm playing in League and not playing in Diamond then.
I think I'm playing both Sisler and the Tiger in diamond tournaments. I'll just DH one of them, especially because Cash needs a platoon partner, and Sisler can do that. Like he hits lefties perfectly fine.
That's fair.
Um, yeah, I think this card. I mean, Spore mentioned on the stream on Thursday that this, there was they thought about printing this card as 100. Yeah, I think this card could have been printed as 100. I would not have had any issue with this as 100.
They did. They just stuck a 99 on it.
Yeah. I mean, Cash is also basically 100 with 99 on it. um, yeah, this card just seems really strong. I think this is a pretty easy S.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, Yogi. Do we give him the Yankee F minus? No, this
Nope,
actually
actually
is
good.
probably interesting. Um,
I guess this is now the time to talk about Cy Perkins, probably.
Cy Perkins, I think, can play in League.
Cy Perkins, well, the thing is that, okay, I do have this as the best VR by a pretty good margin. Actually, I've built Pierce second VR
Well, here
because
you go. You
Perkins
can
is
get
bad as
Yogi for 500K as a combinator.
one already sold out. Two pulled. That's amazing. Two got pulled in a couple of days.
There you go. I was gonna say
Um,
unless it's the same one, but
that's true. Could be the same one. Could be the same one.
no, it'd
But
be
why would you
silly to
relist it
buy
at
it for
the same price?
500 and relist for
Yeah,
500.
yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, this card, like, you're not playing it in league ever because Bill Dickey is good.
Yes. And as a base version, I have it behind. So one of the weird things about diamonds is that they actually have to deal with high level gold combinators that get pulled a lot more than the diamond combinators. And I do have this as behind my level 5 Pinch Thomas by a tiny bit. But they're really
Yeah,
close.
I assume I would not have that, but funny thing, yeah, all the cards I have behind this in Diamond are Pierce, not Combinator, Perkins, not Combinator, Harry Ford, not Combinator, Campanella, not Combinator, Tennis, not Combinator. Actually, the next card I have behind it is Bob Boone, strangely.
Well, there is one other card that I think gives it a run for its money VR, technically. You could make a level 5 Mauer.
Bronze Mauer, you mean, of course.
Yes, yeah, Bronze Mauer.
um,
You'd still have major issues the other way.
Major issues, yeah. I mean, it's not like this is good the other way, but no, I think in Diamond right now, assuming no combinators, I would run Berra and I think Bill Pierce, actually, not Perkins. I don't know that there are quite enough lefties for Perkins, and I like Bill Pierce's VR bat a lot. But Perkins is also very reasonable.
Okay, so what do you want to give Bera?
I mean, I guess it's a B probably. Like we want to play it one way, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
There are
that's
combinators
fair.
ahead of it, but
All right, Dizzy then. So there are a fair number of points here, but I guess I still feel like this is a card where probably in your rotation, but I have it sort of toward the back end. The difference, though, is this is one where it is some of these tournament edition cards that it's competing with. So as a combinator, it's going to be better.
Yeah. So I mean, diamond rotation. I have Carpenter, Rijo, and then Trout, DeGrom, Syndergaard, all very close, and then the tournament edition, Levon Hernandez, a tiny bit behind them, and then Babe Adams. And those are the only starters that I'd really be interested in, I think. Oh, maybe Mike Hampton is in there someplace, but
I
probably
really
not.
want to kind of complain about some of the historical stuff here again. So I think there are two big problems with this card. So first off, where's the 111 power coming from?
This is 1944. I mean, the 40s are always...
He hit 5 home runs in 144 plate
appearances. But yeah, 44 is a really weird season, right? Because it's all the war guys.
Well, that was the second thing I was going to say, is all of these things are sort of treating like a war depleted,
Yeah, I mean, I guess there isn't much to do about it. Like, they weren't playing. Like, what are you supposed to... Like, you just guess at what everyone else would have done, or what? I mean, it's not an easy answer.
Yeah.
Um,
Who is it that was someone asked him, like, what are you doing in the outfield? And his answer was, oh, well, the following 3 people are at war.
Well, yeah, but it's always like
a fan who was heckling him.
Like with Hal Newhouser in particular, right? Because Hal Newhouser had these 2 incredibly dominant seasons in the middle of the war.
Right, but he was facing much weaker competition.
Yeah, so it's always I'm not quite sure always what to think about those seasons, because I mean, they were amazing seasons, but
the 111 power for 5 home runs is just nuts. Like, I don't see how that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's comparing it to other pitchers or something, or I don't know.
But you're treating him as a hitter here.
It does seem like a lot. I agree. I mean,
you're giving him 66. Yeah.
I mean, he was basically a league average hitter in 9. Well, I mean, he only had 144 plate appearances, so that's a decent rate. I mean, probably compared to the era, that's not terrible. Like who led the league?
It says he'd be on pace for like a 20 to 25 homer season.
Let's see, who led the league in home runs in 1944? We can check. 1944, 1944, the league leader in home runs was Bill Nicholson with 33. Then Mel Ott, 22. Nick Etten, 22. Ron Northey, 22. So 25 is actually a pretty good year, 1944, if he hit that in 600 plate appearances. Though Ott's 26 were only 500, and everyone else had more.
Yeah.
Maybe just 1944 is wonky. Maybe that's the problem, not Trout. I mean, 1944 is wonky. Sure.
Yeah, I just don't think that's the season you take seriously. 45 is even a little bit worse. That's the season that gave us that Raffensperger a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, those seasons are always very weird to deal with. But I guess if you're going to print a Dizzy Trout, like, what other season do you pick? Those are his good seasons.
Well, those are everybody's best seasons if they got to play them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could pick 1948. He was okay, or 1947. But yeah, 1944 is definitely his best year.
I mean, that Raffensperger 44 season's even crazier. Led the league in FIP, but played for the Phillies and also led the league in losses.
Well, played for the Phillies, led the league in losses. There you go. Seems to be a theme.
All right, so where do we put Trout? I mean, I think it's maybe another solid B or something. Like, he kind of
B or
in your
C.
Rotation.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, the thing is that, like, DeGrom and Syndergaard, I think are pretty similar, but they're low diamonds, so they're like quite a lot better.
Right, but I think the reason to bump Trout up a little bit is just he might be the best combinator eligible diamond.
Oh, that's true. He's the best combinator eligible diamond. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, he's not much better than DeGrom and Syndergaard, but he is a little better.
It's a tiny amount, but just the fact that he is there in combinator eligible.
Sure. Yeah.
It's not significantly harder to kind of bump a high diamond than low diamond.
No, though you would. I mean, Commoner Syndergaard is definitely the best of those three for sure. Like
I
not really
agree, yeah.
close, especially with the
All
bat
right.
actually being.
And finally, we got a
He's
couple perfects. We got Pedro Borbon. That's a lot of points.
It's a lot of points. Um,
That's what I
so
said.
I
But
have
it
this.
is a lot of points.
Okay, so I still have Kimbrel like way the best of any reliever. Actually, like pretty far ahead of both Gossage and Saito. Um, Partly because of the thing, but not entirely.
And these two Pedro Bordons, by the way, different relief
Different
pitchers.
people. Yeah. So league relievers, I have Kimbrel, a really quite large gap still, then Saito and Gossage, then a reasonably decent gap again, and then Yates and Bourbon.
Yeah, this. I also really don't like the decision actually on this card.
I mean, this card is just like cram as many points as you can in and
No,
hope
no,
it makes it
but this
work.
card is based on 36 innings. 36 innings that were markedly better than the 32 innings the previous year. And then it took him 3 years before he threw another major league inning because he was injured.
He was too good. They had to get rid of him. Also, it wasn't like this 1995 season was so amazing, really. Oh, it's 1996.
No, it's 96. The 96 season was his good season,
That was
but
really good.
it's
Yeah.
36 innings.
Yeah, it's not a lot of innings. Really,
So
it's not a
this
lot of
the
innings.
card just doesn't make a lot of historical sense.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. He also was helped by. Oh no, that's wrong. Never mind. Yeah, I generally agree. I guess. Um, I don't know. It's a decent card. It's probably like a C.
Yeah, I mean, I have him as really good.
I mean, I
You
have
know,
him as RP5 in league. That's something, but I mean, I guess that, if Kimbrel and Gossage and Saito are all super expensive, and this is 100 and
yeah.
150
Actually, I
something
think I
probably.
think it's maybe more like a B because I think he's
Maybe
going
it's
to
a
be
B.
better in tournaments.
I do have him, I think, a little better in tournaments. Yeah. Saito gets a little better. Kimbrel gets a little worse. Gossage's a little
And then
better.
we've got another Griffey. So our second Griffey of the year. This one's better than the mission card. I
So,
guess. Well, where does this one compare with Turkey for you? Because I guess
I mean,
that's
it's
maybe the.
it's Turkish Stern's bat with 12 points of range added on. Like it's identical. The bats are identical.
They're really similar, yeah.
Um, I have to say, I really, really, really dislike the release of this card a week after Trout. This card is much better than Trout. It's really not particularly close.
Yeah.
Um, why are we running over people's Trouts? Like the Trout was already not an amazing award. It was fine. I mean, it was a card that you would play. Certainly, it was a good card, but like now you have this positional awkwardness because like your ideal three outfielders probably now are Trout, Griffey, and Beltran with Musial at first, and Stearns at DH or Sisler or
Yeah,
something.
I think I still want
Um,
Turkey in there.
but you can't play Griffey and Beltran at the same time because neither plays left field, and then you have to put Trout in left field, and that's really awkward because you lose all his defensive value.
And that was
Like
the main value you were getting from him.
it's yeah, in the base running, which you don't lose, but yeah, you lose. I
No, no,
mean,
because at that point, I'd still just stick Musial in left instead for the bat.
yeah, I mean, it's just it's probably Beltran is getting cut. Probably you're playing something like Musial first, Stearns left, um, Trout center, Griffey right, Sisler DH in league. I think that's what I would do. But like Beltran's a good card. I'm not really excited about cutting Beltran. I would rather not have to do that, but it's just there's no other way to make it work with the positions. And Trout is now like a fringy kind of a guy because like if either a center fielder or right fielder comes, he's dead.
Yeah, and I guess that was our discussion on Trout last week anyway, was that it was kind of a minor upgrade at best, so it's easy to knock
Yeah,
it
I just
out. And
wasn't expecting another card to run over by like a win to a win and a half 3 days later.
yes,
It's a very strange choice. I mean, if you knew this was coming, Trout was just the wrong position to release a PDCS first place at. Like, I think the card's too. I think Griffey is too strong of a card to begin with, but certainly it makes no sense to release Trout if you know that Griffey is coming the next week. It's just strange.
yeah, I'd rather have released Griffey as the PTCS reward and then pretended that Mike Trout was Dizzy Trout's grandson.
Sure, yeah, that would have worked. But also, if you release Griffey as a PDCS reward, people will, I think, understandably be pretty upset. I don't know that you can actually do that. I mean, there's already a lot of, you know, unhappiness about the Griffey card being an L. Not that the card was just
There
so
aren't
good, but
enough
that,
people left to be really upset.
yeah, fair enough. I mean, the card's really, really strong. It's an S,
Anyway,
probably an S,
Griffey's an S, or is an S plus? Maybe he's an S plus.
probably an S
Probably an S
plus.
plus. All right, we'll give him an
S
S
plus.
plus. All right. Oh, we got two LEs. David
FF next.
Howard. He's 40. That's good. He doesn't give you a lot and can't be
No, I
combinated.
guess by our new criteria, this is worse than the 40s that can be combinated and is not combinator, so it's an F minus actually.
Guess that's right.
Hayes at least is actually kind of close as a
Von Hayes,
non-combinator.
if you could combinate him, would be really good
Yeah, but it's still an F because you can't.
because you can. Yep. All right.
I will say this is a really good data point, by the way, that people are in fact doing what we've been talking about, where they don't want the cards that are worse than the combinators because this card is really good if you don't think about the combinators. And
Yeah.
normally this kind of card, like a bronze 100 LE that's in the meta, would sell for 30K, 40K, something like that.
Or more even
Um,
as you go later in the cycle. Yeah.
yeah, and now it's selling for 5 because, well, yeah, it doesn't play.
True.
So yeah, yeah, exactly, T-Chuck. There's a million combinator things that are not in the meta that are better than this. So it's just bad. I mean, that's
All right. Well, see, we were almost there. All we have are the tournament cards, and we're done.
only 50 of them.
Oh, that should take us
Well, at least 20 are quick, very
no
quick.
time at all.
Uh,
I better get this draft out of the way, huh?
yeah, probably. I am going to, while you do that, because I think it's a useful data point, I'm going to count up how many of each type of choice pack there are per week. And
Oh,
you
okay.
can
That's useful. Always this cool
do the
Ray
draft.
Field, and you're welcome to chime in, but because if you don't chime in, I'm going to keep taking Yank Robinson. Oh, I have to take two cards. I don't want two cards. Is modern?
Take Goose
It's
and make him a
modern. I'll
starter.
just take Goose. Why not?
You can try to make him a starter. It won't work, but you can try.
All right. Well, on the other hand, I get Norm Cash, so that kind of fixes everything and whatever. Tiny Bonham's perfectly fine. Is it Ryle or Cunningham? It's supposed to be Cunningham, but I'll just go Ryle. If you want to jump in, I'll slow down, but otherwise, I would. Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. Wait, I
Yeah.
didn't notice Joe Adele in there, did I?
18, 20.
But I might as well kind of. Yes, we'll just get through a draft real quick. We need a second card out of this mess, though. It's actually a real
I'm
problem.
in the midst of counting, so I'm not going to be particularly helpful here,
Oh,
probably.
don't worry about it. I think, as you know, there's a lot more RNG than anything else in this.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a couple of these rounds where, whatever. We can always draft here. It's always good for a fun draft on stream. So, It's actually getting worse.
Mm,
Probably supposed to take Spivey here, but I'm just sort of assuming I'll find a middle infielder, right? All bad. All right, we'll go Bonifacio and we'll just find the pitchers at the end somehow, right? That never fails.
yeah, of course.
We're actually going to take a picture that has this shape. We can't possibly do that, right? That's a rough round. All right. Well, yeah, we'll just do it. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, exactly. The tournament edition cards do make it, even more important to kind of, catch the good end of these drafts. Just take them. Well, I don't know, how are you doing? Because I just have to decide whether Aaron Miles is playable. Oh wait, no,
No.
that's actually not much of a decision, is it?
I have finished my counting. I have now moved on to multiplying. This is very exciting.
All right, and I have finished my drafting, and I have now moved on to fighting the AI, which is a different sort of exciting. I don't think
Yep.
we can start Goose, huh?
Nope.
Not in Modern?
You can try, but it won't really work, I don't think.
No, that feels like the sort of thing that might fail. All right, how did the AI do? Let's see. Okay, it's successfully figured out that Norm Cash. Nope, it's not platooning him. It's just switching him around with Ed Ryle between first base and DH.
Why not?
So close. You know what? Whatever. We'll just run this. It's a best of three anyway, this draft apparently. So
Okay, I have finished multiplying.
good. Now you have to add.
No, I did that. I did it at the same time. I was efficient.
Okay. Although to be fair, really multiplying is just a lot of adding.
That's true. Yes. Okay, so anyway, here are the results of the various multiplications and additions and countings. So there are
Yes.
21 daily tournaments awarding choice packs, 16 weekly tournaments, 14 daily drafts, and 12 weekly tournaments or weekly drafts. I'm only counting the ones that are awarding choice packs. There are obviously some that don't. So that's in total 245 dailies per week and 28 weeklies per week, which means there will be 1,204 silvers, 602 golds, 301 low diamonds, 273 high diamonds, and 28 perfects per week.
From which you're
And,
mostly choosing the same card.
right. And there's only 10 of each. So, let's say we divide them all by 8 or something it's kind of approximate, right? I guess I can do that quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So, there'll be, something like 150 of the good silvers in a week, which means that everyone will have one. Or effectively everyone will have one. The golds, obviously, there'll be half of that, and so on and so forth.
Yep.
But what it basically means is that all the silvers and golds will be, in a week, will be spent effectively free. Maybe 2 weeks for the golds, but 1 week for the silvers, and then in maybe 3 or 4 weeks, the diamonds will be free. And then obviously the perfects will retain a lot of value because it's only 28 per week, and there's a lot of demand for those.
Yep, that's about right.
So pretty much all you care about in the long run is the perfect. Everything else is kind of
Speaking of all you care about, let's take another shot at boosting our combinator. Not going to work, is it? No chance this works again, right? If we go back to Pettis. Question is, do you think it's a specific card? So like if I try to boost with a different combination, will that work?
Maybe try without Sierra. Maybe Sierra is the problem because he's too old and like there's some mission something going. I don't know. Can you make it without Sierra?
Probably. But I wanted to boost him multiple times, so in the long run, I'm going to have to use Sierra.
Or just buy a lot of glitches?
Yeah, but then what do I do with all my Sierras?
Yeah. I mean, it may also be that the different card is the problem that we don't realize.
But see, isn't this fun?
So fun.
Look at all the clicking I get to do.
All that clicking.
But more, no, but actually more importantly, look at all of the space I'm freeing up under the player cap.
We did get an extra 2,000 spots this week, which
Did we?
well, yes, the maximum is now 11,999, which means basically you get to open 300 packs for free, and then you run into the same problems you did before. So it doesn't do much, but it's something.
Yes.
Uh, you know,
All right, let's try this
that is not
again.
happening.
I don't even think we should put the poll up because, we broke it last time. Will it work? Wow.
Apparently, the issue was
So
well, it
apparently, like
may have been
anyone,
moving
like
Sierra.
like anyone who watched, yeah, that's fair.
Maybe. I mean, it could be something else, but that was the thing that we changed intentionally, at least.
Yep. But apparently, like anybody who watched like the 2004 Yankees, Ruben Sierra was the problem.
But that's next because as soon as you do the level, it's immediately time to go buy all the cards for the next level.
Well, yes.
So you then fill them back up with all the spots again.
Well, see, the problem Tactile Next is that the other punishment for getting combinators is that people keep throwing packs at me.
Right. Yeah, that is an issue.
And when people
Is
keep
it
throwing
is
packs at you, you sort of feel like you're supposed to open the packs, and then, kind of snowballs from there.
it's also I'm trying to keep live spec. I'm trying to keep
Oh, I've given
that
up on
kind of
live
stuff.
spec. How much does Tommy John go for? Is he
Oh yeah, that's another
chewable?
good one. You can't check while you're there because otherwise you have to do it all again.
Is Tommy John
Tom,
chewable?
Tommy John has no mission, but he has a 2500 L10 and buy
Um,
orders at 1500.
I'll just buy more food. But all
No,
right,
because
we
we don't
have
like poke
finally
people.
successfully boosted Gary Pettis on stream, so there is that.
We have done it. We have indeed done it.
It was a long, difficult ordeal, but we have successfully boosted Gary Pettis on stream. So, there we go. Well, actually, Bob Boone is actually the right combinator food if you weren't,
New and cost 40K because then a bad mission that people are doing for some reason.
Yes. All right. Need 400 points to be able to boost him one more time. What's the right way to do this? Presumably it's just buy some enormous number of bronzes, right?
That's usually the answer.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cheap way to go.
You can buy something at Dave Bergman. There you go. Oh, there's Urbano Lugo, 10 points for 10 PP for 17 points. That's pretty good.
That can't beat that deal. Oh, and you know what? There were two people listing him at 10.
There you go.
Wait, three?
It's probably the same person.
Four? You know what? I'm even gonna splurge. I'm gonna pay 13 for
Wow.
Urbano Lugo because
You just like Urbano Lugo so much that you want to play him all your rosters. You have to have multiple copies to do that, obviously.
you know what? I think he's worth 20.
Wow.
He's worth 20. I think we can go 22.
No, that might be too much.
All right. Well, I can get the other Bob Boone. He's cheap. But another Bergman. I wish I were keeping a running count, but since I'm not, you know.
So how does everyone compare this part of the stream to the card reading parts of the stream? Which do people prefer?
That's true. Do we prefer the card? Do we prefer the card ripping, or do we prefer the combinator boosting? Which is more exciting? Or is this the point that you're sort of gonna come back and tell me I should run ads?
Combo is obviously best. Thank you. That's true. That's what we've been told. We will toe the line.
Take another shot at Pettis. This is totally gonna work this time, right?
Well, you're using
Oh,
Ruben
except I'm
Sierra
using
again.
Sierra. All right. You know what?
Well,
Should we do one more poll?
Okay,
Let's
I'll
do
do
one
another
more
poll.
prediction.
I'm
Let's
just
just
gonna
do a
say
yes or
no
no.
this
Just a
time.
yes or
Yeah.
no. Will this boost? We're gonna go to full points. So we're gonna have enough points.
There we go. And we are using Ruben Sierra.
We are using Ruben Sierra. Will it boost?
Yes, that's true. That's a good point that Tafnux is making. If we put up a lot of predictions, some people will lose, and therefore they will be happy, and so their enrollment of our stream will grow.
That is true. I like how there are a significant number of no answers to this also. So there are people that think Ruben Sierra is the problem. The other possibility is it could have been some server sync thing, right, that just went away.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like 3/4 of the people believe that it was some other issue, and
All right.
quarter are
ready to find out. We are on 100%. Here we go. Ruben Sierra was the problem.
Ruben Sierra was the problem. There we go. You cannot use. It's funny. I used a Longoria just today to boost something. So I wonder why he works. And oh, maybe because the card I was boosting was also a launch card.
You used Ruben before, but have you used Ruben to boost Gary Pettis, I guess is the question.
Yeah, we're really into the part where we're wondering if there's like a specific edge case for Gary Pettis and Ruben Sierra. So.
Oh. So what does the transaction history say? No, it just doesn't say anything.
Yeah, it's just a non-event. Okay, the specific card connections that get broken. Okay, well, add to the list Gary Pettis and Ruben Sierra.
All right, is there a way to tell
you can't make a bug.
Well, no, the real problem is that what it means is I want a refund on my Ruben Sierra purchases.
Oh, the other one, which I always find really funny, is when you report a bug, usually you're told to include the logs. But, of course, you can only have the logs if you turn them on before. But if you can reproduce the bug to get the logs to work, then you probably don't really need the logs.
Okay.
So... you know... Okay, well, if someone wants to report Gary Pettis and Ruben Sierra to wherever it is that one talks to the OTP support,
yes,
feel free to do so. But
in the meantime, if anyone would like to buy some Ruben Sierras, it turns out I may have less use for mine than I originally thought.
And it does appear this way.
I also, coincidentally, have gotten a lot more interested in Bobby Grich.
Huh. Interesting.
I
wonder why that could happen.
Weird how that happens, you know?
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else we can boost on stream? Let me see. I think we're probably... So Travis Lee, we thought was actually close to unboostable, right? Or no, he must be boostable on the low end.
We thought we can to level 2 and maybe level 3, but not higher than that.
All right. Let's see if we can boost one more on stream, and then let's we do some tournament cards.
Sure. I will say I do have the option. I think I posted this earlier this week. I hadn't noticed it before now because I was looking in League, and obviously you can't use cards to boost entering League roster and what the card out this card is. But I have a Jimmy Fox combinator, the silver, and I also own a PDCS Lefty Grove, who played
Who was
together for
actually
15
combinator
seasons.
for
Yes, I could feed my PTCS first place to get a level for Jimmy Fox. He's worth 10,000 points, which is rounded, by the way, or truncated or something, because
Yes.
he would be worth a lot more than that if it wasn't. So it's always an option. I can sacrifice my 1.5 million point card to get one level of an extremely easily boostable silver.
Well, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah, I mean, Fox is one of the easiest cards to boost I've come across. He has like multiple 200 point silvers and 500 point golds, and
All right, I'm not going to manage to boost this one on stream. All right, should we go on and look at some tournament cards? Trying to see if there's anyone else that's even remotely close to boostable.
yes,
Probably not.
yes, that's correct. Capital next. Conde is in fact the best silver card. Don't just ignore the overall.
I could
I
boost
think
Skip
everyone.
Schumacher, except that I don't know if he's actually worth boosting anymore.
Well, I suppose it's possible Wally Joyner is maybe the best silver card now. That's probably still Day.
Probably, yeah. Muddy's actually a pretty good option.
Yeah. But if you're not talking combinators, Brent, it's anything that says tournament edition on it is really good, like almost without exception. You just will lose to all the people with combinators, so there's no point to play. You should just quit. But or play a different format.
Oh, here you go. There's Jim Constanti. There's one we can boost on stream. Unless Robin Roberts is broken, this is very boostable.
No, that should be okay, I assume.
Got some Connie Ryans in there. Oh, this is totally going to work, right?
Definitely. What could go wrong?
I really wish I could sort of sort here or just tell it like, no, I don't want any of my, 20 point. Yeah.
I wish for many things. I wish for many, many
All right,
things.
here we go. One more boost on stream. Look at that.
There we go. That was just ever so enthralling.
That is thrilling. I was going to say we could do one more, but I don't think we can. I think I need to find points from somewhere.
I think it is tournament edition time.
All right. We've delayed it long enough. Let's do some tournament edition cards. So none of these cards can combinate.
And it makes them pretty much all worthless. We'll go through them anyway.
All right. Lou. Oh, right. He apparently can't feed. Anyway, Lou Brissy. He's got a good home run prevention. That's good, I guess.
I mean, I really like the base version of this. I have this in Mamboket as my top silvers for the base versions. Unfortunately, combinators are ahead of him, and therefore he is an F.
You may hear I think there are several combinators. I think there are
many times
a dozen combinators that kind of beat it, and therefore he shouldn't end up being rostered.
I do like the. I mean, again, if combinators don't exist, this is a card I want to play. Like I have it pretty far ahead of the other silvers. Except Mamboket. Mamboket is a little bit better than Brissy.
I have a little bit further behind than you do because of the P Babbitt, but either way, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Combinators run it over F. Okay, next.
Yeah, Brissy actually, I think he's probably the weakest of like the pitching group for me.
It's funny. I like Brissy a lot. I really, especially as it goes higher, I like Brissy even more. But
Stanton.
See,
I,
Brissy, Lou.
I don't hate the shape. However, there are a bunch of combinators that he's behind, and so he really just doesn't end up playable. All right, Monbiquet, Bill Monbiquet. Now the question is, are enough of these going to get pulled that we can use them as combinator food?
Well, eventually, I mean, we said it's 1,200 a week, and Monbiquet was going to get picked a lot because he's one of the better ones.
It's true.
So yeah, probably eventually he'll
So
be
I have the base version of this card is good.
Yep, agreed.
However, I've got more than a dozen pitchers that end up ahead of him as combinators, and this card can't be a combinator. So I think
So
that's an F.
it's another F. Another F, yeah.
That one's an F.
Yeah, another F.
All right, Jeff Devannon. All right, this one I actually have to talk about a little bit.
This is the closest one to not being an F.
So the thing about this card is the R, I have it good, would be the best base version of everything, but behind the combinators.
Sure. I have Owen Wilson ahead of it, but yeah.
I have a little ahead of Owen Wilson, but you can find a Wilson combinator.
Yeah.
And, you know, like the Benjamin combinator would end up ahead, and probably the Hairston combinator would even jump ahead. Maybe McTammany.
Sure, yeah, a few cards.
Why do they have the option to submit buy orders? Oh, in the combinator card. Ooh, I can ask for a combinator Devannon.
You can. They don't exist. I'm not sure why. I think it's just like the thing is, there's like a list of exceptions to what goes in the combinator card shop, and the tournament edition cards just weren't in place when they set that up. So I think that's what happened.
Oh,
Anyway,
you know
back
what it
to
is?
Devannon.
It's because their type is special edition, but so are the BREF cards.
Yeah, you have to use subtype, but the problem is that not all the subtype cards are like that. Like for example,
Yeah.
Henry Davis and Saul White, or whatever the 23 one is, have the same card type, same card subtype, but one is tappable, one isn't.
Right.
So,
All right. So what
yeah.
I was going to say is I actually do have Devannon as far enough ahead VL in center field, especially because AG also has no combinator.
I mean, I have the Jones combinator ahead, obviously.
I have a Jones combinator about equal, but a Jones combinator is really expensive.
Yeah, I think the problem is though, even if I agree with you, this is ahead of everything, but Jones will, as a combinator center field VL. The problem is that you lose a lot of chemistry and all your other players. I think that ends up making it worse, so it's still an F.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question I have is there an early era format where suddenly this
But
is exactly the right shape?
but you're losing like a half a level or something on all your other cards, the other 25 cards in your roster to play this. So aren't you just never playing it?
I mean, if you're running 25 combinators plus Devan, and I don't think you're losing a full half level.
Maybe. I mean, it's a
Probably
really
you're
good.
not, but this is at least the one that gives me pause.
I think Guzman is similar. But the thing is that okay, certainly you can't run two of them, right? You get to pick at most one.
Yeah, and I guess if you pick at most one, you're just not going to run Devan and VL because there aren't enough lefties to really justify it.
Yeah, I mean, there's like certainly Swindell and Sabathia. I guess there's some, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Well,
I
and
think
I guess the other problem, it's not just that you're losing the half level you're giving to everyone else, it's that you're not getting the couple level boost from chemistry for this
yeah,
card.
yeah. I mean, I think probably as good as Devannon is, I think a team with every L5 combinator doesn't put him on.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think this is the first silver card I'll pick.
Probably, yeah. It's either this or Guzman. I think Guzman is also reasonable, but
All right.
yeah, it's.
Blyer. This is the
Well,
card
it's
I was hoping Blyer would be. This is the pitcher I was hoping he would be in Boston, and he wasn't really. Um, the problem is, I think there are more than a dozen combinators that are ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean, I have it very similar to Stanton.
Yeah.
Same story.
Carl Everett. So this I actually do have is a little bit different than the others. Uh, in that I don't think the card is that good as a base version anyway.
I have the base version like fringy, like it's I think in somewhere in the picture, but
Yeah, so I have it weaker, and then of course this card just immediately goes extinct when it's, faced with combinators.
indeed, indeed.
So this one actually might be the F minus because it's behind and also.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's somewhere. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Christian Guzman. Um, I like the base version of this card a lot.
I mean, the only commentator I have ahead of it in silver shortstop is Connie Day.
I think I'd rather run Mario Wills one way. I mean, I at least have platoons that end up ahead
Yeah,
of it.
there's a few that are close. To Germany Smith, I have close. To Joe Ortiz, I have close. Even Dale Barra is probably
But
reasonably
if you think
close.
about running Ray Boone on the other side, then it's actually pretty reasonable to platoon shortstop.
And I mean, even the same problem as the Vannon, where you lose all the chemistry, and that's too much. So it's just another
Right,
F.
but I don't think this is nearly as far ahead as Devanna.
It's not. I mean, it's much more of
Yeah,
a two-way card, whereas the Vannon is the splits are what's sort of keeping him
right.
alive.
All right. Gene Tennis. Well, there's a lot of bat in this card. So this is the other one where it would give me a little bit of a pause, but the problem is he ends up just way behind, say, a combinator Raritan,
Yep, I have
which
Duncan
isn't
Rule and
that hard to
Raritan ahead of him
find.
as combinators.
Yeah, well, Duncan Rule also beat him because you have to run him. I'm just thinking about VL here.
Oh, sure.
Um, all
No,
right,
hit a
so he ends
lot
up
back,
behind the combinators.
and I think also Christian Guzman, if I remember correctly, hit a lot of triples. So he'll probably have a big hidden triples rating too.
That makes sense, yeah.
All right, Mark Teixeira.
Mark Teixeira. There's some things I like in the bat here. As a base bat, it's a decent two-way bat, but I like it, even more VL.
Yep,
Problem is, for example, VL, he's still behind my Sheffield Combinator. Uh,
and
and VR,
Wally.
there's this Wally Joyner guy.
Yep, yep, yep. I mean, again,
So,
like 9 of these 10 cards are like slam dunk basically, or close to it on rosters without combinators, and one of them is fringy, and we're giving them all Fs. I guess
okay,
they haven't
Bob
talked about Horner yet,
Horner.
but
Bob Horner.
Horner's,
Hey,
Horner's
no
also.
spoiler. We got to look at Bob Horner.
Hey, look at Bob Horner. Look at Bob Horner. Oh, look,
Um,
he's the best third baseman, and he's not playing because the combinators are better.
um, I only have as the best third baseman VR. VL,
Okay,
I think I've got other
I'm a tiny
options.
bit behind Henry Davis.
But he's behind the combinators.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I like I would put 9 of these on my roster probably if there were no combinators allowed. And
I'd be more
instead,
like 6, but
well, I'd play
that.
I'd play tennis at short. I'd play Teixeira at first. I'd Blyer. I put all 4 pitchers on. And it's definitely in. Guzman's definitely in. Like,
Yeah,
but it doesn't matter, right? You close the gap from 70 wins to 55 wins, but okay, did that really make a difference?
right. All right.
No, a rack attack.
So,
Our opinion is that, like we mentioned in another stream, but look at Von Hayes, right? Von Hayes is a card we both agreed was in the meta or would be in the meta without combinators, and he's selling for 5K. People agree clearly that cards that are not combinators are not worth paying for. Right? This is a good card. The ratings on this card are good, but it's not a combinator and it's not worth anything. as a result. What we do here is we try to evaluate what the best usage of a card is compared to
Right.
all the other
Yeah.
best uses of all the other cards.
Basically, the question is, does this card have competitive value? So combinators will phase out, and we've seen this in some of the other cards that we've rated this week. There are cards which will now beat out some combinators that have been in the meta. And so if you want to keep up with the meta, you're going to have to switch over to those cards and switch over to those combinators. Right?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's like people are welcome to, if they want to hear about, like we talked about all the cards, if you want to hear about what we thought about the cards and where they are compared to other base cards, like we said that for all the cards. So yeah.
Right. But the problem is there is no competitive value to playing these cards because competitively you want to play the best cards. These are not
Yeah.
the best cards, right?
No, I mean, I think what this is showing is that, especially given the thing we said earlier with 1,200 silvers per week, every tournament edition you get now, you basically should sell it immediately. Because you don't really want to play the card. If your roster be improved by the card, it means you shouldn't be playing the format. And so therefore you should sell it before it goes down in price drastically.
I think I'd be a little careful just because I imagine. So, how do they solve this? Okay. I mean, probably the answer is that the
No.
Combinator game just says you can't make tournament edition cards, but I don't think that's going to be the first attempt. So, I think the first attempt, yeah, Dr. ZB, I agree. So
Yeah,
when we get
two of
there,
them
I
are.
think we're going to
Two
sort
of
of
them are.
point out it's not just that the high diamond tournament edition cards are potentially worth it for league play. It's that once you get to diamond, the drop rate of the combinators is much lower.
Yeah. No,
So
but
I
it's
think it's
diamond.
reasonable to assume that people that are investing in everything can get their hands on most combinators up to gold if they're willing to pay. But, for example, if we're looking at it like a perfect card, just the combinator may drop, fewer than 5 times the entire cycle.
Yeah. I think generally our assumption has been that any gold card is available as a combinator and any card diamond or above isn't.
Yeah, or at least is going to be very difficult to find.
Yeah.
So I think you can make playable cards. Low diamond is still tough because the problem is
Gold
that
cards
the
will get
high
a lot.
level gold combinators often beat the base low diamond cards. By the time you get to full diamond, they're generally beating the high level
Well,
gold combinators, and at that point, they're pretty useful.
and the other thing which you have to remember is that right now is the best situation for the tournament cards. These tournament cards will get worse and worse and worse as the weeks go on
Right.
because we're going to release new cards. And these cards have to stay in packs for a while, and because there are only 10 of them at each level, they're going to be exhausted very, very quickly.
Yeah, so I
Like I,
think
I don't I don't quite understand the decision to make the same number at each level when there's twice as many silver packs as gold packs. The silvers will lose their value like instantaneously
but
as
the
a
problem
result.
is if they had put out 50 silvers, you'd have exactly the same problem with the 10
No,
silvers,
no,
and
it,
none of them really plays.
it
So
doesn't
I
solve the
think,
problem.
but I think if you ask kind of, okay, what are the next things that they can try, right? I think there are a few things they can try. What they kind of need to do is just to realize that the way combinators work, tournament edition cards aren't going to be able to compete in that marketplace unless you make them all combinators, at which point they dominate everything instead, and you kind of have a different set of issues.
Yeah, you just move the problem.
So
Doesn't
what do
help.
you do
Then now
instead?
you have the problem we can't make
Uh,
packables that are good.
Yeah, well, one thing you can do is you can go back to kind of pack rewards, or maybe you do a hybrid. Maybe you have tournament edition cards for the high level cards where there aren't a lot of combinators in the game, but instead of trying to give out a silver pack, you give out pack rewards. But I think
Well, but then there's also the problem of consistent misevaluations of how much packs are worth. Like we have this situation where the winning a weekly is either worth one historical rainbow or one perfect choice pack, which are like 10 times, no, 10, 5 times difference in value.
right. So I think then the trade-off is that instead kind of what you should end up doing is probably their first try is going to be missions, and then you have sort of very tight kind of missions where
You need a lot of the T's.
you need a lot.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, there's no reason you couldn't have a mission that basically says you have to lock 10 copies of every silver tournament edition or something to get whatever mega
sure,
reward.
sure. You could certainly do
Uh,
that.
Now the problem is that's going to take up 100 spots that you've locked. So yeah,
Well, so Vecdog, I think the thing with that is like we're the Van and tennis or whatever are kind of like that. They're incredibly, incredibly strong cards, and we still don't want to play them because of the chemistry. Um,
yeah. So I think there would be
so
a narrow window where if you made all of the tournament edition cards at the level of Devannon and tennis, because they'll also get chemistry with each other, you could try to switch to a 26 tournament card team.
I mean, the thing is that the
Backdog,
window
for
for that
teams
would
that
be
aren't yet leveraged with combinators,
tiny.
there isn't a good option to compete.
No,
And
if
you're
you're not
kind of
leveraged with
wasting your
combinator,
effort not competing.
you should go find a different game. I mean, not a great answer, but it's the answer. Like, or play live tournaments or something, or drafts. That would do that too.
I mean, you're better. No, but I mean, seriously, you're better off building up resources. So, Cage, you can't do that right now, but I think that would have been one thing you could have tried.
The problem is you have to acquire them all so quickly then, and you probably just don't get to do it in time. Um, like at some point, then by the time you get all 26, probably half of them are beaten out by some packables or mission wars or something, and then it doesn't help.
Right, because I think that's the other part of the problem is what combinators let you do is they basically let you keep a card alive a bit longer as well. So you
There
do
just
have to
isn't.
constantly refurbish the combinator teams to stay ahead of the meta, the same way you're refurbishing your other teams, but it's much less investment simply because the rate that power creep works. Typically, you're replacing anywhere from maybe 1 to 5 cards per week at a given level. So you can kind of gradually keep up with the meta the same way you're used to for other things.
Yeah, it's. But I don't know what you're supposed to do exactly. Like, probably what the game needs is kind of drastic changes to the function of combinators, but then you have problems with people, spent
Yeah,
a lot
well,
of money expecting that this
the
system, and now
combinators
it's
are a
gone.
problem, the chemistry is a problem, and the power creep doesn't work because the scaling's a problem.
No, I mean, it seems like in some ways with the T4 and this, like, maybe the idea is to say, okay, if we can power creep fast enough, then the combinators, people won't be able to keep up with all the combinators because they'll constantly be getting cycled out. But I think the issue is, again, as long as you have 1 or 2 or 3 teams that are willing to lose points on a format, whether supplementing that with some other formats or by spending money or whatever, then you haven't actually helped to make the situation worse because those teams will be willing to do all
Right.
kinds of economically
Which,
stupid
by the
stuff.
way, is the game design. You
Yeah.
want people to spend money to have to keep up that way,
Well,
right?
the problem is that at some point you drive out everyone else and then the game dies. But it's a tough balance.
Yeah, but you'll know that that's happening because they'll start doing things like calling something a Friday tournament and having it fire on a Monday night. So if we ever get to
Yeah.
that point, we'll know there's a problem.
Okay, Dr. Ziga says, do you have empirical evidence for how much chemistry matters? Kind
Yes.
of. I wouldn't say I have empirical evidence on a particular player, but I think there's reasonably good evidence on how it impacts a team, and I think from that we can make a reasonably good estimation of how it impacts individual players. I don't know if that answers the question exactly, but that's kind of what I've done. What is the evidence? I mean,
The evidence is that the statistics are better than they would be for just the
yeah,
cards as printed.
the game gives you the results, and I've looked at the results, and that's what I've determined. Is I think I mentioned earlier in the stream that I think a kind of general rough guide is that a full the full combinator chemistry is worth approximately 2 levels per player. So like a level 3 forms as level 5, a level 5 forms like a level 7 would, you know. So it's substantial. It's not as big as obviously going from level -1 to level 5. That's 6 levels, so it's like a third, but it's still a lot. Yeah.
Yep. Um,
It's not particularly challenging because there are teams that have full meta non-combinator and teams that have full meta combinator. You compare those teams and you get the answer. Um,
there are
so
also some slightly more controlled experiments I've seen that didn't involve combinators.
sure, yeah, there's lots of.
But given the way people shared them to me, I can't really get into that more on stream.
But I think now most people have looked at it have kind of gotten the same range, so I feel reasonably confident that we're somewhere in the ballpark.
Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, I mean, I think the chemistry is also going to end up being a significant issue. There are
Yeah,
other ways to get to high chemistry, but the fact that the combinators kind of just give you chemistry with other combinators means you also have many more options for roster building. Because if you're doing it without combinators, then you're kind of forced to figure out which cards are going to have chemistry with other cards.
yeah, and that's so good. Like a few of these cards, like Devanin, Tennis, Guzman, those kinds of cards, we might actually think about playing even in the face of L5s if it weren't for chemistry. In fact, we probably would.
Yeah, I actually think there are a couple use cases in the. Oh, I bought a Cabrera. You know what that means?
Let's buy another one.
Ooh, it's not okay. You don't know what that means. um,
Yeah, it's somewhere between 75 and 80%, depending on what other guys you got. But it does depend a little bit on the distribution of the players. So that's why it's kind of about 2-ish levels.
yeah, I
For
do think there's also a funny use for a
no,
card like Devanin, by the way. So I think there are one or two edge cases where you actually want to avoid certain kinds of chemistry. And it's basically because this little text that they've never really tried to explain, but from kind of the playing around that I've done. So it's this last little line here, right? In the simulation engine, the team chemistry boost positively affects all players. However, players making greater contributions will receive proportionately greater benefits.
yeah, I think I mentioned at some point my idea. I don't know if I mentioned it on the stream, but I think I mentioned it to you at least
Yeah.
when that was happening, and that does come out in approximately this range. So I think it's somewhere close to right.
Yep.
Um, at least it's the sort of most obvious way I can think of to do this.
Yeah. So I think I think there are times that you want to direct your chemistry towards specific players a little bit.
Yeah, though, given how what the curve of this points to percentage thing looks like,
Yeah, it's sort of a narrow.
it's very, very marginal. You have to get very, very specific cases to intentionally sacrifice your chemistry.
Yeah, I don't think it's kind of a general thing that you're going to want to do, but that's what I was saying. I think there might be some edge case in which it ends up working.
Yeah, maybe. I'm still a bit skeptical because it's not like you're probably gonna need dead ball for it, and even then, usually you're better off just increasing the percentage than trying to direct it. I think. No, I'm not 100% sure,
Yeah,
and it.
well, the
Yeah,
place I'm thinking about it particularly is when you get to the very high end, there's a point that it becomes hard again to kind of add chemistry and bump that score.
Certainly.
And so if you're in that limit for other reasons, you might then want to kind of have fewer chemistry points in a way that you can do a better job of directing where it goes. If you can still get into that regime while like avoiding the problem. It's a pretty narrow path though.
Yeah, but you're also, I mean, you're losing value on the players you're intentionally doing less. You know, you're like you're having to choose worse players too to get this probably, and
Yeah,
you're
so
getting at
so
most
so
like three
actually, so I think
points.
actually the best use case for that is someplace where you have extra roster spots,
Yeah,
like in
a
an
dead
early
ball.
era, but that's also
Yeah.
where Devannon, for example, ends up having the most value to begin with. So that's what I was saying. I think there might be
Mm,
some like narrow edge case where
yeah,
it
I guess you
works.
also need to get lucky that a bunch of cards who were longtime teammates get printed in the same tier, because otherwise it's not gonna be like you have to do it for multiple players, not just one, to make it
Right.
worth it. So you need to get some luck, I
So when the
guess.
build a lineup this year turns out to be all like 1990s Tigers,
Right.
should we move on to the next tier, I guess?
Yeah. Let's do it.
We got some gold cards. So Clyde, is it Milan or is it Milan? You know, like the town in
I
Indiana.
don't know, but I will endeavor to find out.
And anyway, in the meantime, this is a really good
Uh,
center fielder. That's the good
BREF
news.
gives no pronunciation, so unsure. We'll just go with Clyde.
So this is a really good center fielder.
It is.
Uh,
It is a really, really good center fielder. So this one is weird. In tournaments, I think it's the same kind of thing we've been over now a bunch of times where yeah, it's really good and the combinators are better. Um,
I agree.
the funny thing is, I kind of like this as a budget lead card, like more than other stuff. The shape is just really, really good for league. Um, like I have this better than cards like Evan Carter or Toriente for league.
Yeah, and you also kind of get the base running. I guess the one tricky thing is in tournaments, this card plays left field, and in league, he just never will.
Yeah, I mean you're not gonna the whole point of this card in league is to play it in center for the defense. You have to play in left, it gets bad. Um,
So the shape is good for league because in tournaments, the ratings essentially are what's printed on the card. But in league play, what you're instead seeing is you're seeing kind of an extra normalization that happens. So that if you have ratings that end up in a very narrow range, that very narrow range still gets spread out to kind of look like the full range of a typical like major
yeah.
league season.
The other thing is that the offensive environment is lower, so the defense gets a bit more important generally. And also, BABIP hitters tend to get better in league and tournaments. So Chet Lemon actually. The other
Let me
problem
pull
is
up
that
the other. Let me pull up the lemon he's talking about.
well,
So
the other issue with this Lemon is he's very good VL, and there's like no lefties in league right now. Like the only one is Lee McKenzie Gore, I guess. All the other ones are bad. I guess there's the Jim Cott now. Jim Cott's pretty good.
but I guess
Um,
I guess another way to say it is that the difference between Lemon's 100 range and we'll call it Milan, then Milan's 104 in tournament play, that's not a huge difference. And in league play, under some circumstances, it ends up being a very big difference
yeah.
defensively.
So like yeah, if I had to take one of these cards for league right now, I would take Clyde, and not Lemon. I mean, you could probably make a park where you'd want the other way, but like Gore, I'm just not that scared of. Gore isn't very good. Cott doesn't exist yet. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's weird where the card is an F for tournaments as a gold, but like for league, if you're not paying for 500k perfects, it's like pretty reasonable.
Yeah, so Trout's
Um,
range is significant. The bat still creates a problem for Trout.
yeah, I mean Trout's a good card. It's just the problem that Griffey is basically a better card, um, and that really hurts him quite a lot, especially because the positions get pretty awkward with Griffey only being able to play right. Um,
Yeah, so I think this is an F in tournament play. Maybe the league value bumps it up a little bit, but it's
it's
not
well, it's
much
still
because you don't really want to run it in league.
no, it's still an F. I mean, obviously the big
Yeah,
hundreds are better. Like this is just if you don't have all the big hundreds, this is reasonable.
right.
Um, but yeah, it's funny that the gold that I'm more interested in playing in league than tournaments, but that's
That's probably fair. All right, Aramis Ramirez. We got here. Yeah, so Dr. W, it's just that Griffey's bat ends up enough ahead that it kind of makes up for the difference in
yeah,
defense.
Griffey's bat is ridiculous, and Trout's bat is fine, but it's not anywhere close. It's good.
All right, so Ramirez, uh, this is this is not as clearly sort of the obvious third base option, even in the base version, but it's kind of up around there, I guess.
Yeah, I still have it as the best, but not by a huge amount. I have actually Horner second, sort of funny, and then Buddy Bell's at short probably. But then yeah, a bunch of commenter stuff that's going to be better once you finish it. Bautista or Demas or Colt
Yeah,
Keith.
I mean, actually, I have this as similar at third base to my bronze Tom Tresh Combinator by level 5, and of
Yeah,
course,
that's
behind, you know,
no behind all the good stuff. Yeah. So it's another F.
all right. Bill Mazeroski. A little frustrating because this card was a fair bit ahead before you start with the combinators, but it's still not far enough ahead to survive.
Well, the other problem for this is that Gene Segura is much better. So
Yeah,
even
so
if
Segura is the
enough,
one that's kind of a closer discussion.
yeah, I have this a tiny bit ahead of the non-combinator guys. Demas,
Yeah,
Day.
so I think, all right, so this one probably
Arias.
isn't going to
Uh,
work.
yeah,
Fister is, I think, probably pretty clearly, the best of the tournament edition starters for gold.
yep,
Uh, he's a little behind Logan Webb probably, but there's some situations where you might start to prefer Fister.
maybe. I mean, maybe some really early era stuff. But honestly, I think Webb's just pretty better almost all the time. It doesn't matter. I don't think you really want to play either Webb or
No, I'm
Fister
not,
ideally.
I don't know. I don't have Webb on my gold team at this point anyway because everything stacks. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Uh, Eddie Plank,
and
uh, that
it
card
was
just wasn't actually
kind of
that good to
minus.
begin with,
Art just
right?
sucks. Yeah,
So this one
it's
ends up actually probably being
really
an F
bad.
minus.
Yeah, it's just really bad. I mean, this doesn't even play as the base version. Like it's just Floyd Bannister from earlier, but like it lost points for some reason, and it can't be
And can't be a
combinator.
combinator. Yeah.
So it's I don't know, really bizarre card.
So Dempsey, again with that glove, I would have been really excited about this card if I could find a way to make a combinator version. And the funny thing is, I almost would have looked at it as a budget league option, except that there's a diamond we're going to be talking about in a little bit that beats it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, like number two catcher in goal, just a bit behind tennis, but we've got Posey and Maurer and Duncan, Raritan, the Boone we talked about. The Sammy Harrison doesn't really count because he's impossible to boost.
Right, but Boone's going to be very boostable, and like
Yeah,
a Boone is going to beat this pretty quickly.
sure. Boone or Posey or yeah, any of those guys. Yep, agreed. Yeah, I like
Um,
Pierce as well, but only really for tournaments. Perkins is much better for league. But we'll get to them in a bit, I'm sure.
Dave Kingman. Man, if I had a combinator version of this card, I'd get really excited about where that power goes.
Absolutely.
Uh, Without one, I think he's actually starting out really a fair bit behind.
Yeah, I don't have him at all
And
close.
so this probably ends up really being pretty far behind, and then you can't boost it. If you could boost it, you get kind of the same thing with that fielder where he just suddenly becomes really interesting.
If we get some kind of like 90s PTCS thing, this card will be probably quite good in it because of the power. Um, but even then, you're going to prefer the Combinator. So
You're going to run the versions of things you boosted. Yeah.
yeah,
All right. Segura is interesting. Uh,
this is
does his stealing ability include the ability to steal first?
that's a very good question. I guess not this season. It was with the Brewers, right? So,
Yeah.
um,
So
but yeah, I think
this
this
is
to me is a
actually the first one I
good
think I'm going to
card.
argue might have a role. And it has a role kind of for a weird reason. But where do you have it?
So
I'll start with you.
the only L5 I have better than like better than Segura is Connie Day.
Yeah,
Uh,
so I think that's the
Other
problem
L5s
is
that have
that
similar.
there's sort of a hole right now versus righties in gold at short. And, kind of before Segura, it still is the case, I think, that the best stock card is printed is Nicky Lopez, is the mission card from the live missions. But Lopez couldn't be a combinator. So I've actually been running J Bell, which should be a horrendous decision if you don't really expect to get enough from the chemistry. But I get enough from the chemistry to run J Bell.
I think
Uh,
actually,
there are a couple
it's funny.
future legends where they would end up ahead of Bell, but Bell was boostable and the future legends just weren't.
I would actually have Guzman number 2 of the base
Well, that's
cards.
what I was
So
gonna say. So now I have Guzman very similar to Nicky Lopez, and then I have Segura probably a full win to win and a half ahead of them.
yeah,
And it might be enough that Segura comes close to surviving. So I think at a minimum, if I were running sort of a 17 or 18 combinator team, I think it's not quite enough chemistry, and I prefer Segura.
yes. I guess probably if you're gonna go full combinators, your ideal 3 is Day, DeMoss, and Arias. I guess, but Arias is really tough.
Well, Arias is really tough, but Day and DeMoss aren't much better.
Well, they're a bit better, but yeah, they're not much better.
I mean, that's
And
why I
Day
ended
is
up going the J Bell route. Was just, I mean, maybe
yeah.
now the answer actually is that it's Ray Boone,
I
at
mean,
least one way.
Segura is definitely better than an L5 J Bell.
Yeah, I think so.
The question is giving up the chemistry in early 25 players worth it or not? And
And that's
I'm
what I'm saying.
guessing
I think Segura is at least close. Like
it's
he's one I'm
close.
gonna have to think about.
It's close. He's definitely the best of the golds. Um, I don't know. I mean,
So for league options, I don't think it's gonna work as well because there's not
I
enough
can
in the bat.
I can check, but I assume if you're ever gonna play Segura, you're just supposed to play Tinker. Um, I
Probably,
will
but
look.
also one way to think about it is Nicky Lopez also has the 104 range. So if Nicky Lopez kind of wasn't close to playing in league, then a little bit of an upgrade on the bat's not going to be enough to make this card work.
Yeah, Backdog. I'd prefer even a card without much defense, like a Jackson Holiday or De La Cruz, at short instead of Segura in league. I don't think Segura is
Yeah,
really gonna
but
win.
I think basically because the glove is similar to Lopez, it kind of tells you that about the upgrade you're getting. Now there is the advantage that Segura is much better on his other side than Lopez. But I
Yeah, yeah.
think unless you're kind of seeing Lopez as a league option, neither is going to fit.
So where does that leave us on this card? I mean, it's It's the closest of the gold to not getting an F. Um,
I think there's a chance you're supposed to play it. At a
I guess.
minimum, I think. So actually, I think this is sort of where I end up on Segura. Is maybe he's a good swap in. So for example, you know, let's say that we have a big set next week, and it suddenly is imperative that I actually swap out like 4 or 5 players from my gold roster.
Mhm.
You just print something where there's such high power creep, like the first Future Legends set from last year.
Right. And so if you're giving up the chemistry already, then you just give it up more with
Yeah,
Segura.
once I'm starting to give up the chemistry, then I should definitely switch to Segura until I bring it back while I'm
Right.
looking for those combinators.
Right. Right. And probably maybe a few other, but yeah, Segura is certainly the first cut of the league. But like you might put Dempsey on, you might put Milan on,
Or Logan Webb.
or Logan Webb. Yeah. Yeah. Um,
I think when I'm already kind of at 26 combinators, probably I'm just losing too much chemistry to swap them out.
yeah, I suspect that is the case, but it also depends. If your commoners are slightly older, then it's or a little bit
Yeah, so
further off
for
the meta, then
example,
it's
we've been asked to look at a build earlier where I'm trying to remember who the shortstops were now. One
with Luis
was
Soho
Luis
and some
Soho,
other.
right?
I think Dib Williams.
That sounds right, yeah. So for that kind of build, especially given that that was already more like I think a 22 or 23 combinator build, then I would
Yes.
definitely swap in Segura.
Yeah. The thing is, I would wait a week to do that because Segura's price will have in that time, or maybe more.
That's fair, yeah.
Um, yeah. Uh, and probably really you're interested in having all these cards before PTMS and not so much now. So you have kind of a week to wait. Um, I guess maybe Segura is a D then. I don't think I can get above a D.
No, that's about
I
as
think
high as
he's
I
a
could
D.
go. Yeah, all right, let's give him a D. All right,
Sure.
Buddy Groom.
I do like Tinker for League. Tinker seems good. I mean, I don't think he's the best for League because there's a slightly good tournament edition
Is it
card
is
we'll
it
talk about.
bad that I actually don't remember who I'm running in League?
Well, I know who I want to run in League
I
now.
am running Tinker both ways. I'm running Tinker both ways right now,
Have you
and
have you looked at
he's
Mr.
not
Garcia
great.
Parra yet?
Have I what?
Have you looked at Garcia Parra yet?
I have not paid a lot of attention to stuff that came out in the
Okay.
last week.
Once you look at Garcia Parra, you will no longer want to run Tinker in League.
Fair enough. All right. Buddy Groom. Well, this, I guess, is similar discussion to the others. You know,
Definitely plays, the base version plays, but not Combinators OF.
yeah, base version plays, but he gets behind sort of most of the combinators.
Yep.
So I've actually got him pretty similar, although with a completely different shape. Pretty similar to the Danny Cobb at level 5.
Mm. Yeah, and that definitely is not a
Okay.
top seven build. Not
Let's see. Bill Swift is just behind Fister. So
oh, I think Swift's another F minus. I think Swift might even be worse than Plank.
yeah, with those splits, actually, that's going to be rough. All right. Well, we're up to low diamond. So for low diamond, we're now kind of assuming that it's not going to be so easy to get your hands on the diamond combinators, but you still have to contend with all the gold combinators.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, we've got a tiger.
We do.
So I guess we've had a few versions of Gien, and they all sort of are listed at short, but you don't necessarily want to play them at short.
Yeah. So
This is
it's
one
short.
with that 89 range. Actually, might want to play it short of his positions.
I think the problem at short is that Segura is better. Um, so I'm not interested in short. I'm little interested in third. I prefer the Candy Jim Taylor a bit, but I have Guillen second.
Yeah,
So
I guess that's fair. I just prefer Segura at that point, or again, sort of the whole combinator discussion.
yeah, I think probably you are getting into the range where the gold combinators are a bit behind cards like Taylor or Guillen. I mean, they're probably reasonably close to good ones.
Yeah, I
Uh,
think that's true, but I guess this one doesn't play just because of Segura.
it doesn't play short. It might play third. That's the only thing I can think of. So I think maybe I'd give it a D or a D, probably a D.
All right.
Probably.
Dick Allen. So this one, just with those splits, I think it's going to be a little tough because it's not as big of a bat on either side as you really need. So I guess versus left, it's sort of similar to the Goldschmidt. So it's kind of runnable, costs an extra point. And then versus right, I have it kind of nowhere.
I mean, I have it actually a decent bit ahead of the first baseman VL No Diamond. Um, Actually, probably to the point where the only card just capturing it is Cecil Fielder. But Cecil Fielder is
Well, Fielder will
good.
crush it. Yeah.
I mean, I have it better than an L, base fielder, but L5 fielder, yeah, way ahead. And VR, I'm not really interested. It's like,
Right, and I guess the other fielding probably doesn't help. All right, how about Cy Perkins? So this is one that I think is pretty interesting, actually, for league play.
yeah, I think in low diamond tournaments, he's close to beating the L5 goals, but I'm not sure he does.
Right, but in league, I think he actually has a shot.
So in league, well, okay, this is probably the moment to mention Bill Dickey. Bill Dickey's really good. Um, so I have Perkins behind Bill Dickey, even VL, because Bill Dickey is good. But I do have Perkins number two in League VL.
Yeah, so there's kind of maybe room
I'm sorry,
for him
number three.
there.
There's Carter also. I have him a tiny bit behind Carter, but very, very close.
Right, so he's kind of on the wrong side. There are a limited number of lefties at this level of the meta right now, but he is interesting if you get enough lefties.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Bill Dickey is the card you actually want, right? Like that's the good card for League.
Right.
Um, but you do have to have two catchers. I think probably at the moment, given that there aren't enough lefties, I'm really worried about. I'd rather play something that's more balanced. Um, you know, maybe McCann or Berra or Salas or something like that, or Carter. Um, so I think it's probably like a D. Like it has some use in low diamond tournaments, looks like, and some use as a budget league card.
I
Right?
think it's a card that actually will survive more because as lefties come in, he can get a lot better very quickly.
Well, but Dickey is already better VL is my big problem. If this was better
For
VL than
league, but
Dickey,
for
okay.
example, if the diamond or low diamond met, if either one ended up being very left-handed, then this is a card that should be on your roster.
I think I have. Let me check. I think I have a. Yeah, I think I would prefer an L5 Posey VL to Perkins.
I'd go with Perkins because I think the glove is like this is actually a good glove.
No, certainly it is, but you know, um, it's not. It's reasonably close, and Perkins I would have better than a VR than an L5 Posey. Um,
On the
so
other hand, the combinator version of Perkins that doesn't exist, this would be a really good card.
that would be an excellent card. That would be really, really a
So I
good
think I
card.
kind of would want to give him more like a B or C. Uh,
I don't think I can get higher than a C, but even that feels pushing it to me.
C minus.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
All right. How about Gavi? So this one I had a little trouble understanding because it sort of seems like the glove doesn't really let him play outfield unless the bat's huge, and the bat's decent but not huge.
Yeah, I don't understand this one either. I just don't have it really like
Like this one, I don't think actually is even playing base gold.
base gold. No, base gold. Yes,
It's
base gold. I
closer,
would play.
but
Base
yeah.
gold. I would play. Base low diamond. I don't think I would play.
I guess depends where. Like it's behind Joe Adele, I think.
In the outfield, I mean at DH. Probably,
Oh,
I would play.
DH?
On the outfield, it's
Yeah,
bad.
maybe.
So I think yeah,
All
DH
right, so
and
let's
gold probably.
give him an F.
I think
Ray Sadecki.
we were talking about lefties and low diamond. Did we manage to get one?
Mm,
Not
well,
really.
this is technically a lefty in low diamond,
I mean, okay. So I think in
but
low diamond, Syndergaard and Degrom are good enough that they play over the L5 golds.
right.
Um, and then Levan Hernandez and Logan Webb I have kind of close. Probably the L5 golds are a little better, but reasonably close. If you're not going full chemistry, you might think about Hernandez or Webb. And then it's a bit of a ways down to Sadecki and then land some colors for me. So I
Well,
think the
the other
base version
problem
is
is I think Fister
dingy.
actually might even be a little. I don't have this card as strong as you do, I think, because I even might have Fister a little bit ahead of him.
I have Fister the next starter after Sadecki and the colors.
Yeah, but that means that the gold combinators are kind of beating it by a bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's I think the base is fringy, and once you
Yeah.
start thinking about the gold commoners, it's not going to play.
Doug Jones. So this is more the shape you're gonna like than I'm gonna like, I would think. But even so, I do have the base version of this is pretty good.
I do too. I have the base version relatively similar to Lance McCullers is the best sort of like sheer reliever in low diamond. But again, I have the four starters, Syndergaard, DeGrom, Hernandez, Webb, ahead of both of those as base. So yeah, I think still the good L5 golds are better.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I have it a little
But the base
closer,
version,
especially because the splits are not that big.
yeah, the base version looks reasonable. Um, Certainly he would go on
All right.
rosters.
Kevin Mitchell. So this is another card where the combinator version of this bat is sort of a fielder level bat, but you can't have the combinator version of it.
Yeah, I mean he plays third, I guess, is the upside, but like, well, actually, maybe this is okay because hold on, this might be okay as a platoon.
It's probably okay, but it's on the weak side.
I mean, yeah, I have this as the no, that's true. This is actually good. I think this is good because okay, so third base VL in low diamond, I have Mitchell, Dick Allen, Candy Jim Taylor,
Yeah, and
Juice,
I have things
Buddy Bell,
similar.
Gruber, Cintron, Davis, but it's like no combinator eligibles anywhere in the top 10. The first combinator eligible is the Rogers Hornsby.
Right. So the question is, are you gonna use up a platoon here to run like a combinator Batista the other way, where that's actually not a great use of a platoon?
No, I think I just run Candy Jim Taylor because his bat is better on the other side and they got other positions.
I agree.
So I think it's probably an F, but this one at least is something. This is
I
not
agree. Yeah, I think again, if you get very left-handed, it starts to have a use.
yeah, but it's only because like all the good VL gold third basemen are non-combinator.
Yes. Steve Finley. So my model kind of likes the card, except it still puts it behind Clyde and then Torriente.
I have this one a tiny bit ahead of Clyde. I mean, this is in tournaments. In league, I have Clyde way ahead, but in tournaments, I have
Yeah.
There's one actually ahead of both Clyde, Torrente, and Clark. But again, like I think this one actually plays because I don't see a gold that's getting up with this for my model at least. Like all the stuff is non-combinator or Clark and Torrente that are going to be impossible to find. It's like a
Yeah, so I
Dell.
think this one,
You
it's
know,
going to be tough for this one to survive too long because it's an easy one for gold to jump ahead of.
yeah. But I think right now it plays.
Yeah, because the other thing is Toriente is hard. Even if you find one, he's hard to boost. Max Clark is hard to boost.
Yeah,
Hauser would be hard to boost.
yeah. Cool Papa Bell's hard.
Hard to
Pinson is.
boost. Yeah.
Pinson actually is maybe the one that's the easiest to boost if you can find a Pinson. I assume he will not be too difficult.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Um,
Well, you can find, sorry, Combinator Card Shop, 200K if you find one.
yeah, I assume he's actually doable because he played for a decent period and there should be cards. I guess he's a little bit hurt by this whole red legs business, which is really silly.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, so maybe, once
maybe a
again, leave
D.
that. D, all right, that sounds fair. Steve Howe. I think the splits are, you know, if you could figure out how to effectively use specialists, I'd really like this card. My model still actually kind of likes the card anyway because I think it's survivable versus righties. It's behind the top few gold combinators, but I think still hangs on in your top 12.
So I have this one worse actually than Jones and Hendricks. I mean, obviously, it's very dependent on what you can get as a face, right? If you get this to face lefties, it's amazing. If you can't, it's not. But I think also you have a problem with lefties is that L5 Billy Wagner kind of does the job better, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I'd rather run Rivera Wagner for sure, for example.
so I think it's another good base card that doesn't play.
I think I will try to play this one if I play low diamond. I'm not playing him in full diamond.
So not in full diamond. Actually, it's funny. This is another one where I sort of counter to what you would probably have thought. I actually like this one in league better than in tournaments.
Hmm.
Like I
All
have
right,
a
so
much more
maybe give him
similar.
more like a D.
I think it's yeah, maybe it's a D. I mean, I have him similar to kind of like Syndergaard to Grommen tournament in league, which still not playing on a full team, but no, something at least.
All right. So Von Hernandez. And I wanted to make my Eric Gregg joke, but the truth is I think this card's probably just good.
It's also this is the not the Marlins version.
Oh,
So
this is not the Marlins version. That's true. And I
yeah, I
can't
mean,
make the joke, but I still think the card is just pretty good.
I do have it behind Syndergaard and Degrom still, but it's number 3. I think it's maybe comparable with the good gold L5s.
I think it's going to be in that range, but also you're getting a ton of stamina, which helps a lot here.
You are. So it's probably another D, I guess.
I really have this a fair bit higher.
Do you have it ahead of DeGrom and Syndergaard?
I do, yeah. So I would have given it more like a B.
B. So I have this one much more similar to Webb than DeGrom and Syndergaard.
I also have it similar to Webb, but I have both of them a little bit ahead for low diamond.
Sure. Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It yeah, I guess the stamina is useful. The bat is actually not so bad. Syndergaard also is a reasonable bat.
No, I think it's
Actually,
partly that the stamina is going to be useful,
Syndergaard's bat is better.
and then
Uh,
it's again a similar thing where you're kind of looking at the shape of the meta
sure.
and kind of how many righties you're going to
It
face.
certainly seems playable to me. Yeah, maybe we give it a C or something. I think that's
All right,
probably
we can do that.
reasonable.
Okay. Bob Johnson. It's a big bat.
It
One way.
is.
Well, 1.5 ways. I mean,
But yeah, I mean, we are now kind of really getting into the range where these cards are pretty substantially better than the good golds, I think.
yes, I agree.
Um, I think this is the card if I had to pick one card to play in left field in Diamond, I think it would be this one. Um,
Yeah, I agree. Um,
so yeah, I think it's good, and it's definitely better than the golds at this point.
yeah, so I think there are a bunch of left fielders that are close enough. Like I have this slightly better than Evan Carter, but if you already have Carter, you may not.
Yeah, there's also the new Burks, also in the mix, I
Yeah.
think, but he's very splitty.
I guess
I guess the
probably.
other
Go ahead.
can we find any creative ways to use the second base? Like we've had the problem in full diamond with the whole Utley only playing position and Tinkle only playing position. Can this second base be useful to us somehow?
Maybe just because it's a big bat. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so what do you want to give it?
Like a B or a C?
Think of it a B. All right, how about a B for Bob?
B for Bob.
All right. I want to sort of go into speed mode and try to get through these, but
Chugging along.
all right. Mike Hampton. Uh, so I, have this probably now in the diamond rotation. Not, not a huge gap between this and some other options.
No, I have it kind of fringy. I think we talked about Trout earlier. I have it a little bit worse than Trout, more like a Degrom or Syndergaard for my model. Um, the other two that we're talking about a bit, I have pretty far ahead. I don't know. It's probably like probably a D, probably a D, because I think it's not a substantial upgrade of Degrom and Syndergaard, and it's a lot of extra points overall.
It is going to cost more in caps. I might have wanted to bump it up to a C because I think it should be in the
Yeah,
rotation.
I don't mind a C. A C. I think I'm someone between a C and a D. I think a
All
C
right.
is reasonable.
Bill Pierce. So I think the big positional eligibility is not going to help him that much.
No, it's either a catcher or nothing. But I think it's a catcher. I think this and Vera are the two catchers I want in full diamond.
Okay, and I just kind of look at the 80 framing and decide I want to go more defense and just don't want to play this one at all. But
Who would have guessed that we'd have these opinions about
I
this
know that
player?
though that's pretty much the way our model always splits on this kind of catcher.
Yeah, in league, I'm not so interested because the defense gets more important, and then yeah, I prefer Perkins.
Okay, so maybe just split it
I think
down the
like a
middle and give him a
C.
C.
Yeah,
All right, Ellis Burks. Colorado version.
yeah. Um,
I think there's a fair bit behind the center fielders.
yeah, I don't think it's a
Uh,
centered fielder ever. It's only a left fielder.
and in left, I think I just have Johnson a fair bit ahead.
I prefer Johnson, though. I will say this is more splitty than Johnson. So if you're trying to platoon with Johnson, maybe you pick this one.
I thing is, I have Johnson ahead both ways.
Oh, I have this. I have a little ahead. The thing is, I have a little ahead VL, but I also have DiMaggio ahead VL by even more because of the whatever stupid amount of power he has.
Let me see. Hold on. No, I'm looking at the wrong column. No, I do have this a little bit ahead VL.
Yeah, I have DiMaggio first VL left field because he has whatever 170 power, whatever.
But I
What
actually kind
silly
of want
amount.
to play Devan and VL.
Oh boy. No, I think
No, I mean that's the
realistically
funny
though,
thing is that actually I'm more interested in playing Devan in Diamond than I am in Silver because in Diamond I'm not costing myself as much chemistry to do it.
right? Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think probably the answer though is that you probably don't play Burks over Bob Johnson ever, and then he's an F.
Yeah, I think you want to go in that direction instead. All right, how
Yeah,
about Tony Perez? Um, so I think Mitchell probably helps to kill this card at third. Also, the Colson Montgomery we're going to have to talk about in a moment. I think between them, they're probably just killing him at third.
Oh, it's funny. Actually, I'm only in business at third, but I do like it better than Montgomery.
You have him ahead of Montgomery.
Yeah. At first, I think he's dead because of Cash and Sisler.
Yeah,
Like
sorry. First,
completely
yeah,
dead.
first he's
I guess maybe you can zoom with Cash, but Sisler is always in, right? Because Sisler hits both sides.
yeah. So I have Colson's bat a fair bit better at third. And then also remember that as much as we kind of don't talk about the platoon splits this way when we read these cards, the pitchers are also a little bit splitty, and so there is a little bit of an
Yeah,
extra advantage to just having the left-handed bat.
yeah, for sure. Um, I think yeah. Either way, I have both Perez and Montgomery ahead of A Rod, who was previously kind of the only option at third. Um, I think yeah, either one is probably fine. I have them reasonably close.
Yeah, I'll put up Colson for comparison.
I mean, I think also Colson is only over at third because of Tinker and Utley, so you're never playing him at the middle infield.
No, I think the fact that he kind of has this other positional
Yeah, it's definitely helpful.
eligibility is useful for roster building, but at the same time a little bit scary because the AI will put him in places you don't want him.
I guess maybe you put them both on your roster. You platoon Perez with Cash, and you use Montgomery as your like backup infielder. Maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe they both play.
I mean, I think if you're
Right, like
doing that,
right, your infielders are Tinker, Utley, Montgomery, Sisler, Perez, Cash, and they're also their DHs. So that's 8 players at 5 positions. That's reasonably workable. And
maybe,
you
but I
have two.
think I'd rather. Because the problem is, I still want to find a way to DH someone like Cobb, and so I want the extra outfielder instead of the extra
Oh, I
infielder.
I think I'm sticking Cobb in center now, just to
Yeah,
get
I
all
could
the
do
bats
that.
in. Olerud is Sisler in league. Sisler. Sisler is ridiculous. Sisler
Yeah, I
is
think I
really,
agree.
really silly.
I think I go Sisler. George, that is.
Yeah,
Olerud
not
over
Dick.
Dick Sisler.
Dick is worse. Um, Also
Yeah, so
because
I
Sisler
so
has a
anyway,
VO
I have
gotcha.
Colson as the better of the two. So I would have given Colson, maybe like a B, and then Perez more like a D. But it sounds like you have them closer than I do.
I think I want to put them both on my roster. I think that's kind of what I want to do. If I can get away with Cobb and center, that seems pretty good, right? Like, I mean, it's three first basemen. No, it's only seven. Oh, it's even better if it's seven. Then it's easy to fit everyone. Yeah, then that seems good. That seems quite good.
So what grades do you want to give him?
I think Montgomery is probably more important to that build than Perez, but I do prefer Perez in a vacuum slightly. So I think I'm somewhere between a B and a C on both. I think.
I'm
So if
gonna
you
do
want to
B
give
for
Montgomery a B
Montgomery,
and
C for
Perez a C,
Perez.
yeah, I think that's reasonable.
All right. Chris Carpenter. I just want to run this card in league, but I don't care about stuff, right?
Let me
But I
look at
definitely want to
league.
run this in open tournaments.
Yeah, open gold. I have this as I have a little better than Riho. In league, I actually prefer Riho, but that's
But open
well,
tournaments, I definitely want to run this card.
you understand why I prefer that.
Yep, yep.
Um, yeah, Riho, I'm actually quite interested in playing as a league starter. Carpenter, not so much. I have him not great.
No, I think really, really, I want to run him in open tournaments, and then
Yeah, open tournaments, maybe I don't know. Diamond tournaments, I like him a lot. Open tournaments, I probably still good, but
yeah. So this is the one I have as sort of close to the S tier card. The only reason I'm reluctant to give him an S is because I don't think you really can run him in league with that little stuff. But it sounds like
no.
you're a little lower on him than I am.
I mean, I like him better than Riho in tournaments, and Riho better than actually Riho quite a lot better than Carpenter in league. But I think Riho is actually a playable league starter. So I think if I had to pick one, I would end up picking Riho. I don't have Carpenter that much ahead in tournaments.
Yeah, I'll put Rio up as well. So, all right. So, what do you want to give this pair?
I think I'd probably give like Riho an A plus and Carpenter an A, something like that.
I still think Carpenter is the more important of the two. Um, Give them both an A plus.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right. Norm Cash. Uh,
Well,
Big bat.
pre
Really,
pre
really, really big
Sisler, I
bat.
was really excited about this card. After Sisler, this card is quite a lot worse. Um, like I do prefer Cash's VR bat in tournaments by a little, but I mean Sisler actually hits lefties and Cash doesn't.
Yep.
Um, so I think he's considerably worse than Sisler, and therefore he's probably like
I
a
just
B.
tried running him in league, and he's, kind of been fine, I guess.
Yeah, I think he should be okay in league, but Sisler
Not
would
not
definitely be very poor.
spectacular.
Yeah, I think he's like a B. I think before Sisler he's probably an A or maybe in like a S minus or something. But after Sisler, I mean, just a better card.
Yeah, I
So
could see
he's got to
that.
go
That
down.
sounds reasonable. Dotel. Yeah, Cash was definitely the first one I grabbed from the
Yeah, I think
from the
pre
diamond
Sisler he was
pool.
definitely the card I was most interested in of the high diamonds. But after Sisler, I think
So
I would
Dotel,
prefer Beaver Carpenter.
I mean, it's some funny splits, but I think the points are in the wrong place in the end. Uh, but my model doesn't hate it as much as I expected.
Yeah, in league, I quite like this one.
Usually, league, you're probably gonna like it, but
Uh,
yeah,
I like him in tournaments too, though not. I mean, I've definitely been playing in tournaments, though it's not. League he seems excellent, excellent. In tournaments, he just seems like good. Um,
seems like the kind of guy that maybe you trade for at midseason.
yeah, exactly. You could definitely do that, and you know, it would be a novel idea. Certainly,
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of similar to Riho, but it's a reliever, so it's probably a B, maybe worse, maybe a C.
Yeah, maybe, I think I can go with C. Let's do that. All right, and finally we got the perfects. See if we can just sort of race through these.
No,
What
we're
do we
not gonna
got
be
here?
not gonna be able to race through George Scales. I don't think this card is weird.
All right, I
I
thought we were
don't know
gonna do
what
a
to
quick stream tonight.
do. Maybe it's just bad, but it's plays so many positions. It's a decent hitter.
Yeah, I just
Actually,
don't
maybe it's
have
bad.
it quite high enough anywhere to want to play the card.
Maybe it's just worse than Red Chain Deeds and therefore useless. I mean, I
Yeah,
just
I mean,
felt like there
I
must
think
be
this
something
is
about
this is a
positions.
card where maybe this one sort of needed to be a 99, the way Scales has often been in the past.
Yeah, probably right. All right, just an F then. Yeah, I think it is an F. It's worse than Shane Deans. It's worse than Holiday, so it doesn't play.
Jimmy Collins. So this one also is going to have some interesting chemistry, potentially, if you can get it to play. So can you get it to play?
I I can. I have this number
I
one
I
third
actually
baseman in the
really
league.
like this card, even both ways at third.
Yeah, I have this as the top third baseman in the league by a decent amount. I mean, like a half, three quarters of a win over Holiday.
Yeah, I think so. I think the
Um,
one concern is, as a single position player, as soon as a better third baseman comes out, the card's probably dead.
yes, it would not be my pick of the perfect choice pack, I don't think, but it is a good card. I think it's like a probably,
I
maybe
think
a
there's also the first
B.
Jimmy Collins we've had that I'm not cranking bunt for hit all the way to the max.
Yeah, usually he's usually bad. It's just like actually the first good Jimmy Collins we've ever had, pretty much.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah,
All right.
um,
Speaking of bad, Bill Dickey is
how
actually
many
really
pluses?
not
How many
bad.
pluses can we give to this
He's
card?
really not bad. Um,
What's the maximum number? Can we give him
well,
that
there's
number?
one big problem with this card, which is it's really tempting me on stream to have to say that I'm gonna put aside Brian McCann, and you know I can't do that.
I mean, this is like I have this. 2 wins better than Brian McCann.
Oh yeah, me too. But
Right, this card is absurd. This card is just like it's so crazy that Abbas is the best VL catcher, even though its VL is like much worse than its VR,
wait, okay,
and
hold
it's a
on.
left-handed hitter.
I'll just because I saw this, I'll get your quick reaction. But this looks crazy to me. So Major League Baseball has just, had these long bans for players gambling, right?
Yes.
Well, they now caught an umpire gambling.
Oh, well, that should be it. They shouldn't be. I mean, the union is going to throw a fit, but that should be it.
So, what is the appropriate punishment for an umpire gambling?
Umpires should be. I mean, players probably too, but umpires really should be banned forever for gambling.
And what's
I mean, the unions.
unfortunate is it's Pat Hoberg who, you know,
Yeah,
is
really
really
good
good.
umpire, but it doesn't matter if you're gambling on baseball as an umpire, that's not acceptable. I
So
mean,
it doesn't say whether he bet on baseball specifically. It
okay,
just says it's
if it's
gambling
not on
related.
baseball, then I'm okay with it, or more okay with it. But if it's on baseball, it's no. I mean, still should be some suspension, but if it's not on baseball, yeah, you suspend him for a bit, and then you see if maybe you let him back in eventually. But if it's on baseball, it has to be done.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, the union's going to go crazy. I'm sure the umpires union always goes crazy whenever Major League Baseball does do anything. But at some point, it's just too bad. No, I agree that legally it should be fine for him to bet on not baseball, but it's still, I think you gotta, you have to kind of come down on it in some respect, even if it's not on baseball, because you can't really just be
Right.
allowing umpires to start betting on things. It's makes it so easy to try to skirt the rules. Um, but yeah, I mean, this was obviously going to be an increasing problem all the time, so it was probably only a matter of time
You're
for
saying if the
someone.
umpires are like wearing, DraftKings on their shirts,
Yeah, well, there's that. Uh,
yeah.
Okay, if it says in their union agreement they're allowed to bet on non-baseball if it's done legally, then I don't see what you're supposed to do about it. Then probably there's nothing to do, though I don't know why Major League Baseball would have agreed to that. Um, if it's on baseball, I don't think there's any defense for anything other than a lifetime ban. There's just no way you can allow umpires to bet on baseball.
Right.
That's just there's no way.
Yeah. Anyway, just since I saw the story pop up, anyway, right.
So Dickey S plus,
Does that mean I have to admit he's better than McCann?
yes. I mean, he has more rating. He has more points at every rating.
All right, fine. No integrity and all that. Yeah, all right, fine. S plus. All right, Jim Edmonds. Um, well, we just talked about sort of the outfield logjam that Griffey was creating. I just have Edmonds sort of behind that group.
Yeah, and I don't think really all that close to the group.
Yeah. All right,
Um,
Mike Donlin. Well, we just talked about the logjam. I just said that, didn't
yeah,
I?
this one is another.
Goose. Should we talk about Goose?
Okay, this is. I will say Mike Tomlin is a very useful card for the left-handed throwing team because he plays shortstop.
That's fair.
So
Goose, who's not a starter.
So Goose is pretty good. He has the distinct problem that he is not Craig Kimbrell.
Yes. So who's the Yankees? We give an F minus?
I mean, okay, I have
No, he's
Gossage and
actually
Saito.
pretty good.
No, he's pretty good. I have Gossage and Saito both in the kind of the next tier behind Kimbrell, but Kimbrell like really a lot ahead. Kimbrell is really good. So I don't know. They're probably both like B's or something. Um,
Yeah, I think
I have
that's
them
fair. I actually have them
quite good.
as relatively similar in value, even though
Yeah,
the shapes are a bit different.
yeah. I guess maybe Gossage's stamina, you prefer him a tiny bit.
Yeah, but I
But
think
yeah, they're
Saito is just a little bit better. So
yeah,
it
yeah. They're
kind of
they're
evens
they're
out.
pretty similar. They're pretty similar.
Don Sutton. Well, in tournaments, I absolutely love this card. League, I don't have it quite as good, but in tournaments, I think I have this actually as the number one tournament option right now.
I still have Bieber, but in league I actually like him a decent bit. So I have Bieber first still because Bieber is Bieber, and then my second tier is now Grove, Sutton, Jim Cott, and then the next tier is Scherzer, kind of by himself. And then
Yeah,
Nolan,
and I
actually
have
Nolan Ryan's.
Sutton actually just a bit ahead of Cott. I have them pretty similar
Yeah, I
in
do too.
tournaments versus lefties, but Sutton's better versus righties.
I have them quite similar in league. Let me check tournaments.
So I have Sutton sort of like an S, and then Cott, maybe more like, an A, but both really good.
Yeah, I like Sutton better than Cott for sure. Um, I think I still prefer Bieber enough that I think probably I'm more at like A plus A or S minus A.
I could do an S minus. How about an S minus and an A?
Yeah, that seems
So
well.
Jacket, there are really two different game engines. And in the league game engine, they kind of normalize everything based on what the whole player pool looks like. And the tournament game engine, it's really the ratings you see on the card. And so that means sort of players can behave pretty differently.
I, slight aside, I am a little bit less certain how it works exactly because of the thing, and it's
Yeah,
possible
yeah,
that
yeah. We,
that
we have we have
thing
we
is
have to talk about the thing at some point.
related to the other things.
Yeah,
But
the
I have no
thing, the
evidence for
guy,
this.
and yeah.
But yes, it's certainly
Uh,
an option that explains part of the thing. I think you'd agree.
yes. Noma. We get to talk about Noma. He's got 106 range, and he's got a bat. And this is not the version of Noma that just weakly pops up to the right side all the time, is
So
it?
this is Tinker, except we put a bat on him now.
Well, that would make
Uh,
it a really good card.
I think this one might be better than Dickey, actually.
Like Bregman, we put a glove on him.
I mean, this card is really good.
Okay, but should we trade him for Orlando Cabrera? All right, this is an S
Maybe.
plus, right? And this is yeah.
Okay, I guess the question then is, if you have an option, because I think we agree Dickey and Garcia Parra are the two best cards here. Which one are you taking?
Hmm. That's tough because Nomar is probably the more valuable in the short term, and Dickey seems a little tougher to counterfeit because Nomar is sort of a single position shortstop.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
It was zero weeklies and quicks. Did we actually catch a? Oh, we got to see this.
I managed to find a short moment where there were zero weeklies and quicks. Who won the Casual Friday Cup, by the way? It finally did finish, so there is now, in theory, one of these cards available, or owned by somebody. Let's see, Casual Friday Cup was not me. see. It was, in fact, yes, yes. Maple Madness is T-Chuck the same one. So I assume he has kept whatever he got. I would be very surprised if he did not do that.
Makes sense.
Am I insane for playing L5 Connie Days in the League Trust Up? No. I can't imagine he would be insane. Tinker's probably better.
You're not insane for that reason.
But Day is good. I mean, Tinker is probably better.
Yep. All right. I think this is a good point to wrap up. Oh, you know what? We can do our TWIP draft. Why not?
Oh, this build that Maple Madness won with does not make a lot of sense to me. He's using Edsel Walker, but not using Edsel Walker as a 2-8, which seems to be the only reason you get to Edsel Walker.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Oh, here we go. TWIP draft, and then we'll call it. So
Sure.
the usual 2023 Comerica. We always make a mess. This. Well, here you go. We get to decide. Do you want to take Bill Dickey
Yes.
in a
Yes, I do.
right-handed power park?
Do not care.
I think it's just yes. Oh, wait, we get
And then
two.
probably Jose Ramirez is the other one.
It's never Jose Ramirez.
He must be. I mean, okay, it's not Myers, not Delahanty, it's not Broxton.
Is it Billy Williams?
I think Ramirez is better than Williams.
It's never Jose Ramirez, though. I think it might be still Billy Williams and just go with power in that park. I think it's got to be Billy Williams, don't you?
I think I take Ramirez. Especially because I'm going to be willing to put him as shortens, I think.
All right. You want? All right. You know what? We'll try. We'll take Ramirez. We'll put him at short. All right. Well,
Perez and Lawler, I assume.
I think. I
Let's
mean,
see it.
Helton's maybe the bigger bat, but doesn't quite fit the park. Yeah, it's probably Lawler then.
Yeah.
So I actually think Fromber's the right call.
Yes, definitely Fromber. Fromber's easy. And actually, we're probably now playing Ripken and putting our tail between our legs and not playing Ramirez at short.
See?
We do 1,000 infielders, which is
all right.
not great. This is Nady.
Well, after everything we said, we're probably still taking Bill Swift.
Yeah, Swift and Nady, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty good so far, I think. We've gotten a lot of good cards.
You had to say it.
But Pius is okay.
Sure. Badu
is terrible in this park, but kind of playable-ish. Not really.
Yeah, it's probably Badu, right?
Andre Palante is a great PT Live card.
Probably Badu, right? All right, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
We only have 2 pitchers. I guess nothing really works here.
Francisco Cordova is like not aggressively awful.
He's almost as good as Carlos Silva. Okay, I think Galen's got to be 1.
I mean, yeah, the best card we're offered is probably Versailles, but we just can't take him because we have 1,000 infielders.
So maybe we just take Cordova and hope we stick him in the pen?
You could take Tanner Scott. Maybe we could, I guess, no, we have to take Perez.
I mean, if we're going to stick Cordova in the pen for sure, maybe Tanner Scott's better.
Hank Aguirre is really bad, right? And Urquidy is definitely bad. Willis.
Yeah, Gary, I can't work.
No, that's terrible. Urquidy is definitely terrible. Vic Willis, I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Cordova only has 53 stamina, so he really has to go to the pen anyway.
So
probably it's Tanner Scott.
Yeah.
All right.
I wish it was John King, but.
Well, we've got our Jerry Benjamin we're talking about.
Yeah, we're taking him because it's the only good card we're offered, and we really need pitchers, and we're offered 2, and they're both
But Mike
bad.
Moynihan is not take. Should we just take
So
Winiger and get rid of our catchers?
get rid of a catcher, sure. Or if Hobie Landreth is better, but I don't know what Hobie Landreth looks
All
like
right.
at
Well,
all.
we desperately need CC,
Yeah, CC's great. I
and
mean,
we probably take
oh, and Chittum.
Browning, even though Swisher's good.
Chittum is a reasonable reliever.
Chim's good, but I think we just need to get
Need
another
starters.
starter,
Browning.
or
Browning.
you know what?
I
Or do we
mean,
just
he's
take
definitely better
Swisher
than
because
Belichick.
it's single elimination and we're never going to need our fourth starter?
I think we have. Hold on. What are we doing? We have 5 infielders and 4 outfielders already. So we have like and 2 catchers. I don't think we can take. I think we gotta take pitchers.
Oh, Jerry Benjamin's our starting second baseman.
No, the starting baseman is Lawler
Yeah.
or Ramirez, and the other one's at third and Perez at first.
That's what I
King's
was
at
thinking. It's
DH.
Browning just by default. But he's just not
Yeah, it's
good.
probably Browning. Either Browning or Chittum, but I think it has to be a pitcher.
All right, we'll take Browning just in case and hope we get some pitchers here. We what's the opposite of getting some pitchers here?
I think the best pitcher offered is Tim Herring. So I think we take him.
And I kind of want to take Hassan Kim anyway.
Mm, it's an outfield situation. It's terrible.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
who else?
Lawler does play in the outfield if we desperately need
But I
it.
mean, who else are you going to take is the problem.
More pitchers that are bad just because they're pitchers. I don't know. Breslow or something. The Breslow's terrible. Maybe Minter.
I think we're better off just hoping we hit some of the good bronze pitchers.
Okay. Yeah, that's
But
fair. Kim at least is a reasonably playable card.
well, I know we have too many shortstops, but we did get Ray Boone.
So Chuck
Yeah,
Stobbs
okay, it's
is.
always Stobbs and probably it's Brennan, but
I mean, Vince DiMaggio is also a pretty reasonable card.
he is actually, yeah.
And
Uh,
we do kind of need a center fielder VL, right? Because we have Badu who doesn't play
all right, you want to take
VL.
Vince?
Well, hold on. We have 6 picks after this, and this will be our 7th pitcher. We have to take
Yep,
5 out of 6 pitchers.
yep. We can do it.
Vince is probably better than other things we're going to be offered.
We'll do.
So.
All right. All right. We're taking Claudio. We're taking Shun. Simple, right?
Yep, nice easy one.
See, no problem. You know how much I like Jimmy McAleer, but
Ani Morero is kind of half
Simber's
decent.
good unless lefties exist. Do lefties
Well,
exist?
no.
All right, good. We're taking Simber then. Um,
I mean, all these cards are bad.
yeah, it probably is Morero.
Morero.
All right. Um, wow.
Wow, this is a bad round. Wow.
Okay,
I'm
of the
pretty sure
three
that.
pitchers on the left side, John DeKisto actually has the most control.
Yeah. What is Fred Piszczewski? Or however you say that.
He's probably.
I don't know that card. I guess that's the
There's a
best.
good
That's the
reason
best
you
one.
don't know that card.
Well,
Yeah.
that's better than the guys with 20 control. So
Yeah, I think it's him and I guess Janvrin just to cover positions. Right?
sure. Unless we can get actual use out of Victor Scott's legs.
Not really. All right. Whatever. You know what? We're losing this anyway. Let's just.
Funny, our perfect and diamond rounds were like pretty good actually,
Yeah.
and then we just got heaps of garbage.
You know what? Let's not even touch it. Let's let the AI do its work.
Okay, I'm not sold on the whole DH Badu Riel thing, but
Uh, no, it's only DHing Purdue VR. It's DHing Hassan Kim VL.
probably we should put DiMaggio in center and put Benjamin in left and Pius at DH, right?
I mean, if you're gonna insist on actually trying to fix this thing, then yes.
Actually, wait, why is it not playing Augie Galen? Augie Galen's on the bench. No, that's not
Yellen
good.
probably can DH here, yeah. Yep.
So then we should put
And
Pius back
I
in,
think
and we should
Yellen probably can DH here as well.
so Pius should go back in, and we should platoon Bladu and Pius and Benjamin, basically.
Benjamin can also play second.
We can back up second, at least it's better than Genbren. It's a backup, sure. But I mean, we have a bunch of diamonds there, so it's not gonna.
You know what? I think this is what we're. Uh, yeah,
Good enough.
we made it. uh, yep. All right. Well,
We
we,
we
we got through the
we did
cards.
something. We did something.
Yes. It was not our best draft, but I think we managed.
We managed to salvage something out of it.
I mean, we could do one more draft if you want, but I think this is. I think we managed.
I think that was a reasonable note to end on.
All right. Sounds good. Anything else before we go right into somebody?
Um,
Get your combinators, you know.
get your combinators, sell you all your TEs, and buy them back next week.
Let's see. Is there anybody streaming? Oh, here we go. I found someone streaming out of the park who I've never seen before. Why don't we try that?
Works for me.
Middle-aged gamer. All right. Sounds good. Hopefully this will work out. Yeah, I'll probably catch you all next week. So,
Probably.
all right. Thanks a lot. I'll see you.